Big up, big up, big up, people. My fellow Reds out there. Liverpool 12th man here. Doing a little call in today. So, all my Reds Army representing as always. So, I just figured to have a Thursday little call in so that you can come on and voice your opinions or, contribute to the conversation or maybe bring up some of your concerns or something like that. Maybe we can talk it through. You know how it is. As it's always best to talk to friends and brethren over the little things. Big up to all the people already representing in the chat. Baz, I see Brian, I see John Conway. Big up, big up. I see Redbird in the house. What's up, guys? What's up, guys? All right. Got some topics that I wanted to really get into. I'm gonna call them maybe since there's a big six, I don't want to steal that name per se, but maybe we could do like a big six topics, or something like that. I wanted to definitely do that. Let me put also the chat. Let me put this in here. I'm gonna put this. So I'm gonna put the link in. Oops, hit the wrong button. Put the link into the chat right now. And all right, his StreamYard link is in the chat. So if you guys want to join or anyone wants to join me on this little chat, this afternoon chat. Well, it's afternoon for me. I'm not sure what time it is. It might be evening for some of our UK brethren. It might be morning for some of our Australian brethren. It might be some, we're global. We're a global sensation. So when it comes to everything Liverpool, you never know what part of the world or what part of the world people are logging in from. So appreciate wherever you are in the world that you say what's good. Brian saying it's 8 p.m. there. Yeah. So it's evening, morning, afternoon, whatever it is. But there's a bunch of topics I wanted to get into. So if you guys want to jump on, you don't have to use your camera because the majority of the people that, show love and show support on this channel are always are good people. Obviously, they're Red Nation, Red Army. So that's cool. Yeah, I didn't know. Oh, that's cool too. I didn't know, John. I know that you were in Ireland, John. That's really, really cool. So I would assume that you already have probably like your tickets booked for Europa final, regardless of who's in it. But hopefully, we will be there too. But again, all right, yeah, cool. Yeah, if you guys got a chance, this StreamYard link is in the chat. Let me see. There should be a way I can pin it to the. I pin it to the actual chat. Let me see if I can do that. Let me see if I can do this. So here, I know what I'll do. I'm gonna put this up here. Show this. So here is the chat, StreamYard chat. If you guys want to log in, be definitely cool. If you can't, no problems, no worries. Maybe there's something that you want to take care of or you need to do. Got my little snacks here. Got my snacks. Got my little. These are really good, actually. I don't think I've ever had these, like little pretzel. I don't even want to say the word because I had to say pause behind it. But yeah. Oh, big up to Mark A in the house. What's good, bro? What's good? Yeah, if you guys got some oh, nice. People are starting to tune in. Psychedelic Shaolin, big up, big up. If you guys want to chat around, be cool. I got some good topics for today. Already some pre like I said, some top 6 topics already conditioned for us to talk about, or at least be interested in talking about. And I'll share with you now. So maybe that might enthuse you or might entice you to join the conversation. So far on the list of things I have first, the Ballon d'Or nominees are out. Love to get into the topic about that. I would like to talk about the reported João Felix for swap deal for Darwin. I'd like to talk about the Anfield expansion being finally targeted to be finished. I would like to talk about the possible Edwards return to Liverpool. That's something that might perk your interest. Andre to Liverpool in January. That's number 5. That's something I'm very, very intrigued about. And the final would be obviously not to say that it's the least at all, but maybe even the best for last is that Salah is going to be staying. So Salah to stay despite the 1.5 million interest or offer to him to go 1.5 million a week. Okay, I said a week to be offered to Mo Salah. So yeah, I wanted to talk about those topics. Those are the topics, and any topics that you have in mind as well. Be cool. I think it's gonna be an interesting year this year. One full of intriguing people linked to the team. I think people are starting to recognize that I think we're a phenomenal club. I mean, obviously I have my bias, and then obviously I have a lot of my praise and appreciation and gratitude, but also a lot of just flat out pride in my Reds brethren and this club, and let's see right here and this right here. So I think that people are finally starting to recognize what the problems that you're seeing in Manchester United, the problems that we're seeing in Chelsea, the problems that we're seeing at these other big clubs. Okay, you're starting to really see what it takes to really put together. It's more than just putting big names to pen and paper and bringing them into a club. It takes really vetting these people, really vetting these players, really understanding what not only it means to be a Red, but also what it represents to be a Red, what this club should represent. And I think that you can say what you want. I'm not trying to make this an FSG in or out conversation, but you can definitely see what beauty there is in this club when it comes to really putting together some great guys, some great individuals, people that have really great character, amazing character. Whether it's some of our past legends that have left the club, or some of our up and coming legends in this club. It's really important to understand it. I love this club, and I'm sure you do too. But it's really a beautiful thing to see how we're really maintaining this era of brilliance and shine to this club. So yeah, let me get into some of these topics. I'll just peruse some of them until I get some guests to join me. All right, so my first topic was going to be the Ballon d'Or. Okay, so that was my first topic that I wanted to really speak on. The Ballon d'Or is, let me bring this up for you guys. So the Ballon d'Or has been listed or been announced. The nominees have been announced. 30 names have been announced on that list. The sheer fact that we don't have, that Allison didn't make this list, I have no idea why and how. It's a real travesty. Oh, big up, Chris Angel, Colombia's finest, is in the house. What is good? All right, let me bring in Chris real quick.
You killed me with that one.
Good. What's good? Hey, what's good? It's that pure cut. Pure cut.
Hey,
that's
man,
what it is.
People don't know about that stuff, man.
How
are you, man? No, I'm good, man. Work's been crazy, man, but I'm good, man. They got me. I'm on the night shift now, so I'll be dead. I'll be knocked out in the morning. I take the kids to school, then I just knock out.
Just crash hard, bro. Right?
Yeah. I
understand that. Wow. Yeah, that night shift's no joke. What time do you have to go? What time do you have to start your shift?
9.
At 9. Okay. Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah. So I'll eat some dinner and stuff like that, and then head out, and then just take my rounds, man, and then. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. That's some nuts, man. That's some crazy. That's some nuts.
Yeah, stuff. Next month I'll be back on the day shift. It's just rotations and stuff like that. So.
Okay. That's cool. That's cool. Yeah, because then you can kind of rejoin the rest of the world and everything. Trust me, brother. I know how it is. As in when I'm at the nightclub, I don't go until usually 10, 11, something like that.
Mm.
And then club's open till 2, but like I won't be getting home until like 3, maybe 4 o'clock in the morning sometimes. So it's rough. It's a rough life. And then don't throw in an after party in there either. So.
Oh no, I can't even. I can't. I used to be able to hang like that, like back in the day.
Yeah.
But now I can't do it. I don't know. My body is not used to it anymore. I can't. Like
I feel you.
I be getting grumpy, man. I feel I'm not even that old. I'm really not. I say I am, but I'm not at all, man.
I feel you. No, what's funny about that is that like I always said that the day I realized that I was an adult was when I started drinking coffee to stay awake.
I drink coffee since I was a young age. Like that's just natural for me.
Right.
Like we drink that as like it's like water for us. So
right, that's true. Yeah, but like for me, when I was growing up, man, I was like, my parents would drink coffee. I'm like, ooh, that's nasty. Ooh. But then all of a sudden, I hit that age where I'm like, oh, I gotta get going. Let me go grab a cup of Joe.
Yeah.
It's
tough.
What's
up, man? What's the conversation for today, man?
So the conversation for today is, my first topic is Alisson's omission from the list of Ballon d'Or nominees. I don't know if you saw the list. Yes, I don't know if you saw the list.
No, I didn't see it.
Okay, let me see if I can. I'm try to.
Hey everyone! Big up everyone, and still hope everyone is well.
Absolutely. Let me see if I can pull up this screen here for you. All right. Let me pull up the screen for you, because this is the list of Ballon d'Or. 30 people, 30 nominees, right? Mm-hmm. Let's see, where can I put this? 30 nominees. Oh, this is all small. Let's see if I can't make it bigger. Hold on, let me see. It's kind of nice. It's pretty small. And I know people like Brian or someone that's on their phone sometimes. This list is probably like impossible to see. Make it bigger at least.
I'm looking at it right now.
Yeah, getting a little. But all right, I'll just read it out for you. Yeah, I'll read it out for you. So the list is this. This is the list. So it is, and I even, I'll even put this in the chat too, or so that you can kind of see the list in the chat. So the list is Andre Onana.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, already to me, that's already suspect. It's already suspect alone when you hear that. Andre Onana's in it.
He didn't have a good Champions League campaign though. Oh, is this for goalkeepers, or this is just for all men, pretty much?
He did. But I mean, still, it's a little bit suspect. It makes you go. It made me really want to understand. I took a deeper read into how, like, because like a lot of these guys, I was like, I just didn't understand why and how they were being like nominated. Like, who's putting these names up? Is it just like a panel of journalists, or if it's just like just a group or some type of like organization all together? Here, you know what? Too, I'm gonna stop sharing this one because I think it's like, because it's got video, it's causing it to like kind of go crazy.
Some of the names that I'm reading, names I'm reading, I'm not really against none of the names, to be honest.
Okay. Hello, Marion. Pleasure to see you. Always a pleasure once you grace our presence.
Griezmann. Why Griezmann though?
Exactly. Some of these names are just like head scratchers. I mean, Griezmann did have a decent World Cup, not an amazing, but he had a decent World Cup.
Okay.
But yeah, it makes you go, why?
Harry Kane.
Harry Kane got a nominee. Like, it is some really, really names. So I put the names in the chat. Tell me who's in the chat. Tell me if you see a name in that group or in that list that makes you go, what? Okay, I would love to hear that. Because, all right, so I'm going to read to you why. This is how the criteria that's used to vote on a player. So this is what I
Okay.
received. So the media receives a list of the finals to choose from and make their selections from that selected group of candidates, okay? In the past, a player's overall career performance was taken into account by the voters. That allowed for a player like Messi to win in 2021, despite having inferior numbers to Lewandowski. The body of work throughout Messi's career helped him stand above even Lewandowski during that year, which is why it's like if you're going to have a competition where,
All right.
yeah, you're rating someone on the year performance, but yet you're going to say his whole career catalog is going to be weighed in to the thinking or to the voting. It's kind of like slanted. I don't understand that, and that's just going to end up continuing to bring up people's names that actually resonate clicks, for lack of a better word. But then they said, recognizing this flaw in the criteria, France football made changes, asking voters to take into account the following three aspects for every player. So individual performance in previous season, no longer by calendar year. Then 2, team success during the previous season. So how well the team that he was on actually did. And then 3, player behavior and fair play during the season. So I'm going to bring in Brian into this conversation too.
Okay.
Hello,
What's up, Brian? What's up, Brian?
How's it going, man?
Good.
Hey, man. Chris.
Welcome to the show, brother.
Cheers, man.
Cheers.
There's an echo on your end, Brian.
Is there?
Yeah, it sounds like you're getting a little feedback from your microphone. That's perfect. That's much better for sure.
Was it a mad kind of buzzing noise?
Yeah, it was a weird little voice.
That's my neighbor cutting his grass.
Okay.
I have the window. It's so hot here. It's. I know, like, it's 24, 25 here, and it's September, so that shouldn't happen. It's just really hot and humid. Inside the window's open, but I can, if it's too loud, I can shut the window and then just die of heat stroke. But whatever.
Oh no. Well, hopefully.
No, I've seen a sacrifice.
What's he doing cutting the grass at 20? If it's 24.
I know, it's weird. It's I have a very serious problem. I think if you see somebody cutting their grass in the dark, you should immediately call the police, because it's just those people. If they're not doing something there, they're going to do something else here, because it's straight. Like, yeah, you don't cut your grass in the dark.
Yeah, it's definitely that's definitely a telltale sign to say something's not right in the cabeza with that individual. Sure.
It's got the burbs by it. Have you seen it? You know the burbs? It's got that by.
So I was going over, Brian, Chris and I were going over the parameters of what the Ballon d'Or is or what makes it up. And I put the list in the chat. Let me finish what I was just going to say real quick too. So the stricter parameters should ensure the player who performs at an elite level and helps their team win silverware will earn the recognition they deserve more often than not. The 221. This is kind of weird though too. This is the part that really made me scratch my head too. The 2021 edition of the tournament saw 180 international journalists come up with the 30 finalists for the Ballon d'Or and the Yashan award finals for goalkeepers. That all changed for 2022, as I said. This time, the list was established to involve on these 3 groups. It was the France football and L'Equipe journalists, Ballon d'Or ambassador Drogba, and 3 media members whose 2021 ballots matched up exactly with the final cumulative vote. So, one, I don't even know why. How does Drogba just automatically get like a major? What is Drogba?
Honestly, it should, like, if it's for the goalkeeper trophy, it should be a goalkeeper ambassadoring that that pick for goalkeepers. Like, it should be a goalkeeper. It shouldn't be an ex striker. Like what? That doesn't make sense to me. But whatever.
Yeah, that doesn't make sense to me at all. But that's just a weird list. So that's how they break it down though. Those three groups are the groups that break it down now, and that's why we're left with this list. I mean, look, I again Onana, Gravadol, Benzema. Let's see, Musiala, Harry Kane, Mo Salah. I think Mo Salah's our only nominee on this list.
Yes.
Bellingham, Saka, Kolo Muani from PSG, KDB or Kevin De Bruyne from Manchester City, Bernardo Silva or Master Splinter from Manchester City, Emilian Martinez, excuse me, from Aston Villa, most likely from his Argentina performance.
The World Cup thing, yeah.
Yeah. Oh man, the boy from Napoli's name is hard to pronounce. How do you pronounce it?
Vice Kvaratskhelia.
Yes, that's it. Thank you.
Well, that's not the best. Yeah, just call him Kava.
Kava, okay.
Like
Cool.
his own friends probably don't even call him Kavicha Kvaratskhelia or whatever it is. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's a really difficult name to pronounce.
It's obviously changed. That whole thing that you were reading out there, that's all new to me as well. I didn't realize that voting.
Yeah. Oh, how it's broken down.
That's different. Yeah.
Yeah, it's different. I don't know. I mean, the three group member like a panel or whatever they have being a part of it, and then having basically one of those three people being Drogba, who's a cool guy. You know, I'll admit he is a cool guy.
Yeah.
He's a part owner here in Arizona in the football club here. They're not MLS, but they're like the tier below MLS here. He's a part owner. Phoenix Rising. Big shout out to the Phoenix Rising. Some of my other friends here in town are owners of that too. So I give him a proper shout. But yeah, Ruben Diaz. There's a bunch of city. I mean, obviously when you win the treble, I guess you get to get some names put on there. But Diaz, Barella, Holland, Buno, I think that's how you pronounce his name, who plays for Al Hilal, the Moroccan, Odegaard, which is a very interesting shout. Alvarez, who I think is getting his shot for his Argentina performance, much less his Manchester City performances. Gundogan, Junior, Messi, Rodri, Martinez, Griezmann, Lewandowski, Mbappe, Kim from Napoli, Asiman from Napoli, Modric from Real Madrid, and again I said Harry Kane earlier. So it's an interesting list. Is anyone in that list that really stands out? Do you say, well, I think we all pretty much have a conception of who's going to win it.
Yeah, it's just a list of the best players in Europe, basically, isn't it? It's pretty much a list of most of the best players in Europe, and
yeah,
like the way it used to be tagged was that the player that won it was the best player on a winning team. So if that team, if it was a World Cup year, if there wasn't an international tournament, then it would normally be a player who won the European Cup. But that seems to have changed a little bit. It seems just like kind of a dragnet thing where, because yeah, I get it. It used to be like the Eurovision. I don't know, the Eurovision works. Like every country would vote for they forget about how good the song was. They just vote for their favorite, and then they just put the next 9 in whatever order they wanted.
Mm-hmm.
So you'd end up with everyone voting for their best player from their country, and then whoever had won something. But yeah, I really don't see how they. Like, I don't think it should be anything more. If you're talking about the Ballon d'Or, it doesn't make any sense to me to be any more than a list of maybe 3 players, 5 players. I mean, because you can't have 30 potential candidates for a Ballon d'Or.
Mm-hmm.
They have to have done something kind of outstanding. So it should just be a kind of a much shorter list of players. Like, who was the best player in the world last year? Oh, I could pick anyone at 35. It just seems like you give everyone a shout out, by adding their name to it. But everyone
Right.
knows Messi's going to win it. Like Messi won the World Cup, so he wins the Ballon d'Or.
Right.
I
Right.
mean,
Right.
when it all comes down
He was
to
and he was the winner, and he was the MVP of the player of the tournament too.
yeah, he's walked it. There's no other option really,
Right.
because he won't win
Right.
another one now. He won't win another one. This will be his last chance to win one.
Well, I mean, that could arguably be said the same reason why Ronaldo is not listed in this list for the first time in 20 years. I think it was like 2003 is the last time he was first time he was on the list and has been on the list ever since 2003, which is pretty
It
incredible.
was the him and Messi show, wasn't it? A bit like for
Yeah.
20 years, it was either Messi. Who was the one guy that broke it? Was it Benzema?
Yes,
First guy that broke it.
It was Modric first.
Yeah, yeah. It was the first
Oh, you
time.
mean broke the but Benzema won last year, I believe, right?
Yeah.
So
you're right.
which
Like
was
Ronaldo going to Saudi, he won't be in the running again. So
yeah.
it's time. Then it'll be Haaland or Mbappe now for the next 10 years.
Thing is, though, I mean, do you think that Onana had such a great tournament or such a great, year with his club team that he deserves a nomination?
No, I don't think he's nominated for best player. I think he's nominated for best goalie.
He's in the goalie.
This is the list for the 30 nominees for not just this is the 30 member list for the entire for the 30 nominees.
I don't agree with that one, but I do agree that he probably was up there in regards to the best goalkeeper.
Right.
For a
I'm
season.
sure he might be on that list with the nominees for goalkeepers, but maybe this is trying to signify that he's at the top of that list, as you're saying, of he's maybe top 3 or top 5, however, of the 10 or however many members nominees there are for the Yashan Award.
I think the only logical choice for that is Ederson from Man City.
Okay.
In my opinion,
our Emmy goes on to this because he won the World Cup.
Right.
You'd put him on for that reason. You have to give them the
obviously. But
if you're going to throw on a couple of token goalkeepers, then Ederson won the treble and Emi Martinez won the World Cup. I don't know what Onana's.
Yeah, it's kind of, to me, it's just kind of weird though to see that
he probably was top 3 goalkeepers of last season, to be honest, because of the
campaign.
Yeah, probably. He's brought them to the final. It's a big deal.
I get you. That's true.
Big deal. No, but that ends it there. Like I don't think he's a good goalkeeper. He had a good campaign. So,
Yeah, I mean it's kind of a preconceived, especially since Messi. This will like Brian's saying, most likely he's not going to get many more. And I mean, like he might not get many more nominations. However, you know what? It could be interesting if they try to figure out some way, one way or another, to try to get him involved in that nominee. And
he'll be on the long list. He'll be on the long list.
It's time to let him go. Like it's time.
When's the next Copa, Chris? When's the next Copa?
Copa America.
Yeah.
No, but the thing is that for Ballon d'Or you have to play in Europe. You can't. Let's say.
Yeah.
So it doesn't matter.
But if you have to play in Europe, why? If you have to play in Europe, then why is your World Cup performance being a measure?
Because
why is that being
the
trophy
is the best player in Europe?
Right. Why not? If it's the best player, and answer this question, Chris, please.
It's supposed to be the best player in the world.
Right.
I think the criteria. Yeah. I think you might have to look it up, but the criteria I think is you have to play in Europe. I think. That's why Messi.
Yes, it is the UEFA Ballon d'Or. Yeah, it's the UEFA Ballon d'Or. Yeah,
exactly. So that's why.
So
even though he's in the MLS, he played for PSG. So
right.
You know what I mean?
Okay.
So if you won it while you were playing in Europe, it wouldn't matter if it was a non-European competition like the World Cup.
Nope.
Okay.
But so that's why they have that FIFA World one as well. That's the other one that's the rival one. They have it's FIFA 1, or they changed the name of it a couple of times.
Was it like the World 11 or something like that, right?
Yeah.
The FIFA Best. The FIFA Best. That's what they called.
Yeah.
They did a separate one, and that was for So all Brazilian players or South American players could be.
Honestly, what they need to do is like I don't know if they have that, but I think they're trying to do that by like the best defender, the best midfielder, the best striker of the world, stuff like that. You know what I mean? Like won the Ballon d'Oro because I think it's just a political thing. But like if you look at because you can't lie statistically, right? So if you look at statistically, you can pretty much put the best defender. Because I think a lot of I think defenders and goalkeepers don't really get a lot of love in regards to like those type of awards. It would be nice and stuff, you know.
It's always weighted towards the attackers. Yeah, it was
Cannavaro.
Cannavaro had to win a World Cup to get it.
Mm-hmm.
It's just that is interesting, though. I mean, then again, considering that I just said that again, Drogba is a part of the club, part of the
goalkeeper committee or whatever. Makes no sense whatsoever.
Yeah, maybe they tweak it one more time just to make sure that they get him involved. Well, let's move on to how about this now? So this is the next topic. So reportedly, LFC looked to do a swap deal for João Felix in this past summer for Darwin Núñez.
Who?
João Felix.
No.
That's the reports. Now,
from who? From who? The reports? I'm sorry.
I think it was Genki. Fijajes. I think it's Fijajes.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know who that
Spanish newspaper. It's a Spanish newspaper that's basically like a sports tabloid type.
Let me see. I'll look it up.
Yeah. So just so everyone can understand, especially for Redbird, if he's in the chat or about to join the chat, so he doesn't wig out. Despite rumors about a swap deal for João Felix being discussed, Liverpool never wanted Darwin Núñez to leave. Never wanted Darwin this summer, Romano says. He was deemed as untouchable.
Oh, okay. I know who it is. El Mundo Deportivo. Yeah, they're credible.
It's Mundo, is it? Okay.
They're a big news outlet, yeah.
But it's more about which journalist it was really than anything else. Exactly. Like if it's the guys that know that broke the Europeans or the Uruguayan story first. He wasn't one of these Ornstein types. He was a South American journalist.
Yeah, which I because I'm South American, I really do rely on like South American when it comes to South American players because they really do like the groundwork. They're trying to get well known. So like typically when they say something, it's like they've put their like careers on the line for like that news report. So I typically follow those like type of like journalists and stuff.
That's why I really hate when fans give journalists so much stick these days, saying like basically it's become like a kind of a trend now just to immediately say this journalist is a fool or this journalist knows nothing, this journalist just lies. It's like these guys don't just come out with stories like that just because they do. They're putting their reputation on the line.
Yeah, their career.
With some of these stories. They work 20 years to get these contacts and people on the internet just because they don't like the story, just go, oh, that journalist, he doesn't know anything. He's literally an idiot. It's become a bit of a trend now. I don't like it at all. It's a bit of a war on these kind of people and the work they put in. So, there are trustworthy journalists out there that really do know their stuff,
There are. Let me I'm going to comment to that too, but I'm going to bring in Nilante as well to the conversation. Welcome, Nilante. Welcome.
Yeah, big up Tough, man. Big up Ray, Chris.
What's up,
man? Yeah, how you guys doing? You all good?
Yeah, we good, brother.
Good for sure. We're talking about the reported rumors. Now there are some, different accounts as to what's going on. Rumors that I or at least the headlines I've seen is that Darwin's untouchable. The fact that Klopp said this, and apparently, and obviously you want to kind of put that to bed by making a definitive statement, whether you shopped them or you didn't. But I don't necessarily see how you would have done a swap deal. Would have been even entertained the idea of doing a swap deal for Darwin Núñez for João Felix. I don't even understand why you would try to entertain that idea. Makes no sense to me.
They're two completely different players too.
Exactly.
Like,
That's a total like change of direction when it comes to the skill sets that you're bringing with those two players. I wouldn't understand, and especially since we have somewhat seem to have found finally a solution or a reliable path to include Darwin in this offense. I don't understand how you could actually go that direction. But are you an Nolante, are you a big Darwin fan, or would you want to see that deal done, or?
To be honest, I'm not really a big Nunes fan. I'm not gonna. I'll be real with you. When we first were linked with buying him, obviously, we knew about Mane's situation. I thought we could have got better, but at the same time, as much as I'm saying that, but again, you gotta give people the chance. So I said to myself, you know what, he needs about two seasons. So next season, last season, will be his representing period. So, but this season really is his time to shine. Now, in terms of the Felix story, I think Mundo, the Spanish newspapers, they like creating. I know there's no smoke without fire, but I think for this story, I think they're exaggerating because let's be honest, all of us here in the chat and in the panel, if we really wanted Felix, we could have got him before Nunes. That's a point blank period. And we know Felix is similar in terms of the Bobby Firmino role, but he's more versatile. He's younger, he's fresh, he's a quality player. But if we really wanted him, and if Klopp really wanted him, he would have got him. So all this, we were trying to swap Nunes with Felix. I think it's just a load of rubbish, if I'm honest.
How do you feel about that, Brian? How do you feel about that?
Didn't make a lot of sense to me either when I heard it. It just sounded like a story from he was always going to Barcelona. It as a swap, it would have made some kind of sense if we say, right, we're going to abandon this whole idea of using a number 9 or something. Where that's what it's not a Darwin issue, it's a number 9 issue or something. Even then, we had 6 months to watch him at Chelsea, and that was pretty tragic. He's one of those players. I think he's like Havertz, who he's a technically beautiful footballer, really, really just beautiful footballers. But someone has to play them in exactly the right position to get the best out of them. He looked horrible for Chelsea. I never watched much of him at Atletico, but I've seen him play for Portugal where he looked unbelievable. So obviously he's got this role at Portugal where it was working out for him. He was getting the ball and being able to do stuff. But I just couldn't see him as a Klopp player. Nah, it never really kind of rang true with me.
Never really, right? Never really really made sense, right? Just didn't.
But it's the Darwin bit, the whole idea that this idea that someone's trying to get out there, that we were potentially trying to get rid of Darwin that's a bit more trouble. That's not necessary. We don't need that. And it's now that he's just scored a couple of goals and things are looking better.
Yeah, I think that this kind of news or this kind of propaganda is just that propaganda. It's like agenda-based propaganda that's just trying to mess up the vibes and everything else. I mean, how are you feeling about that, Chris?
I think it's a bunch of BS.
Okay, enough said, right?
I don't know, man. When it comes to South American players, typically the South American journalists are all over it. They really are. So I haven't heard anything credible from any Uruguayan journalist of this move. So to be honest, I think it's just up there being farce. It's just a farce, clickbaits. You know what I mean? Those journalists get these clicks for these. You know what I mean? So I don't really. It's nothing. You know what I mean? And at the end of the day, we all know that Joe Felix, he said it. He wanted to go to Barca. That's his dream.
Yeah.
Dream club. It was never gonna happen.
Yeah.
And if I'm correct, Felix is on double on what Nunes is on, wage wise.
He's on more than Mo. Yeah, he makes more than Mo Salah. Yeah.
So that was never gonna work. One.
Right.
And two, and like Brian said, the playing style doesn't make sense. What was the point of letting go of Bobby, of bringing and not bringing in, like, let's say, for example, a light-to-light replacement if it wasn't going to change the way we play. Nunes is like a focal point. You know what I mean? So, yeah, it just doesn't make sense to me. I think it's a very silly report, in my opinion, to say it nicely and stuff.
So I agree. I mean, I think my point was always, Darwin hit 14 goals in his first year in Lisbon. Then he went on to go get 34 goals in his second. Obviously, he got 15 goals for us last year. You're probably going to try to wait and see what he does in his second year. It's a good idea to give the guy a chance, to give a shot to. If you're going to deem something a long-term project, you don't normally get rid of it in the first year or the second year, I should say. But that's all good. Third thing on this list was this expansion. Apparently the Anfield expansion has finally got a pretty a date set for it being completed. I don't know if you guys have noticed it
Yeah, I heard something about the company got what was it, liquidation or something like that? Like
Yeah.
something happened?
Yes, yeah. They had to file for bankruptcy or something like that, or
You know what FSG should have done? To be honest, if they want to be smart, they could have just bought the company and had their own construction company on some real smart thing.
Yeah, that would have been interesting.
Yeah, and it beats the middleman. Like, let's say if we want to do another expansion, or if we want to remodel, because I know we bought the old training complex, right? We bought it back for the females.
Yeah.
If you want to remodel that, yeah, we bought that back. I don't know, but I'm not the millionaire. I'm not the billionaire, so yeah.
Well, I mean, apparently the construction has been appointed to lead the final stages of the Anfield Road expansion. The upper tier will be closed for the next 3 games, and then it should be finished after the 3rd game, they're saying.
Okay.
Which is cool. I mean, I don't know if you got Brian and Lante, I don't know if you guys were noticing it too, but there's they've shown some shots of the field, or of the stadium, I should say, from the field perspective, and you see that eyesore almost, it's not even, it's half constructed. They didn't even they could have at least bought a tarp and just put a tarp on there and done something positive. I don't, maybe show love and respect to Hillsborough, or maybe do something or do something, respective of just saying, I don't know, bring attention to children hunger, or something some whatever noble cause that they're affiliated with, or maybe a shout out to the fans, whatever. But yeah, they just kept it in, half constructed, and it definitely looks pretty ugly, to be honest with you.
Well, we need to get you in the PR department there, so you can jump on these things the next time.
Yeah, right. All right. How about this? I wish we had Quasi in for this topic, because this is his guy. But what are you guys feeling about the Edwards possible return at the end of Schmackey's tenure? So
is that a thing? Is that confirmed? Yeah. I haven't heard this. This is pretty...
Yeah, I'll give you a little background, and
okay.
I want to hear you guys. So the club's famed former sporting director, Michael Edwards, has seen plenty of speculation over his next move since he left Liverpool in 2022. And his next step has now been revealed by the Athletic's David Ornstein, with Edwards joining the club's ex-director of research, Ian Graham, in his new venture, Ludonautics. Edwards' role will be as a non-executive director with the firm, which offers their skills and experience to ownership and teams to help create success on and off the pitch. It is said that Edwards' role will not stop him from taking up a role elsewhere, though it is noted that he does not intend to become a sporting director at any point in the future. Now, I know that it doesn't necessarily say that he's going to join. I'm just saying that there's been links, or not links, but how journalists, we were talking about journalists earlier, there's been reports that he possibly could return. FSG could end up hiring basically Ludonautics, and in essence bring Edwards back into the fold. That's what they're trying to say.
All right, cool.
All right, cool. I didn't know any of that. Thanks.
No worries.
Yeah.
How you feel, Nilante? Would you be cool with possibly Edwards returning along with Ian Graham, possibly, which is very interesting too. Ian Graham was a very big part of what we saw. Like he was the numbers cruncher basically. He was the person that handled all the actual big time research when it came to crunching the numbers that you put into the algorithm. Would you be interested in this move?
All I'm gonna say is to that. When's he signing? When's he coming? When is he coming? Yeah. When is he coming, man? We need him. We need him because old Georgie boy, the old Jurgen's old schmucker, old pal, he's been terrible. I'm sorry. I mean,
Okay.
what's he been doing there?
Take it easy, Nante. Be calm, brother. Be calm. Your blood pressure gonna
Be
go
like
up.
water. Be like water.
Water, bro.
Or refined water, yeah. All right. I'll chill. All right, I'll be calm. All right, I'll be nice. You're right. Go man. Go back to peace. You know, don't worry. Exactly.
But before you
yeah,
touch
Edwards.
on,
Sorry.
before you touch on that, right? Did you read the article, in regards to what Schumacher said about his role in Liverpool?
No, I didn't.
You didn't.
No, I missed that article as well.
Pretty much, he said that he is the assistant sporting director to Klopp.
Oh, I did. You know, I did hear that. I didn't read the article, but I did hear that basically that concept.
Yeah,
that he's just there to, basically Klopp tells him what he wants, and then he kind of like assists him in getting what Klopp wants, as opposed to what Edwards would do, which is he would somewhat more so go
pretty much hands-on type role. So don't come at Smack like that. You know what I mean? Don't take it easy.
Yeah, he's delivering I think he's delivering the players the Klopp says go and get them, whereas Edwards was more, these are the players you should be going and getting.
Exactly.
And that's where the conflict was coming from.
Mm-hmm.
That's so when Edwards does come back, if he does come back, I hope that's all cool.
It would be. I mean, it would be. It definitely. You got to think of what was the reason why he left, and if the reasons why he left haven't improved, obviously that definitely would limit the option of him coming back, or the chances of him coming back. But it's interesting little snippet that I saw that I was like, you know what I felt Edwards was like a huge important part of it. Would I like to see him come back? I mean, honestly, yes, because considering that Schmacky is about to leave, or is reportedly going to be leaving at the end of this term, and he was never really it wasn't really a great vote of confidence when you tell someone that you're kind of like you have a year basically contract or 6 months or whatever it was end up being. That's not exactly the biggest vote of confidence in saying that we're going to go forward with you. We just need someone to be here. So,
but also at that level, you do, when people like him, it's like from what I sounded like, or what I heard, it sounds like Klopp. I mean, it happens a lot where a big company will lose a big part at the top, a highly paid director, the CEO, whatever it is, and there's a guy that's coming in, but he's also one of the best people in the business working for another huge company, because these people aren't a dime a dozen. Yeah. So it's going to be 4 months. He's going to be working at Apple for the next 6 months, and in 6 months he's going to come in and take over at Microsoft. So in that 6 months, you've got to get someone to come in and just like, you lay it on the line to him. It's like, look, there's a 6 month. You just say, look, there's a job for 6 months. Are you interested in doing it? Yeah. So you do it. It's him and Jurgen get on great. That's the best part of it. So he doesn't have to learn how to work with this guy, learn how to deal with him. It gets things done a lot more quickly. I mean, if fans are happy with him or what he did or whatever, I don't know. We're all happy with the window. George is here for the window. Did he do this deal? Did he not do that deal? I'm not really that interested in picking the bones apart on that one. And when he leaves, it's been kind of like been turned into a mocking joke that he's leaving in 6 months. He's on an interim contract. So yeah, he is. He's on a short-term contract, and then he's leaving, and then someone else is coming in. That's what's called planning forward planning.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't see that it's a pejorative term to say that he's on a short-term contract. It's the guy was good enough to work at Liverpool, and Jurgen Klopp, number one, trusts him. And okay, has this worked really nicely for Klopp? Yeah, because he's gotten someone in that's his mate, and he's getting a little bit more choice in the players he's want. So he's definitely had more of his picks this summer.
Right.
So that's definitely worked out nicely for Klopp. So he's not going to be complaining about that. He's not having to do, like we all know, the Edwards thing was. It was, yeah, you've got a manager being told what players to buy, and it's working out. We all know the famous story. He didn't want Salah, he wanted Brandt. Edwards wanted Salah. But there are also other stories where Klopp wanted a player, and he got that player.
Exactly.
Right.
It wasn't always Edwards won 100%. You know, but maybe when in 10 years' time, when Edwards' book has come out, Klopp's book has come out, and they're far enough away from the
From the team,
situation where
Yeah.
they can speak openly about it, and it doesn't matter because basically everyone that used to work there is gone now, and this kind of stuff you can say this is what went down and this is what went up. But in terms of those two guys, I mean, that dude's a physics professor, isn't he, Graham? Like he was the one doing the numbers. Edwards was at the top of the game, and we were flying. But how many times do you say like you don't go back?
No,
I mean, I'd rather the next Edwards and Graham. I prefer the next Edwards and Graham than like
Well, that's what we normally
even
normally
let
we
them.
end up hiring from within. Normally, we end up bringing in whoever was the whoever was their like second in command, or whoever was their second. We normally bring in that person to. I mean, whether it was Edwards second or with Ward, obviously Ian Graham's second. I'm gonna go blank on his name too. Can't think of his name off the top of my head, but yeah, it's normally the second in command, and the guy that took over for Ian Graham is a brilliant guy in itself. He used to work for NASA. Is like some aeronautical physicist or something along those lines. Went to Harvard and all those other things. Is really incredible person. I mean, look, FSG is in Boston, so MIT, Harvard, all those. There's plenty of. They got a think tank up there to go to delve into.
It is a bit brainy up there, all right, isn't it? It is a bit of a brain trust up there.
Enough brains
But
up
all
there
let's
to figure out.
yeah, like let's get Edwards and Graham to through their company to find the next guy. Now the DOF thing, the director of football, the Edwards thing, that's too important. That would need to be done now. But just get in the next. I mean, Brighton are doing it, Brentford, they're all doing it. It's not new. It's not unique to us.
Mm-hmm.
But look, I think FSG have shown they're always good at hiring good people. They haven't really hired many duds.
Yeah, agreed. So so this is the next topic that I want to definitely involve Nolante and especially Chris Angel on.
I don't think Nolante finished his point and stuff.
Oh, my fault. Nolante, did you have do you want to complete your point? Do you have more to add?
Yeah, sorry, man. Yeah, no problems. Appreciate it, please. No, all it is, what I was saying before in relation to George, which Brian was saying, the next Edwin, Zed, and Ian to come and run the club. I agree with that. At the same time, my point is with George, to me, he hasn't really, like I said, he hasn't really done much because Sabo and McAllister, the clauses were there, so they were accessible to do. We dilly-dallied all summer what we needed with a DM. You were supposed to then get the deals done. We were fluffing about with Placido and Lavia, who are two midfielders who were both, as good as they are, for me, both personally overrated. There's so many midfielders we could have got who were just as good, if not better, in my opinion. Kone and Turam, that's two, you know what I mean?
Okay.
And then the centre back, so I mean, the centre back again still wasn't done, and then again the last bit with Gravenberch, that was more Klopp than George. So my opinion is he's calm and he's done a little connects, but he hasn't really done much. That was my whole point of it, in terms of George. So whether it's Edwards, Ian, or someone else, we need a sporting director that will get the jobs done, get the deals done, and be more cost effective, be more militant as we did previously before all this malarkey in the summer. So that's my point.
Well, then this is a good segue then from that, and it's still connected. Um, so this is the report. Okay, Liverpool reportedly had a bid rejected for Andre before the English transfer window closed, but according to the Sun, they would not go beyond £30 million for him. Okay, it is often the case that deals involving Brazilian players heading to the Premier League do not get completed until the transfer window. This is seemingly the case with Andre at Fluminense, are unwilling to let him leave before this year's Copa Libertadores finishes in November. Bittencourt has now revealed that the club have an agreement with Andre that will see him stay until the end of the year, but that Fluminense chief has encouraged talks with Liverpool in December or January. In the case of Liverpool, I go even further. Liverpool's chief executive contacted me directly, and I replied to him, "My friend, I don't sell players now, and I don't deliver now. If you want to buy now to take in January, we can start talking. Or if you want to wait until December, and we can talk in December." So we're just talking about the sporting director, talking about the direction that we're going with a lot of these players. Um, I personally think that I understand the trepidation over Schmackey's inability, I guess you could say, to really get a lot of these to really finalize these deals, bring in a possible center back, bring in some other deals for us that would have cemented a lot of people's concerns for this year or for the club's direction. But having just heard that, and obviously Schmackey's probably a part of some part of this progress with Andre. Um, would you want is Andre the option that would make you say now I want to, because I know Chris is like our authority on South American football, but I want to just quickly allow Milante hearing that possibly we could go back in for him. I know 30 million is quote unquote our 30 million pounds is our quote unquote ceiling when it comes to the transfer, but if Andre was an addition to this team in January, would you still have the same opinion on Schmacky, or is it just too little, too late?
Talk about old schmacky poo. You know what? Even if we did, my opinion on George hasn't changed. But in terms of Andre, I mean, Chris, you can answer this for me better because when we first linked with him, I think I can't remember one game. I think it was an international game. I can't remember who. From what I saw from him, I wasn't impressed. But the more reports I'm reading from other Brazilian outlets, and again, there's a game that I saw in the Copa Libertadores. I can't remember which game it was, and he was excellent. Again, I can't remember the team.
Yeah, it's his
Forgive me,
last
so
game.
Chris, you could give me more insight.
The last game. I think
top man. Okay, anyone, but yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so from what I saw, I was pretty impressed. So if that's the case, if we get in January, then I think my mind would be like, all right, cool. So that's the DM sewn up, and then we can move further on forward to the centre back and right back situations, which maybe will be the next summer that we need, unless anyone else leaves.
Okay. So would the addition be something? And I'd like to hear Brian too, because we're gonna allow Chris to kind of be the anchor to our relay here. But
fourth leg, bring me home, Chris.
Exactly right.
We're definitely relying on Chris to finish this.
Yeah, Brian.
Yeah. Definitely.
So yeah, for Nilante and Brian, would his inclusion be kind of like, okay, this goes from, I don't know your rating for what you think our transfer window was for this year, but would this notch it up? Would this bump it up maybe one, if not two, points if we do get Andre in January, or is it still you're just settled on it was, I don't know, 6 out of 10, 4 out of 10, whatever number it is that you think it is, or maybe 8 out of 10, whatever you think it is. Does Andre move the needle, basically, is my question.
Oh, well, obviously he'd move it up, yeah. And I'll go with the classic 8.5.
Okay.
But no, I just think it's really bizarre that we didn't buy a central defender. So that would kind of stop it being a perfect window. But news. I haven't seen Andre play football live in a proper game, so I'm just relying on what I'm reading and what I'm hearing. And yeah, I'll watch it. Like I've watched because of all those kind of interesting stuff that's coming out. I've seen a lot of Fluminense stuff on YouTube and places like that, but not watching Andre and all that. But I've seen a couple of videos about him that make him look like a really top quality footballer, and I'm all for Liverpool signing top quality footballers.
Right.
If you could get someone like that people are talking about the future of the Brazilian midfield in his position, for what I can imagine, is not going to be much more than 30 million. They were talking about 20 million.
Yeah, exactly. They were talking about 20 million.
Yeah, this isn't one of those Endrick deals where we're paying 70 million quid to buy a kid into. This is small money. And we all want to see more of those. We've all been crying out for it. That's what everyone's been saying. Oh, we should do what Brighton does. We should go to South America and get these kids and get these young players. And yeah, we can go to South America because we're Liverpool. We don't have to. No disrespect to Caicedo, but we don't have to go to this. What we can cherry pick the best of them. We should be doing that more. Yeah, if he's as good as people say he is, then yeah, he moves the needle up. Definitely a full point.
Well, Nilante, did you want to add something before we give it to the fourth leg here?
Nah, I'm a team player. We'll give the fourth leg to Chris to ram it home. Pause.
I don't know about to make the man choke on his food.
I wish they got his food and everything. I want to know what the food is as well. More than anything else, I want to know what he's eating.
It's rice with macaroni salad, some chicken, some steak, and some ribs.
Oh wow! Okay.
It's like a barbecue mixed platter and stuff.
Nice.
Jeez, come on.
Nice.
I know. Come on, man. You gotta share. You gotta bring food to the table. You gotta at least share.
12 man, you're the closest to Chris anyway out of the two being bright. So yeah, you get there first. Yeah.
Well, by the time he gets, it's gonna be all moldy and stuff.
Yeah, that mac is going to be a bit.
You're gonna see a fork come from the side of the thing.
Yeah.
Thinking like this, like
But from what I've read, I think he's being quoted at 17 million for January.
17. 1-7.
Yeah, 17 million for January. Because
and this is pounds, right? 17 million pounds.
I think it's euros if I'm correct.
Wait, that makes so I'm confused.
Because so this summer he had a release clause for 40 million.
Okay.
Right. So I'm assuming the issue is Liverpool didn't want to trigger the 40 million because obviously 40 million you got to pay it up front.
Right.
You know how Liverpool likes to do the whole installment thing.
Yeah.
And blah blah blah, right? But apparently, because of one of the contracts he had or whatever, there was kind of in a gentleman's agreement that they will let him leave depending his performances in regards to the Copa Libertadores or whoever comes in. There will be an agreement, a gentleman's agreement, to let him go because of his loyal service or whatever for about 20 million or something like that. I don't know if it's true or not, but there's just rumors apparently. Do I think he's good? Yeah, I think he's good. Would he help us? Yes. But what I'm actually waiting for, to be honest, is for the Copa Libertadores to end, because there's another 6 that plays for Boca Juniors.
Yes.
That he's going under the radar.
Yes.
And I want to see who wins the Copa Libertadores to kind of change my mind in a way, because I think you can get this other player for a lot more cheaper because he's just going under the radar right now that no one's talking about him. I think.
You talking about Redondo?
Oh no, Redondo. No, he plays for juniors. He's not in the Copa Libertadores.
My fault.
His father played professionally. I don't know if you guys know and stuff.
Fernando Redondo.
Yeah,
he was unreal. He was unbelievable.
God, quality, old school.
Yeah. So his son.
That turn on the line at Old Trafford.
Oh yeah, that's a classic game.
His son plays for a club in Argentina, juniors, but they got eliminated. But he's being quoted for 5 million or something like that.
I've heard a few people mention his name, to be fair, but I actually thought he was in Italy. But I did, and so he plays DM. He plays the same position as his
Yeah,
dad, like a.
but he reminds me a lot. Like he's not like what would you say, a six, like a dominant six. He's more of a very technical, very flamboyant six. He reminds me a lot of like Busquets in the way he like glides.
Yeah,
In the field,
that's who I
the way
that's
he
who
like
I
glides on the pitch.
yeah. On my I did a piece on some players that I thought youth players, young players that are someone under the radar that we could possibly go after that wouldn't break the bank, wouldn't are playing in leagues that aren't necessarily like the biggest leagues in the world, but playing for good teams. And he was one of the players that I
Yeah,
put on there. The player I referenced is Busquets as
yeah,
being the
but
player.
the player I was referring to, the one that we should kind of like. I would wait to make a decision just because I just want to see that final. It would be he plays for Boca Juniors, the only Argentinian team in the tournament left. So
Mhm.
right now I think the semis is in November or in October if I'm correct. Um, but the player is called Ezequiel Fernandez. He plays for Boca Juniors. He's a six.
Hmm.
He's actually pretty good.
Do you know what's his market value right now? I understand transfer market is
Yeah, I
just
don't.
like a loose interpretation of what it would be.
Transfer market has him as 5 million right now.
Okay.
So
yeah, I think Redondo, the player I was speaking of earlier, is like around like same. He's like possibly like even less. I think he's like 2-3 million actually.
But
yeah,
like
I mean that's peanuts. That's peanuts
but like
in
Brian
the market
said,
today.
we need to start targeting that market. You know what I mean? Like it's cheap.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like even if he doesn't work out, I'm pretty sure a club in Europe, because he comes for Liverpool, let's say for example, you can flip him for double. So if you buy him for 5, you're gonna find a club that's gonna be willing to pay 10.
Right.
You cover your losses in a way. So that's why we need a sporting director in place that's adventurous, that's willing to go into that market and take a risk. So
yeah, you know what though too. So the one thing, and I got I got a lot of like pushback on this, and being you guys are in the UK and being you're in actually the EU, Brexit, I was told, really put a different approach on. I know they've changed. They're starting to try to change the rules because of the impact of Brexit. But because of Brexit, it made getting getting these players from overseas and getting them a work visa a little bit more difficult.
No, I think it's the other way around, 12th man, because I find it, from what I'm reading, and the players that are actually coming from South America to Europe, or like England, for example, is a lot easier for them.
Oh, really?
See, yeah, because it's all about points, right? So like,
right.
It's about one.
Your caps with your international team, your things such that all play into it.
Yeah, so it's like caps are how much you play for international team. Caps are how much you play for your actual team, and then 2 is depending the competition the team's in. So, for example, in South America, the Champions League and the Copa Libertadores is the equivalent of what the Champions League is. So when you go for your visa, they look at that. Okay, your team is part of Copa Libertadores. Okay, how many minutes have you played? And stuff. Mm-hmm. So, for example, you look at, Martinelli had no issue to get his visa, but he was a 17-year-old. Because the team was in Copa Libertadores, he was able to get a visa. So you look at, for example, like Caicedo, for example, he had no issue as well. So it's a lot. It's one about doing your research as well as a club, and making sure you get a player that's able to get a visa and stuff. You don't want to repeat a situation like that kid we had years ago, the Brazilian kid. Remember Alan? So
Alan.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, I think it's easier now, in my opinion, but it just depends on where you get the player from and how much caps he has, et cetera, et cetera.
So what are your feelings about that, Brian? And what are your feelings about that, Nalante? Whichever one of you want to jump in on that one.
Neil, do you want to go?
Yeah, it's not much really, to be honest, 12 man, on that situation. I kind of echo a lot what my thoughts, exactly what Chris was saying. So it's just again, it's a far-fetched situation. It's a catch-22, but it's just looking about the broader perspective of things, really. And again, I'm just kind of seeing what is out there to grab, really, in my opinion.
Because the big issue with me, and Brian, you can comment on this too, is that we only had two places left for international players, non-homegrown players on our roster. I know Gravenberch doesn't necessarily take up a spot like that because he just makes it under the 21 threshold. So we technically could or still have two places on our roster that we can utilize for non-homegrown. That's obviously going to be, if we do go for Andre, for instance, that could be Andre.
Is it true? I'm sorry to cut you off. Is it true we like unregistered Adrian for the Europa League?
Oh, I don't know.
Apparently, we unregistered him to register Doak.
Yeah, he's registered. He's on the list.
Oh wait, Adrian's on the list, or
yeah, Adrian he's registered for Europa.
Okay, because I read something about like he got unregistered to register Doak or something like that, or I don't know if that's true or not.
Yeah. I know that he takes up a spot on our roster as as an international player, because he doesn't qualify as a homegrown player.
Nope.
No, he doesn't.
So that's interesting. I mean, I know everyone has different takes on Adrian. I understand that he is definitely someone that gets a lot of shtick, to say the least, on our club.
He's living the life.
In his defense, the guy did get us some silverware. So
he's living the life, man. He's getting like 50,000 pounds a week, chilling.
I know.
That's the best life, man. I can't even fault him for it.
But I think he's doing more than just chilling. He does. I mean, I've seen him in practice. He is active in practice. He is so to say if he's ever needed to be called on. But it helps that my emphasis has always been, it helps to have veteran presence in the locker room. It helps to have good, positive veteran presence in the locker room. I understand that it helps if they play or if they're actually good, obviously. But, even if you're not exactly an everyday player, it does help to have someone that understands all the rigors and is able to help some of our youthful players be able to, mitigate how to get through tough waters when they go into what is a professional life, and it's difficult.
Well, I'm going to back you up here, 12 man, because I know you like the positivity thing, and it's going to be one simple. But look at who's the third choice goalkeeper at Manchester City for the last 10 years. It's been either Scott Carson, who's about 38 now, or before that it was Richard Wright. Now they were sorted there because they were both homegrown, but it goes completely under the radar. But the third goalkeeper spot at a Premier League club is one of the most specialised positions out there, because they have, you were joking about it, they are actually basically coaches. Their job is, there's a reason they're always 35 and 36 if you can get them to be, because their whole job is to be part of the training with the two goalkeepers and the third goalkeeper. Everything that they do, all the stuff, all the drill, all the things they do is massively important.
Right.
Now, ideally, that guy Adrian will be English and he'd be homegrown, but anyway, that's just, you could talk about that all day, but that it is a highly specialised position. There's a reason why Tom Heaton is at United, 35, 36-year-old. They're not expected to play, basically. And Chris is right. It's one of the best jobs in the world. You're getting paid about 40, 50 grand a week not to have to play football. And just go to training every day. And they are hugely influential on the people that are coming through. And the other two people will always say, "Oh, he's massively important." But the homegrown thing is that would be better if he was English. That would be much better. That would be ideal.
But our third goalkeeper, technically, I mean, the youth that we got from Brazil, you would think that he's probably helping immensely with his progress.
He's
Yeah.
gonna become homegrown, right? Like because we got him so young, he's gonna be homegrown, right?
Yeah, I think he qualifies under the homegrown rule.
Peter
Due
Luga,
to
right? His
age.
name?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just
Yeah,
age
he's in a
alone.
long.
Yeah, it'll be
Is
similar to
Tafarel still?
it'll be similar to Lavia's
That's it, Brian.
situation.
Hmm.
It'll be similar to the Lavia situation where he just like automatically whenever he does, whenever he does turn 21, he'll just automatically become a homegrown because he's been. I think it's like what is it 2 years you have to be with the academy?
No,
I think
3. I think it
2 or 3.
I think it's 3 years. I think correct before the
Under
age.
the age of
No.
Yeah. So he'll
what is it 21? You have to. Is it 3 years under the age of 21 or 19? It must be. It'll be 21.
yeah probably
It's one of those two. It's one of those two, but
Yeah.
yeah
But
that'll
like
help.
just with the other thing you were saying, you are right. It is the Brexit thing. It has actually made it much easier to sign South American players. It has the way it's messed. Like it's much harder for people who live in. Now I don't live in it. I'm not in the UK. I'm in Ireland, so we're not part of Brexit, even though it does
Right.
affect our country. But because we're the only place that has a hard border with England, well, a land border,
Right.
through Northern Ireland, but
Right.
we're not part of the UK. So, but Brexit it has made it harder for people who are European to live and work in England.
Mhm.
Basically, yeah, that's what they left the EU, they left the European Union, so they're completely separate from that now. So now, whereas before you could just, if you were in the EU, you could just move to England because it's all part of the EU and you could live and work. Like I could go and I used to work there, but now I'd need visas and I'd need to qualify and all this kind of stuff. But due to one of those things, like yeah, I don't know the details of, but I do know that one of the offsets from it has now meant that yeah, like you remember Chris and the lads, like the Brazilian boys always had to come to Europe via Shakhtar because
exactly.
the Ukraine wasn't in the EU, so they could go there and get a visa because they played in the Champions League or they played in a higher league, and then they could move to a Premier League club. Now they don't have. Now basically the way you look at it is we can just go. They can just go straight from Brazil to England. That's one of the offsets from it to make that easier. But again, like Chris was saying, you do have to have those like points basically.
Like even like now, like typically too, like what South Americans do is like because also it's a lot more easier transition. They'll go to Portugal.
Right. Oh, a lot of South American talents going to Portugal now.
They'll go to Spain, exactly, and then get their visas, get their stuff situated. Now they'll make that big move over. So
because I'm assuming it was easier like the Portugal because Portugal and Brazil they have that link. I think it was obviously a lot easier for from Brazil. Yeah, they were, but in terms of it was easier for Portuguese and Brazil to get visas, I'd imagine, because of the links and stuff, and they could get there first. But yeah, now the English clubs they can just go there and buy those players, and I'm assuming that 17. That sounds to me like that's a $20 million release clause. So people are saying it's £17 million. That's a $20 million for a guy like that. Even if it doesn't work, it works.
That's the thing about it. It's like, yeah, a lot of people have to understand too. And I'd love to hear your opinion on this, Nulante. Like, I know people have been, lamenting about, for instance, the 16 million that we paid for Endo, or if we do end up paying 20 million for Andre, or if we end up going possibly, who knows, if we end up going for like a player that you mentioned earlier from Boca Juniors, for the 5 million or 10 million that we might have to end up spending on a player that ends up being a prospect. That's peanuts in this market today, considering that, like, so for instance, and this is before we get into the next topic, but Jadon Sancho, I don't want to necessarily go too deep into this because I'd love to have he could have his own separate episode. But I mean, considering
12 man, will you bring him to Liverpool?
I don't know. There was a time when I would have said yes, but anytime anytime you hear that someone's work rate or commitment to practice, and trust me, I'm a huge AI fan. Okay, I have like his jerseys, I have everything. I'm a big AI guy. But we're talking about practice, as he would say.
You're talking about Iverson, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Talking about practice. Now, I know you guys might not be NBA fans in the chat or even on the panel, but
Well,
you know, that was a term that they said.
Wait, are you quoting Ted Lasso right now? You talking about practice?
No. AI said that, and
Oh.
there was an interview that AI had to do during. He was getting, he gotten called out by the coach, and he gotten reprimanded for for
I remember
his efforts or something in practice, and then the
he was
journalist brought it up. The
Yeah, he
journalist
was
brought it up.
like, I'm a professional athlete. I don't need to practice or something.
Yeah, he's like, he's like, not a game. We're talking about practice. That was the quote. But it is concerning, wouldn't you say, Nante, if a player doesn't really want to commit to even practice? Like if you're a professional and you don't even want to really put the extra effort, you can say what you want about Divock, but I mean, I heard that Divock actually was pretty decent at practice, And it's possibly the reason why he actually ended up getting some of the extra looks or the extra.
I heard Hazard as well was really bad in practice as well, but look at Hazard in the pitch though. I think it has a lot to do with like you quote, Tough Man. It's all about like the harmony, right, in the squad.
Yes,
it's all about the unity. It has to do a lot with the manager and stuff, and like at the end of the day, man, if you have the right people in place, man, and you'll go to war with people, man. You know what I mean, with certain people, and I think that's the blessing of having a squad like we do, right? But I used to downplay it a lot because I'm just a very negative person, but I'm very cutthroat. You know what I mean? But it's good to know that our squad has some type of level of harmony. They're willing to go to battle for one another. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
And that's something, when you look at Sancho, he is young.
Yeah.
He might not be young anymore, but
he's 23 or is he 24?
I don't know. He's around there, but he's 23, so he's still considered. He can still win the Young Player of the Year, technically speaking. He's 23.
Bit of a joke that Young Player of the Year thing to 23. I mean, it's like, come on, man.
Yeah, 21, man. 21, man.
Exactly.
Yeah, I know, but
yeah, it's their policy. Yeah,
but he seemed like a player that needs to be nurtured, man. To be honest,
exactly.
So
exactly.
That it's just that, but yeah, go on, guys.
Just to
Milante, would you take him?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm not fooled by all that Man United business. That maybe there's some element of truth. I mean, again, come on, man. This guy was cooking at Dortmund. I mean, he can't. He's not a dead player overnight. And yeah, Man United ain't been great. He hasn't been great, but
he's had the same problems at Dortmund, though. Keep in mind,
really, in terms of training.
As in terms of training, yes.
Really.
In terms of training and showing up to practice and stuff and being late to practice. Yes.
Okay. All right. Well, if I recall, there's one great player in the Premiership, Eden Hazard. He wasn't good at training. Look how he balled out in matches. So, So I mean, hey,
I don't know if Hazard is the best example to use, considering
the direction his career went. Don't go there. Don't go there, Tough Man. Don't go there.
Yeah, don't man. Listen, man. Listen. So I mean, this whole Ten Hag thing. I mean, listen, I'll take it with a pinch of salt because I mean, there's an element in truth in both sides, but everyone will go with the manager, of course. But let me tell you something, man. If Sancho's in Liverpool, man, he'll be cooking. Klopp will fix him up. Trust me. He will cook in our team. All that ability, he wouldn't go to waste. That's all I'm gonna say.
Tough Man, like you say, bro. Everyone just needs love, man, and he just needs. Something. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, like, look, I think that Klopp has an incredible ability, and it's a different ability to being a father figure for a lot of these players and being recognized as such. I know that some players don't necessarily gravitate towards that type of character, and I know that type of role or that type of coach set, isn't exactly the accepted, coach type of coach that you see in today's, especially considering how much these players are making. Keep in mind, he's making £350,000 a week.
Who?
Jadon Sancho
Really?
is making £350,000
Yeah.
a week.
He's Gucci. He's Gucci right now.
Yeah.
It's been reported that it's been the relationship has soured so greatly that they are considering terminating the contract or doing some type of buyout. I guess you would have to do most likely.
They have to now. Like
Yeah.
no disrespect to like certain people.
It doesn't make sense.
It
doesn't make sense.
Yeah, it doesn't, because when you really sit there and think about it, like you got to keep stuff within house. I truly believe that, man.
So do you think that Seven Hog is doing the wrong thing?
All right, so I know people are gonna bring up all Sir Alex Ferguson, and bro, you have to come with the times, bro. This is a different time. Like people are more softer and per se as it is now. I for example, like the way obviously they're completely different, but the way I was raised and compared to, I can't raise the kids the way I was raised as a kid. It just,
No, well, that yeah.
No,
Trust me, neither can I.
everyone can attest to that.
I think we'd be in jail or something.
Yeah, exactly. So you have to move on with the times and stuff. Was it correct for pretty much him throwing him under the bus? Not really. But then as a manager, as a manager, or as a people person, or because as a manager you have to be a people person, right? You have to be able to communicate, and I think Ten Hag lacks the communication skills for a kid his age, or his vibe, or his energy and stuff. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You have to be able to communicate. Is this a conversation? Is this a conversation they've been having throughout months or weeks? Maybe.
There's a gap. There's a big gap though nowadays, and I'm going to sound old by saying this, but I think there's a big gap nowadays when it comes to. You brought up Sir Alex, for instance. There's a big gap when it comes to the acceptance of a player being accepting what the word it used to be. The word was whatever the coach's word was law.
Law, yeah. Exactly.
But nowadays, my point of bringing up the 350K is that nowadays some of these players at that young of age are making more than quote unquote your boss.
Yeah. Yeah, but that's the thing.
It's going to have an effect. You're going to hear some guy telling you, "Hey, you need to do this. Hey, I want you to do that. Hey, I need you to do all these different things so you can get playing time." And yet you're making more money than Jadon Sancho's making more money, or if not the same amount of money as Mo Salah.
Yeah, he is.
But this kid, let that resonate for a second.
Yes, it's crazy, but it is what it is. That's just the way the game is
That's
now.
not right.
It's the way the game is now. But at the same time, I think, like I said, that shit should have been kept in house.
Mm-hmm.
That's just me. Like you got to keep that stuff in house. You don't show people your laundry. You don't.
You're right. No, that's what, like, I'm older than like Chris, like, and the first thing back in the day before everything was, like say out on display. Whenever someone would say, "What do you think about this? What do you think about that?" First thing I was like, "Look, we just keep that in house. You just keep that stuff in house. That's
Right.
it. If there's problems with players, if there's issue now, not like some of the stuff that's inevitably ends up in court, like, but yeah, like Sancho. Again, there's two sides to that story. Apparently, he is a bit of a dick and whatever, but I mean, they made sure the whole world knew that he was being sent to Amsterdam, and not only was he being sent there for kind of special, it wasn't like sometimes they send these guys for specialist training after particular injury, and the best player in the world is in this place. So they made sure everyone knew that he was going there for basically on a retreat. I don't know if you know what a retreat is.
Last year, right?
Yeah, and they made sure everyone that was all in the press that he was going there not just to get himself physically fit. And there was a quote that was out there saying he was going there to understand how to play football again. And all of this was out there. And it's like, if this is true, if it's not true, it doesn't matter. It's just like the kid is reading all this. And yeah, if he's like Pep let him go for a reason. Like I'd add him to a list. There's a list of guys that we missed out on, right? There's a list of guys that we missed out on, right?
Mm-hmm.
Especially because of Klopp and Jeremy. We missed out on Pulisic. How did that work out? We missed out on Havertz. How did that work out? We missed out on Sancho. How did that work out? We missed out on Bono. How did that work out? Right? All these, there's one more as well. I can't remember who it is. All these players that were going to be coming, I guarantee Klopp wanted Werner, and there's absolutely no doubt that
missed out on Doku too.
A Werner at Liverpool or a Sancho at United going to Liverpool instead, definitely some of these guys work out better. But I guarantee there's a couple of them that potentially the likes of Sancho, that Klopp knows these guys inside out from Dortmund. And if they're saying, like you were talking about earlier on, and there's a thing that came out, you'll know this, Neil, no dickheads policy.
Mm-hmm.
It's called a no dickheads policy. You probably heard that phrase before. And this is a thing that they adopt in business now. They adopt in, and it's just a simple way of saying no toxic people. We can like you don't need toxic people. There's only 11 people that can play, so you don't get.
I wish we could apply that to our fan base, but that's another story, I guess. But
yeah, maybe that's why we swerved Sancho, because we knew he had issues like that. But if he was good enough and he came to Liverpool, look at all that talent he had. Look at the numbers he was putting up at Dortmund.
Right. Yeah.
If
that's what Nilante was saying too. I mean,
Nilante was saying he's not a dead player, but listen, he's gone to the graveyard that is Old Trafford, so he's kind of. So maybe he gets reanimated.
I call it a cesspool, but I mean, like.
Well, yeah, Chelsea is the striker's graveyard, so you can't judge any striker that goes to Chelsea because it's a striker's graveyard, right?
Yeah.
So, anyone that goes to that, and again, with the Ten Hag thing, like that guy, he's not a 43-year-old new kid off the block type, but that guy's like 53, 54. He's not a new manager. He's been around a long time. And he hasn't really achieved that much. He had that great season with Ajax. He's gone to the biggest club in the world when you're talking about being under a microscope for every little thing that happened. He's had to deal with Greenwood, and now he's having to deal with Anthony, Harry Maguire, Cristiano Ronaldo. All these things. Welcome to Manchester United.
But that's the reason why. So, for instance, it's the reason why the Brighton coach. I know everyone's really like high on his they have him high on their wish list as being a possible next coach for a lot of different clubs. I know he's now the talk of the town, and I'm not saying that he's not a good coach. I'm not saying that he can't deal with everything else. Whatever we're talking about, but it is a different level when you're trying to deal with people at Brighton as opposed to having to deal with people at a Liverpool or a Manchester United or a Chelsea. The same as you're just referencing for the Ajax move, it's a whole different world when you have to deal with the amount of players and the amount of egos that you're going to have to deal with, at those teams. And that's why I can't stress this enough about how a lot of the harmony that we see on this team is because I don't know if you guys have noticed it too, but I think Klopp has taken on a Phil Jackson style approach towards this Zen thing. Like he gave, apparently the report was when he was in the locker room and we were down, when we were down, I think it was Newcastle that we were down 1-0 in the locker room. He get to the point where he said, "Hey, you know what? This is a story. Think about this. This could be a story you tell your grandchildren. This is something. Go out there and think about what the story could be. Basically, I'm paraphrasing what the story could be that you could actually send and bring to your grandchildren by what you display in the second half." And it was something where like he's kind of gotten to that point where he's just kind of like football's important, but life is important. Family's important. I'm gonna bring in John to this conversation, Glasgow Red, as well.
Pick up,
John,
mate.
how you doing?
I'm not too bad, mate. Pick up. Thank you very much for having me on.
Yeah,
And
pleasure, pleasure.
hope the rest of you guys are all well. And
Absolutely.
Brian, I seen you come on after me on Cabbage. Mate, you're funny as fuck. You're funny, mate.
Well, look, we're Irish.
Exactly. We're Irish, mate. We both have the same sense of humor. But the one thing I will say to you guys, have you even seen the interview, the Mo Salah interview?
The Most Salah interview?
Yeah.
No, I haven't seen the Most Salah interview just yet.
You haven't seen it? No.
No.
Mo Salah is pretty much said in an interview on video that I want to stay at Liverpool Football Club until the
Oh,
end.
okay. Hey, John, wait, hold on, hold that thought because that's the next topic. That's definitely the next topic.
Right.
We'll get into that's where we're gonna definitely, we can't forget about the King of Egypt, but we were talking about Sancho at least in this portion, at least what the differences and how like the perplexities that it takes to be a coach, how it takes is a difficult juggling aspect of things when you have to bring on being having to take on the press, having to take on obviously it's not even so much the press. It used to be in like the 90s and the 80s. Yes, you could hear fans, but it wasn't the same. Fans didn't have the same power and voice that they had with social media. Now, how often do we see these pundits or people like being brought onto these platforms that are much like myself, like just have a YouTube channel or well known on Twitter or something like that. Now all of a sudden, a lot more fans have those presences. So we're talking about how the dynamics are difficult when you have a Jadon Sancho versus a Seven Hog. Okay, right. And it's like, who do you side with? Like, do you side with the coach? Obviously, because he's taking the team perspective,
yes.
Or do you side with the player, who's who's looking at it? I mean, Sancho literally said he was called himself a scapegoat, But we've seen coaches sometimes go too far, like a Mourinho would sometimes take it way too far, to the point where you might be enhancing that person's mental health deterioration, and mental health is an important aspect of it as well. I mean, the coaches have it as well as the players, obviously.
Yeah. The one thing I will say in terms of the Man United situation, at the minute, now we've had the Mason Greenwood stuff. We're now hearing about Anthony stuff. Now we're hearing about Jordan Sancho coming out against the manager. We hear the manager coming out against his own players. The team has now been taken off the market, is no longer for sale. What we can say is that club is an absolute mess. It is in a mess. They've just dealt with the Greenwood situation. Now they're having to deal with the Anthony situation. And apparently, the club doctors have tried to cover this up.
Mm-hmm.
It's all allegations. I don't know if it's true. Nobody knows that it's true. It's all allegations, but it is bad allegations to be made against a club.
Mm-hmm.
And don't forget about Maguire, John. They were trying to get rid of him a good.
Yes. So, the actual club is in a mess at the minute. I don't know how they come back from this.
You're talking about Manchester United?
Yes.
Yeah. I agree. No, Manchester United has a SHIT storm brewing for sure. Okay. You never know. There might be kids tuning in. So, but they have definitely a storm brewing with, the reports about the Anthony reports that are now coming out, obviously this situation.
Yeah. I read about that too.
That's ugly, especially if it's the alleged reports about them, covering it up so that and
which they have obviously coming out and denied, by the way. They have a statement, obviously, but just to say that they have. Yeah, just to say that they have come out and denied that it ever happened.
But we have seen Man United deny things in the past.
Exactly. Of
Still
course they
turn
were.
out to be true.
Yeah.
So them as denying it doesn't really
No, but
mean much, really.
it just shows that they're acknowledging it. They're coming out on the PR. But yeah, they were always going to come out and say no, because that looks again. It's like you think on it's speculation.
The actual football club at the minute are in a complete and utter mess.
Absolutely.
Now, in terms of Anthony, Anthony cost 90 million.
It was 90 million, right, John?
Yeah.
90
90
million?
million.
Crazy.
Something like that there. Crazy money anyway. Now, if Mason Greenwood was dropped because of his short,
mixed into the
Anthony,
mixed Greenwood into that mix.
yeah,
I mean, they
Anthony
have a
needs to
real
be
problem.
dropped.
Yeah,
Anthony needs to be suspended on the spot. He has to be. Yes, he cost 90 million. I understand that. But he has to be dropped on the spot.
He's Ten Hag's boy, and it came out and it has come out that
his golden child
in the voting system that was basically who was in favor of reintegrating Greenwood and who wasn't. Ten Hag was all for it. He wanted him back in the squad. That's out there now.
I don't understand that because
I know. Ten Hag is not.
This is gossip right here.
I know that
And
is.
we're talking about the no dickheads policy. This is the opposite of the no dickheads policy. They are not screening the people that they're bringing into the club. They're not screening these characters properly.
This is a soap opera.
Is that going to put future?
It's Man United is a soap opera. Yeah.
Will that put future players off joining their club? Because then they've stuck by Greenwood, which is now a joke. If that was say toxic, that was Salah or Allison or Van Dijk who got accused of that, I want them sacked on the spot. Any of my players get accused of anything like that, I want them sacked on the spot.
It is interesting though how I've seen a lot, whether it's the coach as you just brought up, or whether it's ownership, whether it's obviously their PR people, but it's extremely interesting to see some of the fans of the club that have wavered back and forth, whether it's the Mason thing or whether it's on obviously now with Anthony, or whether it's with a lot of these fans have now like taking these approaches where yes, you are innocent until proven guilty. Let's say that, to say the least, but because I mean you can have a situation like you had in City where you had the Mendy situation where you're out of football for 2 years. Your livelihood, your ability to and your window of opportunity to play is short, and 2 years of that window have been taken away by something that he was found not guilty on. But you also got to say to yourself, hey,
that was crazy as well. That Mendy situation, how it unraveled.
Yeah.
But
and he was locked up too. He wasn't on bail. He was locked up. He was in prison away.
He was in prison, exactly.
Yeah, he was 2 years in prison away. Right.
Sorry, guys. In terms of Mason Greenwood, we all seen the video. We all seen the pictures. You can't fake a video and you can't fake them pictures. I'm sorry. Whether he was found guilty in a court of law is beside the point. The man is guilty of doing what he did. We all seen the video and we all seen the pictures. He's guilty.
Yeah.
Therefore, to me personally, the guy should never play football ever again in his life.
Your ability to play football isn't a right; it's a privilege, and that's something that people have to consider and understand. And
yeah, I don't know. It's a sensitive topic because he's still with the missus, right? Greenwood's still with his
Yeah,
They're
they have a
like,
child. I believe they have a. I
yeah,
believe they have a
so
child.
it's
The,
just,
the, the missus is pregnant a minute, but Angel,
yeah. What's
Chris
up?
Angel,
What's up?
what what does money buy you?
Can buy you anything, to be honest.
It can buy your freedom.
Yeah,
I mean, he's got a shitload of cash. The
yeah,
girl dropped the charges. Her father told her to drop the charges.
yeah. It's a sensitive topic, man. Like, to be honest, like,
No, it is a very sensitive topic. It is, but we can't all deny we've seen the proof, we've seen the evidence,
well,
and you cannot fake a video. You can't. You maybe fake a photo, yes, but you cannot fake the video.
I Hey, I mean, there's deep fakes. There's a lot of stuff they can do nowadays with when it comes
yeah.
to with video. You know, sometimes it's kind of crazy that you can't sometimes even trust your own eyes when you see
Yeah.
things nowadays. But
No,
look,
there's no excuse for that.
there's not but there's some things that are just you just can't necessarily deny. But yeah, hey, Chris and I live in America, so you know we've seen some things go down
Yeah.
Yeah,
that make you
yeah.
go.
Even
That scratch
even
my head.
Well,
even
yeah,
even
you
even
guys
when
have a different baseline.
yeah, even when I was in the service and stuff, like the stuff we saw in the field, like it's yeah, man. I don't know, man. A lot of, like I said, it's a very sensitive topic, to be honest.
Yeah.
Exactly. When you're talking about things like that, it's
It's sensitive, man.
like,
Yeah,
but just in terms of what Chris is saying, like with the fact that she went back to him, it is I think it's 75% of women who are abused by someone will
Yeah.
return to a relationship with them,
yeah, toxic
um,
relationship. Yeah,
and they'll go back and things like. So you're getting into that kind of stuff. But one of the things that I thought that Man United showed how badly run they were was that they were being pressed for a decision on Greenwood in the middle of the summer, and they released a statement saying that they were waiting to make a decision because basically there's a whole cadre of people at United that were given the opportunity to vote on that. But it sounds like there was so everybody got a chance. Everyone on the board voted, captain voted on basically, do you want Greenwood back, yes or no? And one of those people that was allowed to vote on was the women's team, the Man United women's team. And they were being asked, "What are you doing with Greenwood?" It's the middle of the summer, and they released a statement saying they weren't going to be able to make a decision until because there were so many women's players at the World Cup that they weren't going to be able to make a decision until they came back. So basically, making it sound like the women's team were holding up the whole process, like these women over here, typical, and also that they had what sounded like a deciding vote because when they came back, then they would have a vote, and then everyone would know the decision. So if you're an online troll and you want to hate on someone for Greenwood getting fired, blame the women's team. I mean, that was so tone deaf and so stupid. That just
yeah,
shows you how badly run that club is. That they thought they could release a statement like that, and I mean, it's just the people running that gaff are in. I mean, John, like the Glazers, man. I know your stance on FSG, but these boys are a different level of stupid. Like they're bleeding everything out of that club, and they're doing stuff like this. Like they haven't.
No, the army they are, but the one thing I will say, I don't think it's talked about enough. Yes, I'm not saying the Glazers are good owners; they're shit owners. But the one thing we can't say is that they don't spend money. Leaders clearly still spend money
Yeah.
and big money at that. So we can't turn and go. They don't spend money. They only spend 40 million a summer or whatever. They spend big dough. 90 million
But what's it got
handfully.
them? What have they won? What I mean,
It doesn't
we
matter
won
what they
Champions
win.
League.
It
They're
doesn't matter
spending
if
it
they
badly,
win.
though.
if I'm
You
correct,
must
No,
agree they're spending it badly.
I
they're spending their money badly, but they're still spending. The difference between FSG and Edmonds is FSG don't spend any money. Glazers clearly spend money every single time. Now I see 12 man laughing, smiling there.
No,
No,
I
no.
just don't want to get. I don't want to. We were trying to make.
So
I mean, not
I'm
as
not
a
going to
hot
go into
topic. I know it's a hot
American
topic.
history
I
and
don't want to
everything
get into
else.
that
I'm
history.
not
That's
going to
all.
go into that because I did 12 man actually open my eyes and made me realize saying certain stuff can be disrespectful to certain people in different countries, and
Right.
I
Yeah.
apologize for that. So
Right.
I'm not going to go into all that there from that. But in terms of a great Mason Greenwood situation in Anthony's situation, if you're a woman playing for Manchester United, right, and you're seeing this being approved by a club, agreed on by a club, and accepted by a club, would you want to be playing for that club? I would
Hey,
not blame if every single one of them women walked out of that team and turned said, I'm not playing for you ever again
I can.
until he is
It's a
sacked.
it's a really it's a like I said like we said it's a very techie conversation because what John is saying kind of he's the man is speaking facts currently.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like it's very like and this what gets me sick because I have kids. I don't know
Yeah.
if you guys have kids. I
Yeah,
have one.
I have a daughter.
Yeah,
That's
you
what
know,
pisses me off.
I have kids. I have my wife. Like, if I get a phone call from my wife or someone doing something to her at work, or I would excuse my, I will kill someone. You know what I mean?
Right.
So I don't know. I just don't understand people's mindset. And like Jean Grey just said it.
Hmm.
What everyone has for you have to have consequences for what you do. It just seems like there was no consequence for the man's actions.
Right.
You know,
No,
He
like
was
that
getting
that's.
paid 75 grand. He was getting paid his 75 grand a week the whole time. He was basically on
it's a
what
it's a
a suspension or whatever it was. He was still getting his 75 grand a week.
Right.
I mean, come on, I don't make 75 grand in 2 fucking years. Like, come on.
Right.
And this
No.
guy is, these. I mean, it's not a poor Mason thing. It's not like he did what he did. Like if my friend sent me a picture of that, this is what
What happened? Right.
John did to me. It's like, well, we all know what happened. Yeah, look, life goes on, and you make your own decisions after that. But at the highest level, Man United looked at him as first of all, he's an asset on the balance sheet.
an asset.
All
Yeah.
players are assets on the balance sheet. They're all valued, they're all added in, and it's like Sabazlai is an asset on our balance sheet right
Hmm.
now. And also, he would be considered an elite goal scorer. Like I've seen that kid finish chances, and he's top flight level.
Gifted. He's
So,
gifted.
He's
uh,
gifted. Sure.
And
finishing, like there's not many finishers. We talking about pure finishers. This kid is a finisher, and that's worth 100 million quid. Now he's gone and
No.
thrown his career down the toilet, but this is why you get a player like it. It makes the Ten Hag decision is like he's making a football decision, and that's just showing his character that he has no interest in what else is going on. He's looked at the player and thought,
Mhm.
"I want him in my team. Can we get away with it?"
And I get that. But we were speaking on something earlier too about how, oh well, like why are these people choosing to go to get these players? What are these players still doing on this team? What are these, the players themselves, have to hold accountability as well. Obviously, just like you said about the comment that Gene made about, you're screwing up your life, by doing what you're doing and not taking responsibility.
do you think
But
12 man? A quick question is going
mhm,
to touch on the subject, and Brian can chip on it too. You just brought up the whole money situation. How Man United pays these players enormous amount of money. Do
right,
you think?
Stefano has a great comment too.
And do you think? And I'm not saying this is an excuse because it's not an excuse because I have sons. I have two boys, and I'm trying to raise them to be great gentlemen, and
Right.
I have a beautiful wife. But do you think? Because I know I'm not really religious at all, but I know they say money is the root of all evil.
Yeah.
And do you think that can be I don't even think that's a reason, But do you think that can be a reason for these kids? Because that's all you hear nowadays. These kids beating on girls or being aggressive, and
Mhm,
it's
mhm.
kind of getting ridiculous at this point.
Look, it is ridiculous. It is ridiculous the stages and levels that we've gotten to. The entitlement that money brings you. The fact that you can always, if it seems like in a sense that you can always pay, you can buy your redemption rather than actually do redemption, do
Mhm.
some type of making amends for your failures or for your mistakes. I was going to also just bring up to this as well, though, is that we were bringing up about these players, but you know money is a big determinant, obviously, because for instance, what is Bellingham doing going to a Real Madrid? What is Vinicius Junior doing staying at a Real Madrid, considering the amount of racism that he openly gets at that club? The amount of attention, the amount that we saw the league show towards their reaction to when he was getting this type uh, you know undue and terrible treatment from fans or from the league itself, in essence. That's
But
my point of, like, but obviously the money and the allure of Real Madrid still, despite knowing what kind of environment you're about to step into and the
but
culture that's set there, it still made them say, "Yeah, I'll still go." Same thing with Manchester
but
United. I think that's what
top
I'm trying to
man,
do. Yeah,
in terms of race, the racism issues in Spain, in Real Madrid, and everything else. Again, I would say to you that goes to show you money talks more
that's what
than
I'm trying to say.
your
Yes.
own feelings.
Yeah.
So you may be against racism, you may be against whatever, but money talks more.
Yeah. That's
You,
the
you,
ultimate
you
thing.
feel
What Chris was saying too.
I,
Hmm.
I I hate racism and everything else, but if someone comes to you and goes, "We'll pay you this amount of money," it that is hard to turn down, no matter how bad you feel about the club or the situation. That's still hard money to turn down.
Right. Right.
So
Yeah,
I'm not saying it's right. I actually
But
think it's
Real
wrong.
Madrid have the other bit though, the trophies thing. Like
Yeah.
it's
They have the
also it's
heritage.
also
Yes.
it's also like yeah, Real Madrid are offering him huge money, but it's not a Saudi job. It's like you're being offered huge money, but it's Real Madrid.
And too as well, Brian.
Right.
Like we can talk all the shit we want about Real Madrid, how we beat them and stuff, but they're a very well run football club, and they do not
Yeah.
play no games. They really don't.
No,
Like,
it is Real Madrid and everything else. Real Madrid need to be respected as a club,
of
yes,
course, John.
but as I don't know the terms these days. What's acceptable to be said. Black. So if I offend anyone, I don't mean to.
No,
But if
you're
you're
cool,
a
John.
black
You're all right.
man, then going to a club that you know for a fact you're going to get racially abused, I don't understand that.
Hmm. I
It's
think
the
it,
it's
I think it's a balance, right? I think, like I said, it's a very sensitive topic,
it's
but
a very sensitive topic, sure.
I think also, like, when you have a dream, right, and you have we've all dreamt of doing something in life, right? We all
Yeah,
dreamt of wanting something or wanting to be part of something, and I think for a lot of, for example, South American players, right,
Hmm.
we're grown up. Not saying that Liverpool is small or anything like that. It's just the way TV works in South America, or what we're able to watch out there. Real Madrid and Barcelona is the pinnacle, and kids that play the game, that's their aspirations, that's their dreams, and regardless of the situation or regardless of how you're going to be treated, you know, you want to achieve your dream, right? And I think you outweigh what you're going to experience to, like, what you're going to gain.
Hmm.
I think that's the issue. I think with um, the situation, right? You'll neglect what you're going to experience, and you outweigh what you're going to gain, which is the money, which is the stature, which is the popularity that comes from joining a club like, for example, of Real Madrid. You know.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, like even though I know you're saying you're not in you're in, but that is a well known thing in Europe that the dream of the South American players is always either A, Barcelona or B, Real Madrid. Yeah, we know that, we're fully aware of that completely. That that's the hierarchy there, even if they're not uh, like Real Madrid or Barcelona if they're not even at the top of their game, it would still always be those two clubs, and then
And then everyone else.
whatever English club. Well, yeah, whatever English club maybe that's offering you the most money. But that is always the dream there. This
the one
Hollywood
thing I
in the
do.
building, Hollywood in the goddamn building. This is
Sorry, Brandon.
No, let me also before we continue on. We have an illustrious guest that's just joined us. We have the Nature Boy.
Big up Savage, mate.
Come on,
Savage.
Come on, man.
God. Welcome, brother.
Can everyone hear me? Everyone good, yeah?
Yeah.
Oh, you've been all good.
Man. Big up, man. Good to see everybody, bro. Everyone looks healthy in that, bro. Come on.
I know. Big up. I appreciate the support. Appreciate you joining, and also I appreciate your courage considering the topic that we kind of got on a tangent and got into.
Yeah,
we got into a really deep
deviating too.
Yeah.
To be fair, I've been listening to the whole thing. I always do, to be honest, bro. But I listen to you when I'm doing everything else around the house, innit? So I was speaking to some clients and had it on in the background and that. So, yeah, man. But I had to come on and defend my boy Jude, man. I heard someone talking some Jude slander, so I thought I'd jump on, bro. Oh, you know that's my guy, man.
Just to clarify one thing before we do move on. If I offended anybody by mentioning the word black, I did not mean to.
Don't.
Attention.
There's no issue. There's no issue with that. No issue. I wanted to actually hear, because Savage is one of the few people I know that keeps it 100, no matter what. Okay, I mean the man took on Rosa Parks, so I mean, like, come on.
Damn.
He has no fear whatsoever.
Hi, man. I'm not gonna bring that up again. Just knowing it. I only said a few things, bro. I just said that she had weak ankles, bro. Like.
Rosa Parks only ever ran in straight lines.
Hey man, we didn't have any video footage of it. We just heard that she sat somewhere, bro. And I'm just like, she might be tired, bro. Like, she might not be trying to be a hero still.
But what you want to say about Jude then? What was it? That?
No, from what I grasped, man. I think you said, why would Vinicius choose to stay there, and why would Jude choose to go there, being pretty much like being a black man going to? It's not really a bottle to what you said, because I understand what you said it, but
right.
Where should they go then? Because the racism in football is everywhere, and
it is.
We've had quite a few cases. It happens all the time in England. Sometimes it happens with individuals in a stadium. Sometimes it happens with a massive part of a fan base.
Yeah,
and in certain things, you know what I mean? Even things that they're ignorant to, so they don't deem it as racist, but sometimes it's stereotype and stuff. And I think they'll get it anywhere, man. And as you said, for Vinicius, I mean, anyone who knows the history of like Brazil and stuff like that, that's his home country, and there's loads of racism there anyway. There's racism within people's like immediate families. Yeah. I've seen it a lot, man, with like people, the mom being racist to one of the kids, and it's all over the place, man.
But that's Hispanic culture entirely, bro.
Exactly, man. Because I remember I've done some research before.
I've experienced it as a kid with my uncles, and that's just
exactly. So I was thinking, and then Chris's point to South American kids, man. I mean, that's what's been shown on TV more than anywhere. The two teams, the biggest teams with the most money. So it's the aspiration to play for it, and I think Liverpool fans confused themselves a little bit too much over the Jude thing. So then it seemed like, why would he go there for the money and stuff? But people have to be honest, man. Like, all the stuff that everyone made up about things to do with his family, and that was everyone making stuff up, bro. Like, his dad being a Liverpool fan, fair enough, but everything else, Jude's not a Liverpool fan or anything like that. So the prestige of Real Madrid makes sense to me that he'd go there, to be honest. You know what I mean?
Even with knowing that, there's a lot of, and I get, because we saw Lukaku went back to Italy despite the fact that he's gotten you know.
The media were racist to Lukaku, and you know what I mean.
Yeah,
but
exactly.
I mean, it's a hard one because there's deep root stuff within different parts of the culture, but it's not one thing in it. Like I spent a lot of time in Spain when I was younger, when I played football as well, and I've been all over the place. And I just feel like you get it anywhere, bro. You know what I mean? You either get the weird stereotype thing where people are just looking at you funny, or you just get full-blown racism. But it's football at the end of the day, and I think for him, as much as what we're saying, I don't think he's even looking at it like that, bro. Because it's not blown up.
I think he's looking at what Brian mentioned earlier.
Yeah, it's not
what Brian mentioned earlier, which is the allure and the heritage, the prestige of Real Madrid, and the fact that you're playing
greatest football club of all
your
time.
name's going to be a part of that list.
Yeah, exactly. Obviously at a young age you have to think through things, but I mean, if you listen to Jude speak and that, you know, like obviously we can't get into the minds of every footballer and stuff like that.
Sure, absolutely.
But you can take it on face value with certain ones. If you just hear how he speaks, bro, you know that, like, of course
he's level
financial gain because I'm a footballer and I have to get paid for what I do and I know my worth. But at the same time, his first thought would be football first, bro. And his family ain't struggling for money. I'm not saying they were rich in the first place, but you know what I mean? He was already on decent money. They're not struggling like that. He's at a young age. He's hit the ground running straight away. He's not, you know what I mean? He's not one of them party animal types and stuff where. So I think it's a hard one because it's like, why would you go and play in this country when you know this is going to happen, or when you're going to go to away games? Why would you just not sit the away game out when you know these fans might be racist to you, bro? Fact of the matter is it's not blown out of proportion, but sometimes it feels a lot more magnified when a big event happens. Because if I ask you guys last season, apart from the big televised one with Vinicius, what other racial attack did he have? Do you anyone remember?
Wait, which televised one are you talking about? Because
so you know the one when he was getting strangled by the other player, and then the fan was being racist.
From what team? What team? Because there was a situation. I don't know if it was with Vinicius though. It was another player, Valencia.
Yeah. So what happened in the Vinicius one? It was the end of the game. He gave a free kick away. The ref sent him off. The player was strangling him at the same time.
Yes.
And then the fan was being racist to him, and he tried to tell the ref, and the ref just sent him off anyway.
Yeah.
But it always seems more magnified than it. And I'm not saying once is enough, but honestly, bro, like I don't know another time in that particular season. Of course, he knows it happens to him all the time, but for all of us, it's like, oh, that place is so racist. And I'm like, yeah, but you saw it once, bro. I can count 3 or 4 that I saw in England in the different leagues, bro. So, yeah, I mean, and that's to like management, officials, and football players, and then in the stadium.
No, you're right. You're right. Yeah. I mean, look, within our own fan base. There's been some but definitely sticky situations, or not. I don't want to say sticky, sensitive situations here when it came to just again with Endo joining our team. I saw a lot of different kind of like threading the line, if not going over the line.
When I brought the point when you was on the show before, and I made that comment, and I said that I don't understand. Like I know that people ain't doing it malicious and not, but he definitely doesn't remind you of Son, bro.
Right. Yeah.
And like they don't play anything like each other. They're not even.
But Koreans and Japanese do not get along. So that's an insult to either or.
Exactly.
I was stationed in Japan too. Like Okinawa and stuff. Like that's
completely different.
It's stupid. Right. That's a stupid comparison.
Exactly.
But it's a lazy comparison because that's the one thing they just think Asian, so they automatically think, oh, I'll connect them to the only other Asian player or one of the few Asian players that automatically gets the press and everything else. And I'm like, that's a lazy comparison.
It's very lazy. It's very lazy because I'll be honest, bro. I didn't hear anyone compare him to anybody who wasn't Asian.
Yeah.
Apart from James Milner, all I heard was everyone else was, and I'm like, bro, that clearly you do that for a reason. Point. You know what I mean? And we've seen it with other types of players as well. As soon as there's a tall black midfielder, he's like a Yaya Toure type. I'm like, but he doesn't play anything like Toure or Vieira, bro. And Pogba was getting that for years. You know what I mean? He's got his hands on his.
Yeah,
I'm like,
that's
these
deep.
little subtle things, bro.
There's also. I'm gonna say, Brian. I'll let you go too in 1 second, Brian. I was just gonna say real quick. But there's also been cases where, for instance, I heard people that were criticizing Trent for his hair, for instance.
Yeah, yeah.
When he
I
had the
remember
locks.
that. Yeah.
And I mean, like, it's one of those things where I'm like, what are you doing? What are we doing here? I mean, obviously, I have a bias since I have my own locks, but I mean, some people their locks are culturally, if not religiously, tied to them, and yet people are just like like just throwing it out there. Oh, he needs to cut them off because he's a better player this way or that. I'm just like, what is? What is he, David from David?
What are they trying to say? He needs aerodynamics in his hair or something to run faster.
No idea. But it's the part and point of like there's sometimes a deeper significance when it comes to sometimes something that you might say and you don't understand it, but you're just saying it because you don't want to do that deeper dive.
That was my point as a football fan. It's not to say that like what you were saying about the Jude thing. It's a fair enough question and Vinicius. But what I think as football fans is we tend to do this thing where we isolate what's going on and go, this fan base is doing this. And I'm like, bro, listen, don't get me wrong. There are fan bases that are more notorious for doing certain things.
Yeah.
But people have to be careful. And I'm just going to say this in it. And look, as Liverpool fans, trust me, be careful when you're calling other fan bases racist and that, bro. So I've been a Liverpool fan my whole life. And my dad's been a Liverpool fan his whole life and stuff like that. And my nan and granddad was telling him not to support Liverpool just based on that. Nothing to do with the team and stuff like that. So
it's one of the major reasons why I've celebrated us having a black captain and a black vice captain. I think that's a bigger significance for this club. Being that this is something that you rarely, if ever. I can't tell you one team in Premier League history, much less just Liverpool history, considering we've only had 2 other black captains for this club. That have been this has been the case. So that's like
that's what I said when I said to you that Mo Salah's done more for this club than you think, bro. Trust me, I was on about that.
Trust me. You're absolutely right on. Spot on. Mo Salah has done more for I think Muslim relations in general. In Liverpool.
Even look like, not to get too deep into it, but look at the states of how the country views Muslims or people from
exactly.
And in my country, in the U.S., look how we as a people treat or look at people from that culture. You know what I mean? It's a big deal. You know what I mean?
Right.
It's sad, but that's just what I mean.
But it goes even further.
Top man, sorry, I apologize.
And then Brian has a comment.
Is us talking about this subject in terms of racism and everything else?
Mm-hmm.
Is that actually doing more harm? Because if you keep talking about it and putting in the news and in the media, then the more people see it and more people listen to it, it could create more racist people.
No, it's doing more good, bro.
No, I think by
me saying that, I don't mean to cause offense to anyone.
No, you're not offended, John. Relax, man. We're not all friends, man. You're not offended.
I'm just thinking to myself, how the hell do you end all this bullshit?
Nah, John, you will never end it all, bro. But put it this way, I'll just mention the football chants, innit? For some people who are singing that football chant, this is why I'm not sensitive to anything, innit? Some people are just ignorant or just don't know, innit?
Yeah.
They've gone along with the rest of the song, so all of a sudden they're watching his channel and they're like, I sing that song as well, bro. I didn't know it was offending anyone. There was a song, what we had for a long time, and obviously we always sing the Mo Salah song now, but he had another one where it was to do with him, Mane, and Coutinho, I think it was at the time. And it was along the lines of like, if you do blah, 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 I'll be Muslim too. And I'm like, yeah, that sounds like you're being nice to him.
Yeah, it
sounds like you're being nice to him because it's like, yo, I'm basically saying we love you that much. And I'm like, yeah, but you're also saying that like, do this and then we'll do this.
Right.
Like, yeah, and I'm like, that's a bit silly. But
isn't it scary too, in the sense of saying that there are Muslims that support this club, you know? So in essence, like you're saying, the majority, if not all of Liverpool fans are not Muslim, you know, but the only way we'll become Muslim, but we'll consider becoming Muslim only because of this.
Yeah.
Like,
I've listened to that song. I've listened to that song several times, and not one time. Maybe this is my fault, my stupidness, but I've never sat there and thought that is a racist song. But now Savage explains it, I understand why it could be classed as a racist song.
No,
That's why I
it's-
said it would do
no.
more. That's why I said that the thing does more good because it's not like it's more ignorant than anything, bro. You know what I mean? That's what it is because the way the fans are singing it, they're in a great mood, bro. They're happy. They're trying to praise Salah on it, but it sounds mad ignorant, bro. That's
No,
the
you're
sort of
right.
it.
There's a lot of things culturally that we could do better. I mean, like, look, I love Bobby's one of my favorite players, and one of the biggest hangups I had about his song, for instance, is that they say "Si, Senor." I'm like, that's Spanish. That's not Portuguese.
Yeah, that's not Portuguese.
Yeah.
So, like, in essence, you're just lumping everyone. Just because he's from South America, you're lumping everyone to think that everyone in South America speaks Spanish. They don't.
Thank you.
You know,
Yeah.
that's something of a problem to me. But I
look,
get it. But I mean, like,
people will sit there and realize, right? You know, Guyana is in South America.
yes,
They don't speak no Spanish.
no,
You know what I mean? It's like little things like that. People try to mean well, but they end up
Exactly,
causing more
bro. And I
damage.
think people need to let other people speak on it. That's the
Yeah.
thing, man. Like we're having a conversation here. No one's, bro. If you get offended by these kind of things, there's something wrong with you, bro. Like it's
No.
just
No,
conversation is
there's something
important,
wrong
man. I
if
think
you have
people on the other side of feeling like someone said something what's offensive as well, they need to be open to listening to people because things can be ironed out very quick, bro. Like very
Right.
fast. Like, oh, I didn't know that was like what you just said about Bobby. You know how many people don't know that?
Yeah,
You know what I mean? So
yeah. And you got to think, like, he's listening to this song. He's listening.
Exactly.
He loves the song. Don't get me wrong. He loves it.
Watching his
But
documentary,
he's
playing
listening
the
to
piano
this
and
song.
singing.
He's like, are these
Exactly.
people that ignorant? That's what he might be thinking. Because if anything, that's what it kind of sounds like. And it's not that I think that our fans are ignorant. It's more so it's that, you know, sometimes we just don't do the extra
Research.
you know, work of just trying to, you know, assimilate or understand someone culturally. You know, there's things that I need to continue to work on. There's things that all of us need to continue to work on, you know. But realistically, I mean, this is one that whenever I hear Bobby's song, again, he's one of my favorite players, if not the most favorite player I have as a Liverpool fan.
Obviously, talk on obviously in terms of obviously talking about Americans and everything else. You educated me as what I was saying. Obviously, in terms of talking about the owners, could be offensive to certain American people.
Yes.
Which is why I no longer do that.
Right.
Well, me, I'm just
we all need educating on different things. You know, the world is changing that fast. We all need to be educated on different things. It doesn't mean we mean offense or harm or whatever.
But you being open to the conversation, or at least hearing why that person believes or feels that way, at least might enlighten you to,
yes,
you know, improve the channels of dialogue that we conduct.
Yes.
That's the primary thing. We all want to be able to be talking to each other. We all come from different walks of life, different experiences, different cultural backgrounds, ethnicities, religious backgrounds, all these different things. And then you're going to put this into a space and say, okay, get along. You know, I always say sport is unique in that it is a bridge for us to be able to communicate on. It's a bridge for us to be able to communicate on, despite the fact that we have differences in all those things I just spoke of. But, you know, yeah, look, I brought this up to Hussam and tried to make the point of saying he made a point about, you know, referencing Americans and everything else. I'm like, if you were to take out that word American and replace it with like Arab or Muslim, you know, or even, you know, Muslim Arab or Arab Muslim.
I said that to you before as well. I said that to you before because I was like, oh, everyone keeps doing this Yank business and that. And I'm like, bro, well, how come you keep speaking about it? It made it sound like all Americans are shysters, bro, like all shady and that. I'm like, that's not true, bro. Like, how big it is.
Right.
Yeah.
People are just people, man. Like, you know what I mean? Stereotypes come from a certain place and that. And don't get me wrong, there's parts where you can get some comedy from it and that. But honestly, bro, like, it's just knowing what you're talking about. And that's what I tell people to just do research either way. I don't mean go out your way every day to go and research, but just sometimes when you're about to say stuff and that, research, man. I do it on everything, bro. That's why I don't say all of these stuff from what tabloids and that said until I've checked out where it's come from, because sometimes it's a load of rubbish, man.
Hey, Brian, let me get Brian, because I know Brian had a couple comments earlier. Would you want to add to the discussion, or do you want to say something a little off topic or whatever? How are you feeling?
No, it's fine. I had stuff to say at the start, but there's so much stuff that's happened since I couldn't
Yeah,
possibly
yeah. And that's
throw
what I was
shit
thought
on. But
process.
that, like, again, yeah, the thing is, like, I remember being on a stream about 2 years ago on Day Trippers, and there was three lads on, three white Irish lads from Dublin, and uh, something had happened. Can't remember what it was exactly, but they were starting to get into the weeds on it a little bit. And I was just thinking, I said, look, lads, I don't think three Irish white guys
Seen that?
are the answer
Mm,
here. You know what I mean?
mm,
So it's like,
mm,
I know where I stand on this. Like, that, like, my perspective is, it's who I am. Like, but it's just
yeah,
with the Vinicius thing. What I was thinking, like, I don't know, Sav, like, I've been in Barcelona twice
Hmm.
for a total of about 8 days, and
Yeah.
I know that is one hell of a problematic country. I know the
Yeah.
attitudes
Yeah.
there are pretty full on. Like, yeah, I get it. Like, I'm not going to say it's an out and out racist country. Other people might say that. They might be right. I don't know, but I can feel that vibe there.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah. Of
full
course.
on, and I
Yeah.
think it was for me with that whole story. It was like, oh, Real Madrid are playing away at Valencia, and some shit happened. I was like, yeah, of course it fucking did. Because number
Yeah.
one, he's just banged you up and put a hat trick. You know he's the best player on the pitch.
Yeah.
He's dangerous. Everyone hates him. Where
Well,
I think,
Brent,
from what I remember, where it turned was, sorry, John, where it turned was that, from what I could see, the actual Real Madrid fans started doing it.
Mm.
And there was Madrid fans putting up banners and
yes,
stuff on roadways and things like that. So
Yeah.
definitely.
that's where I was thinking, oh, this is, yeah, I get it. Like, bananas have been thrown at people since the 80s in England, and they're still
Yeah.
doing it in some.
right.
But
And
I was
every
just thinking,
yeah,
this is
Brent,
this is where, no, but
Brent,
when it was
sorry, mate.
actually his own fans coming out and doing it, that's where I
Sorry,
Yeah.
thought
Brent, I
that's
Yeah.
apologize.
You are right. You are right in that.
got
Yeah.
really messed up. Like,
I
because it
apologize,
is, yeah.
Brent.
Sorry, John. Sorry, yeah. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Brent, I don't know whether you're from the south of Ireland or the north of Ireland,
About as
but
far
if you
south as it gets on
right,
the coast.
well, obviously, being in Ireland, you know about the north of Ireland. So being from the north of Ireland, when we see shit like that there, it's no surprise to us. It's the norm. So I think it depends on the culture that you grew up in. Now it's
But
like
what I don't
I,
understand, John,
I
is
have
that
one of my best
they've
pals.
had black players before, but there was clearly something about Vinicius that triggered these guys.
Yes,
Like, they've
but
had
one
black
of
players
my
before, but there was
his
clearly
talent as
something.
a partner.
But there was clearly something
You
about
can't
him
affect
that,
him.
it
Yeah.
was, but
How are you
again,
going to affect someone that's making like the money he makes? He's living this illustrious lifestyle. All these things that they might even want for themselves.
Bro,
There's nothing you can knock on that
and then
player. But all of a
he's an
sudden,
elite player. Every fan should want
what's
this
the
player.
one
Like,
way?
everyone.
What's
but
the one
the
thing?
thing is the point I was trying to make was one of my best pals is a Catholic, right?
Mm.
I'm a Protestant.
Mm.
My wife is Catholic. My kids are Catholic. Now, if you think of the country I'm from, that really wouldn't be allowed or agreed upon within the community.
Mhm.
Now he was trying to say, "You dirty orange bastard." I go, "Mate, yes I am."
Oh,
I would turn and say to him, "You dirty fucking Fenian bastard." And they go, "Yes I am." But we know that is a joke. We know that's a laugh between us.
Yeah. Yeah.
Why when other people say this stuff to us, why do we take it offensive?
Well, because you know him, innit? He's your friend.
I don't, but if someone walked up to me, some randomer walked up to me in the street and turned and said, "You're a dirty orange bastard," I wouldn't be offended. The fact he called me a dirty orange bastard, I'd be
But those
offended.
Madrid fans are supposed to be his people. They're supposed to be the last ones that
Yeah, but I would be more offended at the fact he called me a bastard. Not the orange part, the bastard part. That's what I would be offended
The
at.
thing is, John, every different group of people or whatever one wants to say, the racism is derooted from different places, and they're not all from the one thing. So
Exactly.
if you're being
Exactly.
racially
Like
abused
John
for this
says it.
reason, yeah, it's
Yeah,
like
John
I'm
says
not
it's having it's joking between me and
exactly,
him. He knows that it's just fucking joking. Whereas if it was the other way
exactly.
and I was to say something like that to a certain other person, it's not fucking joking.
Now,
Yeah, yeah,
It's,
because
it's the
I'm
same
not
thing.
trying to
John.
I'm not trying to compare sectarianism to
Mhm.
racism. I'm not.
No,
But
no, no.
I'm
John,
just
I think
trying.
if it's the same thing as
What?
this. How about this, John? I'll tell you this. And this isn't on racism. This isn't on anything. But it's the same thing that I brought up on the Bant's Mons show, and it was something like there was this Arsenal Gunner supporter in there, and he was talking. He said something about goodbye to
Yeah.
Trent because he was like he was injured or something like that, and he was trying to like make fun of Trent because he's injured and how he was happy to see it and everything else. And I was like, that's a disgusting joke. But obviously, I'm gonna take more offense to it because he's a player that I on a club that I support. But I also said that, like, if it's an inside, he's like, oh, well, Montz understands my humor and he understands it's a joke. And I'm like, that's cool. That's an inside joke between you and Montz. But you're on a platform where you're
Because
with
you're
other
speaking the
people.
same language.
Yeah.
You're speaking the same language. It's like me and John could say stuff to each other now in this chat that would a moderator that didn't know us would ban both of us for the stuff we'd be saying to each other.
Oh,
But we'd be laughing our heads
I
off.
will literally call Brian a dirty, cheating
A
fucking
CUNT, do you know what I mean? It'd be
Yeah.
nonstop.
Let's not get into what.
But you know what I'm saying? But we
We'll
know
take
that
your
that's
word
what.
for it. We'll take your
Yeah,
word
but
for it.
that's what we know what the crack is that way.
Right.
We know it's just that.
Right.
Whereas just it works differently when it's two friends basically taking the piss out of each other.
Right.
It's
no,
a different
harm,
form
no
of
harm.
communication.
Brian
Completely
is
different
a
form of
dirty,
communication.
Brian is a dirty, cheating bastard. He is a dirty, cheating bastard. But
But
Brian's a fucking good guy.
the point is to say inside jokes are sometimes best if you keep them inside. That's the part.
But can I just say
When you're
something to
around
Sav?
people
You
that don't
brought up.
understand.
Can I just say something, Savage? You brought up a really good thing about the haircut.
yeah.
That's dog whistle stuff. That to me is like, look at him. He's too street looking. What's he
They
doing?
kept doing that, man. There was an article last week from I can't remember what player it was for Ajax, and he was on about Ten Hag telling him the same thing.
I know you're talking about the Brazilian.
Yeah, and he's like, go cut your
He
hair.
plays for
Get rid of the dreads.
Yeah, and I'm like, hold on a minute, bro. And then
he
I think
told him something about cut his hair, but he told Ten Hag, nah, worry about your hair, something like that.
yeah. And then there was one when
Show him a picture of Ruud Huller. Just show him a picture of Ruud Huller.
Exactly. The same thing happened when with one of the Molde players when they was talking about Ollie done the same thing. And I'm like, what do you mean, bro? Like, what's the difference with everyone else on the team though? Everyone's got hairstyles, bro. Like, unless you're doing the army thing, telling everyone to cut their hair off, I don't understand why you're singling out this guy, bro. You know what I mean? Especially you don't know him like that. So, because I saw that. Listen, we're Liverpool fans and that, bro. So I don't have no care for Manchester United, but and this is for any color person. I don't care who's beating. I'm like, you could see the thing with Pogba a mile off, bro. Like every week, Pogba's not playing and they're still talking about him, and everything's about he should be training and not dancing. And I'm like, what the fuck? Well, what's your problem with him, bro? And that's when you just ask what the problem is with Vinicius. It's because he likes to have fun and play football, bro.
Yeah.
And he's black.
So it's like, yo, we appreciate you being the bad boy footballer over here, man. But relax on it. Don't celebrate too much. Don't showboat too much. Remember at Juve, Moises Keane, and Bonucci told him like you winded him up a little bit still. But bro, I just got racially abused, and you're telling me, but you did wind them up. That's not a conversation.
You
know what I mean? If you're talking about them throwing plastic bottles at me or something, it's a little bit different. But like, oh no, I understand that they're being racist to you and that, but you was dancing in front of them when you scored, and I'm just like, what? Some players have a whole routine and don't get racially abused, bro.
Right.
Facts.
Yeah.
Victim blaming. It's just victim blame.
Yeah.
Basically.
Chris, you wanted to say one?
So
point before, because I'm gonna go on to bring some flowers possibly into this after this deep conversation.
I think a lot of the issue with people, right, in regards to like racism is just people not willing to invest in other people's culture. I think, and I think it's the ignorance of. I think he's ignorant. You know, like me, for example. I'm Colombian.
Mhm.
My wife's Jamaican.
Yeah.
We have mixed kids.
Mhm.
And for example, like I know like how John was explaining how they talk, you know, in his country and stuff
Mhm.
among friends. Like in Colombia, um, we view colorism differently.
Yeah.
In
Mhm.
my country, right?
Right.
So when I call you, let's say for example, negro, right, which means
Mhm.
black, we
Mhm.
say that out of a place of love. It's
Mhm.
like yo, that gorgeous skin, or like we
Mhm.
talk to a beautiful black woman. Oh, me negra, meaning my beautiful black woman type thing.
Yeah.
I mean, so obviously, I'm not gonna randomly be calling people from different countries that word because they don't understand
Yeah.
the view.
Right. The
You understand?
context.
They don't understand the context of it. So it's all about
Right.
just doing your research and understanding um, what is
Agreed.
meant, how people are gonna take it and stuff. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because if you
Right.
go to Colombia, like for example, if it's Savage and talk on
Yeah.
come to Colombia, you're gonna be called that, but it's out of a
Right.
place
Yeah.
of love and stuff. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I get it. Pablo's one of Pablo's top guys, Blackie. Okay.
Yeah. Right. He's right hand man, bro. The
Yeah.
plane bomber.
Let's
He's a
get
G
it
still.
straight. If you were calling me that, I'd be like, we're gonna have a problem probably. But I mean, like,
Nah, Rich is
culturally,
right though, because Jamaica's the same, bro. Like, it's not really racism in Jamaica, bro. Everyone just says what they see and nobody cares, bro. You
Yeah,
know what I mean? If
exactly.
you're
My
darker
wife.
skin, they'll just call you out for being. They'll just say that you're darker. Like
Yeah.
anyone who's really dark in Jamaica just called blacks, bro. Like it
Yeah.
doesn't, and no one's offended by it, bro.
Yeah.
That's
I mean,
what it is.
my wife's Jamaican, so it's like you know what I mean. Like I don't know, but
right?
it's all about people's willingness to learn. It's all
Yeah.
about learning.
Right.
Exactly.
Right.
But the
Yeah,
biggest
but
thing with
you're not
football,
going to walk around London calling people Negro. You're not going to do that because you
exactly.
know that
Right.
Obviously, yeah.
you've got a brain. You know it.
And the biggest
It's
thing with football is, it with all the stuff that everyone just said, is absolutely right. Invest in cultures and that, but football is just football. So for you to even mention anything referring to the color of someone's skin while they're playing football, there's no reason to even say it in the first place.
Facts.
Yeah.
Like
Facts.
you should just be talking about the football, bro. Like, why does that come out of your mouth? So,
Oh, my bad. I probably the question in a second.
yeah.
No, I didn't mean to cut your point, Savage. I was just
No. I'm just saying, man. Like with football, man, it will never leave because it's a world problem and it's not a football problem. Them people who are racist in football matches are
Yes.
just racist in it. So,
yes.
and it's like some people do
There's
think
a
like they'll
bigot
never get
born
that
every
wrong.
day.
Yeah, as long as you do your
There's
job.
another bigot born every day.
Yeah.
That is pure facts. What you say?
Oh yeah,
there,
as long as you
Savage,
do your job for me on
pure
the pitch,
facts.
bro, then I'm cool with what color you are in that, bro. But as soon as you have a bad game, bro, then it's on, bro.
Then it's on.
Yeah, that's what
Trust
happens,
me.
man. So
Trust me, if Mo Salah was doing different things and and his performances weren't great or whatever, I think the relations and you might see your acceptance of his ethnicity, his acceptance of his cultural background, or even his religious background might be different. And that's a really crappy reality that we live in. And that's something that we say. But speaking of Mo Salah, let's get on this. This is the last point. I'm going to read something for you guys and hear what your takes on this is. So, Salah to stay. This is there's been nonstop talk from Saudi Arabia over world record offers and luring the number 11 away from Anfield, but is not going to be obviously this summer. The Saudi transfer window is due to close at 10 p.m. on Thursday, but the prospect, that's BP time, but the prospect of any late drama has been rebuffed with the Athletic Ornstein reporting Salah is due to stay. It is no surprise Liverpool have rebuffed all attempts to prize Salah away. How long that remains the case is the big question. The consensus is next summer is when we should be on alert. How are we feeling? I'd like to just go. We'll just go around the panel here. We'll go clockwise. Start with Chris, and we'll go all the way around the panel to Savage. And I would like to know: are you happy to hear that this might be finally done and dusted, at least for this season? And would you want him to stay, or do you even see him staying next year?
It was starting off for me.
Yes.
Okay, so I might be like the 1%er and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not really emotionally attached to players, so like, if he was to go, he was to go. It's just the way it is. That's life. People come and go. Am I happy he's staying? Yeah, but if he would have left, I would have been happy too. So it's just the way I am, you
You're
know.
just neutral on it. I got
Yeah,
you.
yeah. I'm not really emotionally attached and stuff. So if he wanted to leave, he would have left. If he would have stayed, he would have stayed. It's good for us, you know what I mean? At the
Yeah.
end of the day, I just would have. If he would have left, I just would have thought of it as okay. Where is Liverpool going from here in regards to like their planning, in regards to did they um did they have a plan in place to replace Mo, et cetera,
Hmm.
stuff. So yeah, that's just my way of thinking and stuff. But I'm glad that he's okay, that he's good for us, and we'll see next summer. We'll see, and then if the plan is to let go of Mo in the summer, all right, what's the plan? How are we gonna replace him? What's our playing style gonna be like, et cetera, et cetera. But yeah, that's just my way of thinking.
Okay. Brian,
What was the question? Are we happy he's staying, and when is he going?
what are your feelings? Like, are you happy that this is now this might be finally in our rearview mirror for at least this year?
Oh,
And
absolutely. Fuck that shit. Yeah,
and
no, I'm sick of that Saudi crap. Like, yeah, just end that window and that big bid that was everyone was worrying about landing at 5 o'clock this afternoon, two
right.
hundred and fifty million, and they won't turn it down. That never happened. Um,
I think that was
I
all
was
talk.
always,
Yeah.
yeah, I was
Yeah.
always of the opinion, like, as soon as the window was over, even with a week to, like, if it was the 1st of July and you have all summer try and get something done, but there's no replacing Mo Salah
There
either
isn't.
way. So,
Nope.
like, Savage noticed he's done the same thing. I've been on countless streams where it's like, okay, uh, let's talk about who we could get to replace Mo Salah, and it's a list of 10 strikers and left wingers.
Mm-hmm.
Like, and then someone will throw in Chiesa or something because they realize there's nobody, like someone that can actually play his position, contribute what he's contributing. To do that with a minute left, if he wants to go next summer, like I was all geared up for his contract ends in 2025. Klopp
Mm-hmm.
the same 2025, and we've got some long term planning. We get 2 more years out of Mo. He toggles off somewhere on a free. Klopp leaves as well, but we know where we're going in 2 years' time.
Mm-hmm.
If they turn up next summer, and as Romano and all these people are saying, they'll be back next summer with it's not going to be 220. It's not going to be 225. I'm imagining probably somewhere more like 120,
Mm-hmm.
130. Neymar went for about 100 with a year left on his deal. Salah would be similar profile. It should be around the same price. If he
Mm-hmm.
wants to go, and that's another thing. If he wants to go, then you let the kid go. But you get that price for him. But we have a year to think about it and plan for it. So you want to know if he's going. You want to know. You want to talk to him. Say, right, if they bid that, are you going to go? Right, we can plan. But there is, yeah, Sabazlai and Doak. Yeah, maybe we like. I'm all for not being 100% reliant on Mo Salah. I've been saying this for years.
Right.
We're so stacked in the middle. We're so stacked on the left.
Yeah.
And there's literally Mo Salah on the right. But you're in that catch-22 because you need to buy somebody who's good enough to play instead of Mo Salah. But Mo Salah literally plays 33
It's,
to
yeah.
36
100% of the
games a
minutes.
season
Yeah. Plays
every
on.
year.
Yeah.
So you're asking a guy to sit on the bench. So
Right.
who's that player? Who's that guy?
Right.
He's not. He's not readily available. So the way I thought was, you just get all the juice out of Salah, and you have a plan in place to evolve without him. You don't, like, we're very lucky as Liverpool fans that this isn't some kind of Gareth Bale moment. We
Oh gosh.
have
Yes.
sold
Yes.
some of the best footballers that have ever played the game,
Absolutely.
from Kenny Dalglish, Xavi Alonso, Torres, all Suarez. Like, we've lost some of the best players that have ever played, and you move on from it. We're not. We're used to this. Like, I'm not fearful of him leaving because, yeah, he's 32. It's got to evolve. So
Mm-hmm.
next summer, I think idea would probably be ideal rather than letting him go, because if we know for a year that he's going,
Mm-hmm.
you can plan for it. and you know you've got
You can prepare for it.
120 in the bank, maybe. You know that's coming. That's
Right.
buying you.
Around that.
That's
around,
buying
around
you.
that. Yeah.
So that's where I'd be on. That's where I'd be on. Do it next summer. Happy, 100%. Don't sell him this year. You know, wouldn't have sold him this year. But next summer at that kind of price, that's a deal you do. But you should have enough time to source whatever the next thing is.
Yeah. For
So,
next year.
yeah, that's
or
what
the prospects of who you're going to bring in for next year.
Yeah, that's I'd be on. It's kind of worked out right for us. We keep
Right.
the player because the 100 million people say, "Oh, it'll be 200 million. You'll never get that offered again." As far like, don't get me started on Saudi Arabia, so I don't want their money in the first place. But I'm like, yeah, but if he's the difference between us
And the title.
finishing a couple of places, that could be 100 million if you don't. And that's doomsday. We sell a scenario. I will sell Salah. We don't finish the Champions League, but him and all the money he brings in and all that over the course of a season, a couple of places higher, Champions League, do better in the Europa League, that could be worth 60, 70 million to us.
Easy.
I'd rather have that now and 120 million next year than you lose Salah on deadline day for 220. I've probably gone on too long about that, but
No, it's all good. We want to hear your opinion. John, do you want to tell us your opinion?
Yes, man. I don't. I get everything Brian said, and I agree with most of the things he has said. But I don't see Mo Salah leaving. Now, Mo Salah has did an interview, and he came out and says, "I want to retire at this football club." That to me is really fucking good news for us Liverpool fans. Because I don't see Mo Salah slowing down anytime soon. Yes, he's
no, I'll
31
take that.
years old.
I'll take that.
He's 31. I understand that. But he doesn't play like a 31-year-old footballer.
He doesn't. He doesn't. Yeah.
He plays like he's 24 or something. This guy is unbelievably fit for his age. And the pace,
you're happy-
he
so you're
hasn't
happy-
lost any pace.
All right. So you're happy he's staying, obviously, but so you're saying we should offer him? We should try to entice him to stay longer, or do you think that we just allow for him to run out his contract, or what do you think's the next step then? Do we sell him next summer? Do we just let him run the contract out and he leaves on a free, or do we try to send him an extension then?
No, in my opinion, after I seen that interview, we should be sitting down with Mo Salah tomorrow. I think we actually already are sitting with Mo Salah. I think that's why the interviews came out.
Oh, what's the interview on? I want to watch it.
I want
What's
the
What's the interview on? I haven't seen it. What's it on?
Yeah.
Savage, I'll send you the interview on Twitter, so
Cool.
I need to see that interview too. Yeah, send it to me too. Send it to us all.
I will do, mate. I think we are already sitting down with Mo Salah right now. We're talking to him. We're talking to his agent. I think we are already offering him another 3-year deal.
With more money?
I would not be shocked.
Yeah, how much more are we offering him? Or are we offering the same money, or are we offering more money?
No, I we're offering him a pay raise.
And a pay raise.
For what, man?
Yeah. What's that pay raise going to?
He ain't getting better.
Well, he's on what? He's on rumored
350.
350, right?
Right.
I reckon the pay raise will go up to 400.
Oh, well, Virgil's going to be knocking on the door next, bro. I'll tell you that.
Yeah, that means Virgil's going to be making 300.
Virgil.
So when you say 3, John, when you say 3 years, do you mean like to kind of take over the final 2 years that he has now and one tagged on to give him an extra 1 year basically on a pay rise, or another 3 years on the 2 years he has now, giving him basically a 5-year deal on a 400 grand a week.
3 years on top of the 2 years he already has.
Wow, man, that's a hell of a
so a 5-year contract.
That's a lot. That's a lot. I love myself some Mo, but that's a.
But then
it's a lot.
Has Mo Salah showed you any signs that he is slowing down?
Yep.
It's thrown down in those cul-de-sacs.
Savage,
Those dead ends.
I had no comment.
Savage, hold the bus,
Nature
Savage.
Boy, different story, but
There is no way you can tell me Mo Salah showed you signs he's slowing down. He's a record goal scorer every single year. He's now starting to assist as well as
I
scoring
mean,
goals. There's no
bro,
way you can tell me hand on heart he is slowing down. You can't.
you carry on, John. When you're finished, I'll say what I gotta say in it because I love Mo still, but just
No, I know you love Mo, which is why I'm shocked about what you said there.
I'm just honest. That's all. I'm not. You know what I mean?
well,
I don't see him
let's hear
slowing
what
down. I don't.
let's hear
Mo
let's
Salah,
hear the response then. Savage, what is your response to what John had to say right there?
Listen. First of all, I'll have to see the interview in it. But if Mo said that he wants to finish his career here and it's a new interview, then that's obviously encouraging because why would he
Absolutely.
say? Why would he say that now? You know what I
Yeah.
mean? That
Yeah.
really means he wants to. Just because he wants to doesn't mean he should be able to, though. And for me,
Yeah.
even though I'm a little bit different to what Chris was, he said he's not emotionally attached to players at all. I am because it's just the way I watch football. It
Right.
doesn't mean that I'll let it cloud my judgment and stuff like that. A lot of the players that I love at the team all left last season, so and I've lived through Gerrard leaving, so anyone can get it. It doesn't bother me. I think a contract. I just don't see FSG doing that, to be honest, bro. It's against everything they do, bro. Like that's
Yeah.
they're so detailed when it comes to the age of players, and they've got these tracks and that to see where people are going. That's the reason why there was such a stall in the first place about.
Yeah,
Mo's last
that's why it
contract.
took so long. 100%.
It's
Yeah, that's why it took so long
hold
because
on
it
a
had
minute.
a
You want more
brilliant
money?
one.
Exactly. So you want more money, but this doesn't really go with what we normally do. Now, if you're talking about staying on the same or pay cut, we can talk about that. And it took a long time. Also, Mo didn't look that confident at the time that he was going to stay at Liverpool. And I reckon, it's easy for everyone to go, "Oh, Mo chose Liverpool." Who tried to choose Mo? No one tried to take him. If Real Madrid came in for Mo, he wouldn't be here, bro. I don't think he would. But
Yeah.
he has been, and I can't do the speculation thing. Is he getting better? No. Will he still get numbers? Yeah, he will. I think Mo dropping off will probably get like 3 or 4 less numbers. So it's not, he's definitely added more assists to his game. Could add more. But for me, when I'm thinking of the evolution of Liverpool, I think Liverpool don't evolve fully until Mo's gone. Just because the way the whole attack from the midfield going forward is now, feels like all of those are on a certain wavelength of playing football, and Mo's still Mo from a couple of years ago, which is fine because he gets the numbers. And don't get me wrong, last season without Mo we struggled, bro, because he was the only one getting the goals. I think as soon as Nunes or whoever's the number 9 starts banging in the goals they should be banging in, he's gonna start annoying people a lot, bro, because he won't be doing what wingers do, bro. Doesn't take anyone on. Very rarely crosses the ball. Every assist from that side is outside of the football because can't use his other foot. And it's like Liverpool fans will moan about being stuck in their ways with other things, but on the pitch everyone's fine with it because of Mo. Well, I said the same thing about Trent, so it's not a Mo thing. I've watched Man City be the best team in the league. They don't play the same way they did 2 seasons ago. With Haaland, they play completely different. So it's like, who's the next up and coming? Because Salah's only going to get older, bro. And yeah, he does take care of himself. Of course, he does. He's not like in your 30s. He's not an old person, and as Zlatan's 41. But people still slow down, and people start building their team around Zlatan about 6-7 years ago for a reason.
Can I ask you that?
Savage, you made a point. You didn't make it there. But you made a point on ends. I think the other night that it is. Yeah, these guys can get better and can kind of become more refined if they go central. If they become a striker, but you can't see Salah doing that.
Nah,
you can't see him becoming that. Not a Ronaldo, because that's not a fair comparison. But maybe just changing it. Yeah, he's always going to probably play in that position. Maybe for Egypt, that he can play as a 9 because he plays a 9 for Egypt.
For Egypt a lot still. Listen, it's one of them, but it's like, do I think so? It's possible. Do I trust it? Maybe not. And then it's like, well, what happens to Liverpool's number 9?
That's
Salah
what I want
goes-
to ask you, Savage, real quick. Let me
Yeah.
interject one question then
Mhm.
to help get some clarity for me. Then, I know you said that you don't see Salah, and welcome Baz. Baz is joining us
Big up,
as
Baz.
well.
All right, Baz.
Big up, gents. Big up, chat.
I just wanted to ask you a question of with Salah. You said that you don't see him improving, but could it be? And this is something that I've said at least about Salah, and something that I noticed for instance, with Henri's game. You know, Henri's always an amazing goal scorer, but there was a part and point in his career where he started to focus a little bit more on being a provider and assist maker as well. And I think that like if Salah can adjust to that kind of mindset, I understand Henri is a striker. And but he did play on the wing at parts of
left wing, yeah.
But
started off.
but yes, you know, so but and in a sense, like, you know, inside forward, which is what Salah plays. He's a winger technically, but he does play a little bit more of a more central role with his presence on Liverpool. But my point is this: is that maybe it is the evolution of becoming that kind of player where you're able to. We all see the connection and that we're seeing with Salah and Nunez, for instance. We're seeing a real bromance between the two of them, you know, and noticing that the fact that he's still getting, even though he's not getting the goals per se, he's still getting this. He's now getting the assists that are keeping the highlight reel, you know, focused in on him as well. So, like, could it be that he could become, I don't want to say a better player, but maybe just a adaptation to a better part of himself. Maybe I'm losing the word. I
think
guess.
he can get. I think he can get better with assisting. I think I've seen that over the last year or so. But that's
a
because
more rounded player, as you.
Yeah, but that's. I'll be honest. That's just because he's greedy all the time anyway. So he's gonna pass the ball a few times. You know what I mean? It's like Salah's so good that he can be greedy and still end up with like certain GA in the game, and everyone will praise him for it. And I do too, because I'm not a party pooper. But when I'm analyzing the game, I'm like, yeah. Thanks for passing in the ball there. But there's 3 other times when he was open to tap that in. And in another game where we need to win something, you know what I mean, to get us over the line or goal difference, you had to be greedy because 2 people scored in the team and you couldn't. Do I think he'll adapt to being the provider? No way. Just based on last season. The way we started last season, yes, he got a few assists. But there were so many games he was stinky, bro. And it was almost
he was like 2 years ago. He was he was with Trent as the leading assist.
Yeah. He was, but he changed from the 2 years ago to how. So last season, I think the plan, and don't quote me on it, but just from the way Klopp set up was the damn reason why they even got Nunez in the first place is because it's like, okay, he's gonna be the goal. That's where the goals are now. You know what I mean? The other wingers are still gonna do their thing, but that's the guy. So now the wingers are gonna assist more, which is fine because Diaz plays like that anyway because he's more like a winger. Old Salah before Liverpool was more like a winger as well. He's adapted his game to being an inside forward, and he was damn good at it. But then the next phase is to move back to what you was doing before, or end up up front. He ain't gonna end up up front. There's already choices there: Jota, Gakpo, and Nunez. And then he's on the right side where he's always gonna play, always. Right. But I just think.
Are you talking about him being further towards the touchline, or
which last season he tried and he just stood there and was out of the game for ages.
Right.
That's
could that just be again something where Klopp, Pep, Klopp and Pep, whoever's engineering this mindset knows how it's going to work, has a vision of how it's going to work, and it's just maybe not buying into that vision.
All I'm going to ask though is, even though he's an inside forward, I'm not trying to troll anyone, bro. Somebody tell me when the last time Salah actually crossed the ball, bro.
Can I just come in here? I just want to, because this is one thing I was looking at. He had a season with Dzeko at Roma where he got something like 16 assists.
Yeah.
And he was playing off the right wing. He got good number of goals.
Yeah, he was amazing that season.
And it was like, he was playing that role. Yeah. So when we brought in Nunez now, and I said I watched that, but look, Nunez, Dzeko, not that dissimilar.
Yeah.
So I was looking at those numbers going, well, he's done it before that way, but I just think he hasn't been that player for so long and we obviously don't play the way that Roma team played, surely.
Right. Yeah, but honestly, that's the exact point I mean. It's like saying why don't you put Matip in DM? Because
Mm,
he can play them.
okay.
But it's
Because
been
he's
so
played there
long.
before, but yeah.
Yeah, it's been so long. Like, it's different with Trent because he's so young, bro. You know what I mean? And his attributes as a right back was still the same as a midfielder anyway. So trying him in different spaces is a little bit different. Listen, for me to doubt Salah completely is a bit stupid, but I'm just thinking when it comes to adapting, and then I'm like, why do we have to adapt when the natural evolution of football is, unless you get better at what you do, which is normally easier for strikers, like Benzema got better at it. But and you could argue that Lewandowski's just been cold the whole time, but because he was not already a striker, and as you said, don't compare it to Ronaldo because it's a little bit different. I'm like, why are we doing that when we can just, you know, I don't know, like either get another player or start, because everyone's talking
you're
about
saying
replacing.
basically get a young enough player to mold into that role.
Change the way we play a little bit because.
But Savage, if you said to someone, "I'll give you Mo numbers," for the next 2 seasons, right? Mo, like, take his average over the last, what is it, 5, 6, and take it down a tiny bit, and I'll give you that for the next 2 seasons.
Yeah.
And then he walks away. I'm taking that, man. I'm taking that just for that solidity. And he walks away, and you get, we're bringing new boys in. That has to be imperative.
Because it's going to happen anyway. But I think he'll go next season. I don't think it'll be 2 seasons.
Exactly. It's minimum 1. Because Windows closed now. He's not going in January. We know these boys are coming back. And it better be 1st of June. You know,
I really believe so. I really think next season.
Yeah, 1st of June, and he's off, and we have the whole summer. We have no funny business. You know, just get it done. If he wants to leave, get it done. First day of the transfer window, the money's in the bank, and then we know where we're going.
And I wouldn't even be against him wanting to leave either, bro. Like, you know what I mean? He's been a great servant to Liverpool, bro. Like, he's broke records and all that.
We cannot lose Mo Salah. We can't.
Okay, but John, can I just ask you this? What are you gonna do when naturally?
Sorry,
John, as well. Sorry, John. I'm just saying, if the man says he wants to go,
if he wants to go, if
he wants to stay, he says, "I want to go."
I want to go. Then give him the fuck out my club, because I don't want anybody at my club who does not want to be here.
But John, you don't have to be so aggressive about it, bro. The man's been here nearly a decade, bro. Like, I think at one point, if a man says, "I want to move on and try something new,"
then get him the fuck out.
The fan base doesn't have to get all up in arms about it, but he's won so much for the club already. Like, I just think that naturally.
I think. How about this? Before John, I'll let you land your point. Just give me 1 second. I was just gonna say, and then after John's done, Baz, please do jump in. When it comes to that, I think what at least the opinion I hold, and I think maybe I don't want to speak for Nature Boy, but we often put this stereotype, or not stereotype, but this presence on these players that get the hell out of our club if you don't want to be here. But yet, how often do we hear the reverse of fans being like, "We don't want you here," you know, and yet we still think that they should be loyal to our club, you know. Yet we hear all the murmurs of how shit you are, or excuse my language, how crap you are, or how terrible this or terrible that. Some going even to extreme levels of attacking their family or attacking their likeness and everything else. And yet you expect a person to want to stay.
I respect a bit of. All I expect from footballers is a bit of respect and honor your contract to a certain point, and then you can talk to when it comes to the club. You can talk with a year left, because 1 minute, John, because then you're benefiting yourself and the club, and you're not leaving the club in the dark just out of the blue, just saying I want to go.
Right.
I feel like you've got contracts to abide by, but both of you's doing it. So if somebody all of a sudden just says, "I want to sell this player," and the player doesn't want to go, nobody's going to give a shit. They're just going to be like, "Oh, we don't like him, sell him." He's got a contract, bro, and he's moved his family to this city for this long, bro, and his kids are in school, so no one cares when it's that way. So I'm just saying, as long as you're respectful, you know what I mean. The perfect way with Salah would be is that Salah told us mid-season or at the beginning, "This is my last season."
Or did what Mane did, possibly.
But this thing about John saying, "Oh, no, you can't lose that," bro. I'm gonna let you know this, man. And someone that go check the stats, I might be wrong on this, innit? But I swear, in the last 2 decades plus, maybe only Carragher's finished his career at Liverpool.
Right,
Even
but
Gerrard left, bro.
They all leave. They all
Everyone's got
go.
excuses in that. Gerrard went to LA.
Different
Torres
era,
left.
yeah.
Suarez left.
It's a different
Xabi
era.
Alonso left.
right, Sally, just hold that thought for a second. Now, when I say if Mo Salah wants to leave, give him the fuck out of my club, I don't mean that in disrespect. It may sound disrespectful. I don't mean it disrespectful. I appreciate everything Mo Salah did for our club. I'll always love him. Always love him. But then if he wants to leave, then get him out. But at the same point, if the club is forcing him out and he doesn't want to go, that is also wrong. Because then
He'll never be
club
forced
has
out.
to
John,
honor
no,
the
no, he
club
won't be
has to honor
forced
his
out.
contract.
That never happened.
He won't be forced out. He
Yeah.
won't.
No, he won't. I'm not saying he won't be. But if that ever came about, the club have to honor his contract. If he doesn't
No,
want to leave, you have to honor his contract.
I don't want to
Well,
talk
yeah,
about the main guy, but Romano said it from day one, and I know whatever people think about Romano, but Romano said from day one. He said Salah doesn't leave Liverpool unless Salah walks into the office and hands in a transfer request.
Yeah. But Savage,
So
Savage,
that's
stop
the
on.
only way
I've
you
said
have
it.
to walk in and say, I want to leave. And like you said, John, I know it's just the way John says it. So yeah, as soon as a guy walks into an office at any club, in whoever they are, and they say, boss, I want to leave, you get him out.
Yes.
You get rid of him.
Exactly.
That's what you do.
Exactly.
As soon as any player walks into the manager's office and says, I don't want to be here anymore, unless you have a stupid situation where nobody can, you're getting a stupid bid of 5 million, like you've got a Harry Maguire situation where you got yourself backed into a corner. But as soon as any player walks into a manager's office, I've told everyone here, I've told my whole family, I've told every other player, I want to leave, I want to. Then you do your best to get rid of it. That's always been the way, because
Facts.
that's
And the club wouldn't go above Klopp to get rid of Salah, because Klopp would never want to get Salah out. So
No, that would.
that's a
Klopp would
PR
probably leave
disaster.
Liverpool.
It's a
Klopp would probably
PR
leave.
disaster.
If they did that, Klopp would probably leave
Klopp
with
would
them,
leave,
and he would
yeah,
have
yeah.
every right to.
Yeah, so it's one of those, isn't it, man? But I just, John, my point was to you, innit? When you said that you can't get rid of, I'm just saying, bro. You do know that he has to leave Liverpool at some point, don't you?
Yeah.
Oh, of course, he has to leave Liverpool at some point. Even the best players we've had, Stephen George, Jimmy Carragher, Robbie Fowler, all them players have left the club, and we will survive after them players. We have done, and we will survive after Mo Salah.
I know why. I think I know why Salah's staying in it. I just think remember that message you put out at the end of the season about not having Champions League football,
Yes.
and everyone's a bit worried because it sounded a bit like, "Yo, this ain't right, man." If we didn't bring in certain players, what just come in, he might have gone Saudi still. If this transfer went shit, he might have went. And now he saw that ballers know ballers in it. He's got Sabazalai and McAllister behind him, bro. It's a bit different. Now he's got Gravenberch in as well. I'm telling you, bro, he knows, and we all know, he's got one chance of getting the Ballon d'Or, bro, now.
And this is it.
This year.
This
He ain't
is
getting
it.
it in Saudi Arabia.
SPL has nothing to do with it.
He ain't getting in Saudi Arabia.
Nope.
And the chance of, yes, you know what? Egypt do have a chance of winning AFCON, but it's probably not going to happen.
He's not
How else
does
he get it? Well, he can't win the Champions League this season, so now he's going to have to win Europa League and the Premier League, and then hope that he breaks a record or he's the top goal scorer or something, and then he's got a chance of winning it. You know what I mean? After that, he won't. You know what I mean? Because he does love individual accolades, which I'm not mad at either. Because him loving those records makes him better for Liverpool. Sometimes it makes him more selfish, but it does make him a better player. And I think he's a decent guy, bro. You know what I mean? He's never done anything to show us anything different. I just feel like if you watch a Salah and interview, you can see the ambition in his face, bro.
Absolutely.
And most of it's rooted in himself, like not solely for the club, for himself. Because he's already won everything for Liverpool, bro.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Europa League's just offered him a new chance of.
Well, imagine if he can do it again. Imagine the legacy. Imagine the legacy if he can do it again.
Yeah,
imagine
if he
imagine
doesn't,
the legacy if he can bring us another title.
Exactly.
The legacy that he can get the you know, as he said, the monkey off your back with Real Madrid, you know, in the Champions League. Imagine if he
doesn't win it. If he doesn't win it and he goes and wins Europa League, he's won every trophy possible for Liverpool. Nothing left to win.
Yeah.
And then I would just have to say thank you, Salah, and move on, innit? You know what I mean? And like I don't. It feels like far stretch for people to think about it, man. But maybe that's because loads of people see Salah like as a god compared to Mane and that, bro. But Bobby's gone, bro. That's my guy. He's gone.
Yeah.
So and Mane's gone, and Hendo's gone, and Fab's gone, bro. Most of that team that won the league have gone, bro. So it's only Trent I'm expecting to see stay there for a long period of time, bro. The rest of them are gonna go.
Well, Baz, how do you is that your do you echo what Savage is saying?
Yeah, big up, guys. Can you hear me well? Yeah.
Yeah, man, big up, bro.
For sure.
Yeah, big up, mate.
Yeah,
big up
guys.
to Nilante and Chris for rejoining us as well.
Yeah, love, man.
Yeah. Look, to be fair, I'm not gonna lie. I obviously joined midway, so I'm not sure. I know we're talking about Salah.
Right.
All I've got to say with Salah, in regards to Salah, he's been brilliant for Liverpool. And at one stage, and this is not in this show, but I can understand where John is coming from, but I think his delivery is a little bit too harsh. But I know what he means. It doesn't mean many manners in it. But look, at the end of the day, this guy's done so much. The only one person that I find very difficult to forgive when they had left was Michael Owen. And maybe Raheem Sterling as well. In fact, Raheem Sterling, I think, would probably be the one.
Say, it was Sterling for me.
Sterling.
That's why I call him Benedict Sterling. But yeah.
But at the same time, he was very, very young, and he obviously had an idiot of an agent that put rubbish in his head.
Yep.
But look, Salah
Rodgers wasn't the greatest influence either, as well, on the other side of the pen.
Yeah, the thing is, Salah's been brilliant for Liverpool from day dot. He's been brilliant for Liverpool, and you know what? The only issue we had with him was his contract a couple of years ago, a year ago, whatever it was, where he just wanted to be paid what he deserves, and I think he did deserve his bump in contract for sure, and he's still churning numbers. But look, either way, whether he goes or stays or decides to leave and goes next year, you know what? I can't really say much about him except good luck and wish him the best. I'll definitely support him wherever he goes. But we do need to obviously find a player that can play. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Because I'm using a tablet, so it looks like it's bugging out. But yeah, I mean, look, at the end of the day, it's players will come, players will go, money will be offered. It's quite a big money that we'll probably get for him. Look, so long as we replace him, we ain't gonna get another Salah, but we'll get someone that could probably score goals or play a different formation and something like that. I'm okay. Football evolution is part of football, isn't it? You'll have players that will come in, players that will retire, players that will go and play somewhere else. And as a human perspective, I mean, like what more can you say? Like he's given his best years at Liverpool. He's won us a lot of trophies, and he's not going to play for Manchester United or anything like that. He's going like in a different country.
That'd be a different story. That would be a different story entirely.
Absolutely, he's going to Saudi Arabia. Yes, it's they're attracting great players there and stuff like that. But they ain't playing in no Champions League. You know what I mean? He's going to an Arab country. He's a Muslim guy, and you know what? Maybe it will suit his family. So, but at the moment, from what I'm hearing, is like he's not leaving now. So that's for now, and that's great for us. We could just focus on this season, and he's very much part of it. And we'll just have to, we'll see what happens. We could even win the flipping title, you know what I mean, this year. And you know what I mean? He leaves, and it's like, you know what? Well done, good on you. Anything can happen.
No, boss. We are winning the fucking tail.
There you go.
We are winning the tail.
Also,
12 is ours.
12 on that Salah interview. What John sent, John, that's from 2 seasons ago, bro. Just let you know that. I could tell straight away from the tracksuit. I've got it. It's from 2 seasons ago. That was a Sky Sports interview when we were on the way to catching up with Man City, on the way to the quad, which was a lot different. It's a lot different. He thought he was going to win 4 trophies at Liverpool that season. Plus, he said he didn't want to leave, bro.
Yeah, that could put a different mindset in you. For sure.
Yeah. It's a little bit different still. But I'd say one thing, bro. 12. And I went into research with this yesterday with Ends, and you see this thing about and everyone's not wrong for it. I'm just thinking a little bit different. it's replace Salah in it. But when people say replace Salah, they're not talking about replace him with a good right winger. They're talking about how all everyone keeps saying is how do you replace Salah's numbers though? And I'm like, that's for the rest of the team to sort out, bro.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Because I ask you, and this is no trick question on that.
Mhm.
What was you see how good Arsenal done last season? Let's not pretend. I know they didn't win it in the end, but you saw how good they were.
Right.
How many goals did their top goal scorer get? Don't check, just to answer me.
About
14.
16, 16.
Exactly,
Yeah.
bro. The top goal scorers was Martinelli with 15 and Odegaard with 15. Under that, Saka with 14 goals, bro. Very good for wingers, isn't it? Very good.
Yeah.
It's the system as well,
Salah's
isn't it?
numbers are an anomaly to football, so it makes wingers look stupid, bro. But that is good return for wingers, bro. If you go and look for the history of,
Premier League when
if you go look for the history of Premier League wingers, bro, they have great numbers, bro. Because they all had like 10 assists with it.
The thing is,
bro,
Savage, you're right. You're right, and I think what it is as well is it's the systems that they play as well. Because if you've got pacey players that can run in behind and stuff like that, you know what I mean, you can utilize them. They're going to score goals. You know
which
what I mean?
we do now.
Which we do now, and even before. You know, when you looked at Mane, there was one season where we had like Firmino was scoring bare goals, Salah was scoring bare goals. Mane, hit nearly 20s and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So
28 season.
But if we don't play that kind of system and we think, look, we need to change it up a little bit, then obviously you're not going to get a winger that's going to score the goals like Salah, but you know, someone else will chip in with quite a few. Someone like a Nunes or
Bro,
whatever.
all I'm saying is if the midfielders top up their goals by 5 goals each, it replaces Salah's goals, bro. If a winger comes in who's on that side and can score 12 goals, 15 goals, and then the other guys, which will now because Fab and Hendo weren't goal scoring midfielders, they need like 3 goals each. McAllister and Szoboszlai's already scored, but McAllister and Szoboszlai, Gravenberch, whoever's in midfield, Endo, go get 3 goals each. Because I'm telling you, bro, under that, what I just told you, underneath Saka was Xhaka with 7 goals. And I promise the same thing is at Man City as well. Underneath Haaland was, I think, Foden and De Bruyne, and then underneath that it was like Rodri with 5 and Gundogan with 8. So it's just that we've based our team around Salah because he's so good. When Mane was there,
Salah was the last one to leave.
Yeah, but when Mane and Bobby were there, the goals, even though Salah was finishing top goal scorer, the goals were shared out more equally.
Absolutely.
Bobby was on less.
Well done.
Did you just say Endo? Did you just say Endo?
Yeah, Endo.
Don't. Szoboszlai, McAllister, and Gravenberch, right? I get. Come on, Endo.
No, you're not going to be disrespectful.
Don't disrespect my boy Endo, John.
No, Endo, I think, John. If I may, I think the thing is we got rid of a lot of experience. Yeah, we got rid of a lot of experience. We needed someone in that mold, at least one, and we got that in Endo. And I think, to be fair, Endo is going to show himself. I'm going to be honest with you. Yeah, I didn't like the idea of getting a 30-year-old player and stuff like that and pay like that kind of money. But when you look at what we've done, we've had no choice but to get like someone's mature. And if you're going to just have a bunch of 20-year-olds playing, you do. You know, this is a club, a big club.
That was the Arsenal situation.
Right. Yeah. Well, the fact is, we replaced a 29-year-old with a 30-year-old.
What does that? No, but what does that mean?
How does that make sense?
Wait. Before we get into, let's not get into Endo because Endo is going to be my episode tomorrow. If you guys want to come back, I would love for you guys.
Yeah, I won't get into it, but I'm just saying, bro.
I know, trust me. The disrespect.
That age thing.
I'm not saying John's disrespecting him. I'm not saying John's disrespecting him.
So if we went and got Modric because he was willing to go, everyone would have been happy, bro.
Look at James Milner. James Milner still did a job for Liverpool.
I'm not going to get into it because I'll say the 12 months finish.
Let's hold off on Endo. Let's hold off on Endo until tomorrow. I
won't speak about it. All I'm saying is that this age thing is down to the individual. There's not there's not across the board 30-year-old, bro. Yeah, it's clearly Fab's 29, but in Klopp years he's 42, bro. So let's not do that, man.
Savage, well, we will talk about that tomorrow.
Yes.
You make sure, Savage, you show up.
I definitely, Savage, please join the stream tomorrow. John, I'll send you the link to, you can join. Everyone on the panel will send you the link to join if you have something to say about Endo, because trust me, I'm bringing I'm bringing my samurai swords tomorrow.
Oh,
Whenever you want to get,
you're going to get it tomorrow.
Okay, 12. Well, then if I leave that part out and just talk about what I said with the rest of the midfielders, all I said was if they get 3 goals, and John said Endo. Brother, I'm just saying if we get 3 goals.
I know. And not
Three
realizing that
goals.
Endo scores goals, man. Endo scores a lot. Endo scores a lot of goals. For a DM, he scores a lot of goals. He does.
Endo can get forward. Endo can get forward.
Don't.
Yeah.
All right, but that's for tomorrow. Milante, please tell us your opinion on the Salah conversation that we're having. You know, are you and is there, if there is a replacement, or if you do think that, you know what, we need to go on move on from Salah, as you know, every player seeming like every player, there's a day when you have to say, okay, it's time to move on from you.
Yeah, big up again, whole fan. You see, this whole the whole Salah thing is just, I think something as fans which is inevitable. But again, I think I said this another podcast. Isn't it just funny? Out of Salah, Mane, and Firmino, is more likely people thinking Salah will go, and he's the last one standing out of those front three, which is a coincidence. It's funny that. But in terms of Salah, with the whole Saudi thing, I mean, I think we just have to be realistic and think next season, at the end of this season, he's going to go, because the money, I mean, the Saudis are plowing the money, and in an ideal world, he wouldn't go. But again, you know, as what's been discussed on the panel, poster boy, you know, player, world-class player, the Arab community, will just bring a lot of eyes, and probably something he wants to do. And if he does go, you know, for next season, then he's going to leave all of us with our blessed, man, because we can't thank enough. I mean, me, when he first came to the club, I was thinking, nah, we shouldn't be getting him. What's he going to do at Liverpool? I was a big critic. I was like, why are we getting him? He flopped last time, when technically when he was at Chelsea, he didn't really get enough game time. And like I said, he's proven us all wrong, you know? But in terms of signings, it really depends on it. I've heard some of the instances, you ain't going to get no winger in the world that has got Mo Salah's goal assists and goal stat. That's not the point. So again, like one of the other guys was saying, everyone's just got to chip in, and you just got to get the plane. Like someone who I like, which again, it's not my first choice, but underrated. I've been watching him, is Jared Bowen for West Ham.
Yeah,
Jared Bowen, very, very underrated. Very underrated. You get a goal, he work hard. He's something he'll work in the Klopp system. I've been watching him more and more, and he's something he can fit. Another player again, but again, all the injuries has ruined him. That would have been good. Would have been Neto for Wolves.
Yeah.
Two players that I think. Well, I don't know now. I think maybe we missed the boat, but that's just two players at the top of my head that I can think of. And then
Neto was one of the ones I wanted.
Or how about Rafinha?
2 seasons ago, man.
Yeah, Rafinha, yeah, but I think he's staying at Barca, to be honest, because Barca need him at the moment after selling Delembe, and yeah, I don't think he will go. And I mean, those are the two off the top of my head. I'm sure you guys can think of others, but But at the end of the day, if Salah goes next season, I think we'll be fine. I really think we'll be fine, to be honest. It's just where we got to. The main part of the thing is with Salah, regardless of when he goes or not, we need to get back to winning that league, because I've heard people, we can't keep saying like 5th place, 4th place, 2nd, and that's the key.
Yes. Yeah.
We need to create a legacy, because, and again, let me ask you a question, Talkman, and the rest of the panel. Let me reverse it to you guys. If Klopp leaves, let's just say he leaves, let's just say the end of this season, are you going to be, I know, apart from the Cups, I know he's won everything, but telling you, are you guys going to be happy with one Premier League? Because I know I won't. And to me, that will be legacy unfulfilled. He would have failed, in my opinion. And I know that's harsh. And I'm not saying that every season he should have won the Premiership, but we all got to be honest here. We should be having one more Premiership and Champions League titles. Yeah. So that's
what they argued, though, that, you know, I get that we should have won more titles, but there was a run there when we won pretty much, we were winning everything. And I mean, it just so happens, though, that run is a run that happened at the end of one year and then bled into another year. But it wasn't like, we won Champions League the year before that, right? But then we won the title the next year. And in essence, it's almost as if we won. He won. He didn't win a quad, obviously, but I mean, it's like he won major titles. It's just he just didn't win them in the same calendar year, which brings out that whole shinier allure to the concept. But I understand your point, though, completely. Would I've loved to have won more? Absolutely. I mean, am I hoping that this case from Manchester City goes the direction that I hope it does? And we get, and I'll be shameless. I will accept every title if they end up giving it to us because City or whatever title we end up getting, because City gets their points deducted or gets title stripped from them or something along those lines. Hey, cool, I'm down for it. But yeah, I think that we're going to see something different though. This year is lining up to be kind of one of those magical years, in my opinion. And if he does that change your opinion? If he wins a title, obviously, if he wins Europa, does that change your mind? Or if he wins the Premier League, does that change your mind? And that's the only way it's going to change your mind about the fact that he's done some work. Deontay.
Yeah, to be honest, top man, he needs that cemented. He's done enough. He's done great, but he needs that cemented legacy. Another Premiership, or well, obviously we're not in the Champions League. He'll be there for next season. So he just needs to solidify that, because I just feel I don't know. It's like you go to a sweet shop, you take some of the sweets out of the candy pot, but you miss a few sweets out. That's what it feels like to me. A few of your favorites. You know what I mean? So. And it just really depends as a team and, again, the club and what we do in the next year or so, because we know this season is going to be just a season of, for me, unfortunately, I was thinking title challenge, but because of the in and outs and the changing in the direction of the team, it's going to be top four and hopefully Europa or Cup for a good season. So, yeah.
So that's Chris, please tell me, are you feeling that we can do, and you can tell me about your feelings on Salah, of course, but are you feeling that that's the only thing that we have going for us this year possibly is contending for a Europa title and possibly hoping to get a top four bid, and that should be our bar, or are you expecting a higher bar for this team to achieve?
Okay, so first, the disrespect from my boy Nintendo and stuff is I don't like it and stuff. You know what I mean? I'm not really feeling it. On a sports science level, I can explain why Endo will be a good fit for us, but I'll leave that for tomorrow.
Please. Yes, tomorrow's going to be a great episode, by the way, because trust me, I got some numbers, some breakdowns. I got some things that are going to make you possibly, hopefully, with an open mind, see the reason why I understand the reason why Klopp did it, what he did with this Endo move. But let's just stay focused. Yeah, let's stay.
And in regards to Salah, like I said earlier, like I'm all for change. I'm not really emotionally attached to things. Like if Salah wants to leave, he can leave. If he wants to stay, he can stay.
Mm-hmm.
But it's all about, for me, I think what the club has neglected is his understudy, and it puts us in a position where now we're scrambling for a second option. We're scrambling for his replacement, but I don't really think it's a replacement. We're scrambling to implement a new idea of how we're playing. We're technically playing the same way we've played since Klopp has got here, in which, kind of like to touch on what Savage said, I kind of agree with everything he was saying. It's really hard to disagree with what he was saying.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, and in regards to...
It's often the case when it comes to Savage, but...
yeah, but in regards to, like, people saying we have to replace Salah, like, no, we just have to change the way we play.
Yeah,
it's really that simple. Like, and this notion too, and I get defensive. Not really defensive, but in regards to like people comparing players with other players, just let them go. They're not here anymore. Like they keep bringing up the fact that that Diaz is not Mane. Well, he's not. It is what it is. Move the hell on. Like no disrespect to everyone that feels that way, but just move on. People sit here and claim they want change, but still bring up the past. The genie by now, the replacement.
People have been talking about Genie up until this season still, man. Like, we need a Genie replacement. I'm like, no, we don't, bro. We need another midfielder that can do a job.
You know what I mean? And we'll sit here and talk about, we need a 6, right? Which I do feel like we need a 6. But Are you guys sure that Klopp wants a 6?
Yeah, exactly.
Maybe he doesn't want a 6. People say here, oh, we need a center back. Do you really think Klopp needs a center? Like, do you think Klopp wants a center back? And this is where,
yeah.
Well,
You're spot on.
Klopp
Spot
said
on.
himself. Klopp said himself, "I want centre backs."
okay,
That is what Klopp said himself.
okay.
But in terms of league, Chris, sorry, mate, we're
But-
winning the fucking league. The league is ours this season.
I'm
We're
not
winning the fucking league.
Okay. So I was
Go
saying,
ahead, Chris.
so you brought up the fact that Klopp said he wants center backs. The same man that said, I'm okay with my midfield. So we have to stop being selective here. One thing that Klopp says isn't law. It has to be everything he says is law. We can't just nitpick what he says and say, okay, I'm gonna run that agenda.
I agree.
Yes.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So if Klopp says he's okay with the midfield, then he's okay with midfield. If Klopp says he doesn't sign the players, then he doesn't sign the players. But then don't credit him for signing Van Dijk. Don't credit him for signing Mo Salah. We have to stop being this way.
Yes.
That's just the way I thought. Like, I don't want to get into an argument or anything.
I agree.
Chris, can I bring up one final point? And I'm glad you said what you said there. In terms of we have to believe what Jurgen Klopp says. We can't just nitpick and believe what we want.
Yeah, go ahead.
Now, at the end of the day, Jurgen Klopp has... Now, if we have to believe everything Jurgen Klopp has said, Jurgen Klopp has said himself, out his own mouth, I am not in control of finances. I'm not in control of what we spend.
Mm-hmm.
So therefore, that's on FSG. That is not on the manager. It's on FSG.
What club's manager is in control of what they spend?
Now we're nitpicking.
No.
How can I nitpick on someone else's man? I'll just ask you a question.
But he hasn't said that though. That's what I'm saying.
He
Like
has.
you're
He
morphing.
He has said out his mouth in press conferences live, I am not in control of what the club spends.
John, I'm asking you a basic question.
Time out, guys. But he also said, I'm okay with how things are. He signed the contract. He's perfectly fine.
Yeah.
So for us to sit here...
That's what I'm saying. We can't nitpick. But out his own mouth in a press conference live, he has said, I am not in control of what we can spend.
John, can I ask you a question though? What does that mean, bro? Like, he's saying it like he's saying, oh, I'm not in control, so I can't buy what, bro. The way he said it was just simple, bro. Because he doesn't. Just like Guardiola doesn't control the finances at Man City, Arteta doesn't control the finances at Arsenal. That's very normal for a manager who's supposed to be managing the football team. Doesn't hold the check all the finances, bro.
Football team. You're meant to manage your team. You're meant to manage who you bring into a club. You're meant to manage who you want to play in your team.
Yeah,
therefore,
bro,
you should have final say on who comes in the club.
No, but you're not making. I think you're taking it away from what Klopp's saying, bro. Like, that's like being. I run my own business as well, bro. I have an accountant, bro. They deal with my finances. Simple, bro.
So can I finish what I was saying before we kind of lose track of it? So that's my saying in regards to that and stuff. And then in regards to your last question, Tofman, was it what we expect to win or something like that?
Right. Yeah.
I've said it in many platforms. If we don't win Europa League, and Klopp has to go, in my opinion.
Okay.
Is that the opinion of everyone? If we don't use, I'll allow you finish, Chris. Yes or no? Just a quick yes or no from the panel.
No, that's just
if we don't win Europa, Klopp has to go, or
that's just me. I'm not.
I know. I'm just, and then I'll let you land your point. I just want to just hear: is Europa a given? We have to win Europa for the panel.
No,
not for me. No.
No, from John. No, from
it's
Savage.
A cup competition, so.
Baz, is that a no from you? Does Klopp have to win Europa?
No, I'm gonna look at the season as a whole.
Okay.
Yeah.
I watched Europa League last season, and I saw how good some of the teams were in that, bro. And I'm not saying that we are. If I look at the teams on paper, we're a better team than all of the other teams in that. But let's be honest, man. If it was that easy, then every time Liverpool was in the in Europa League, we would have won it.
Yeah.
So I can't really look at it like that. It's not binary, but there's nothing wrong with Chris saying that. It's just I just think for me,
right. That's his bar. No,
It's just my
yeah, that's fine. If the rest of the season's trash though, along with that, so if we had the season like we just had, and there's nothing in Europa League, that's a little bit different, bro. Because
yeah, it's a little bit different, obviously.
Yeah, the team's regressing then. But for me, man,
it depends on who drops out from the Champions League too.
Yeah.
No. That's the thing. You've got big clubs dropping in as well. Like if we finish 10th and win the Europa League, is that? You know what I mean?
Because for me, the way I'm seeing is that I just want us back in the Champions League. In my opinion, I don't think the team as currently constructed is still missing some gaps. In my opinion, so I don't see us being able to challenge throughout the whole year, especially when we're talking about the sports science aspect of the team. We have a lot of players that do.
Okay, can I interrupt? Are you saying to win that to guarantee Champions League?
Exactly. Yeah.
Okay.
That's your main concern. If he doesn't get if we don't get Champions League, then
hold on. Ain't Champions League? Is Champions League 5th place this season?
Depending on what form I think.
Champions League 5th place.
I'm asking the question not because I'm saying I want us to get 5th. I'm saying
I don't know.
If you finish 5th and you have 3 or more Champions League trophies,
yeah, legacy clubs in it. So Man U and
Liverpool. Okay, right, yeah. So if we finish 5th, if Bournemouth finish 5th, they're not getting it.
No, it's just legacy
clubs.
It's only
right. Okay.
It's only Man U and Liverpool. It's only them two. But my point is that I'm not saying it because I'm saying, at least if we finish 5th. I'm saying if we don't even finish 5th, that's a terrible season.
No, exactly.
This seems impossible for us, a team like us, not to get Champions League this season somehow.
Exactly. A disgraceful season. A disgraceful season for us.
Yeah, I completely agree.
If we don't challenge for a title, that to me is a disgraceful season.
But
challenging every single year. We should be challenging.
So can
I have a second. I don't see any other team out there.
Yeah,
exactly. Like I have a second. I know. I think City are going to win it, but I have us. We're better than Chelsea. We're better than United. We're better than Arsenal. We're better than Spurs. We're better than Newcastle. Look at what we've already done. 7 points from Chelsea and Newcastle away. Beat Villa. Beat Bournemouth. Well, this is form, and I don't see anything better enough.
It will come down to the Liverpool Man City games. It's whoever wins more games between Man City and Liverpool in the games against each other.
I think
it's another 1 point season. If it's another 1 point season, then whatever. Fuck that.
I think it comes down to I think not to cut you off, Brian. I'm sorry. I was just going to say. I think it comes down to our away form. My biggest concern from last year is something I pointed out early in the year when we started losing those weird games, especially to lower of the table teams away, which is still a difficult task for any team. Any team to win away is a hard accomplishment to do. Home advantage is a serious and is a real thing in the Premier League. However, if we can get form, because we obviously have great home presence, if we can get away form, we can do something this year. I think we could push for something. But wait, one point is this. What Brian said, I think, is spot on. Think about the fact of we have Arsenal. We have. I understand Spurs are doing well so far. I don't know if that's the new coach bounce or whatever you want to constitute that towards. But Spurs. You have Manchester United. You have the Gooners. Like all those teams. I only really want to speak on Chelsea. But you have these teams. Out of those teams, do you really see any of those being like real competition to contend above us? Considering too, this last point to something that Chris can comment on too. Considering too that a lot of those teams have their injury problems too. Look at Arsenal. Look at Chelsea. Look at all the teams I've mentioned. They all have major injuries that have impacted their season that are going to be season type impacts. I think that's a major thing that
I think Arsenal will be the closest to us.
What's
Yeah.
I think Arsenal will be the
You literally
closest.
turned and said there. You literally said if Liverpool get their away form on record, on good form,
Yeah, because our home record's
we've
amazing.
already
Our
been.
home record's amazing,
No,
amazing.
home record. I don't mean to worry about the home record, but we've already been away to Newcastle, St James's Park, down to 10 men, came back and won the game.
Yeah,
That to me proves
yeah.
Liverpool are on it this season.
I don't,
On
bro. I
I
don't
don't.
know if that can prove something to you that quick in the season. It's 4 games and they ain't all been away, bro.
But
So
Right.
it's St James's Park. We all know St James's Park is a really tough place to go to.
I mean, everyone keeps saying this, bro, but this is only based off one Eddie Howe season before. Because
No,
you want to
no,
go check Liverpool.
I would say
No, no,
this
no. If
from
you want to go
whatever
check Liverpool's
viewpoint.
record away against these teams, it's always it's cold anyway.
Newcastle
Yeah.
hasn't
No,
done this since
sorry.
I would say that
2015.
I would
It's
say
not
that
just it's not just the
no matter how
Newcastle
many
one.
rounds
It's
it
the
was.
Bournemouth one previously. We went down to 10 men twice in a row and won both games. It wasn't just the Newcastle. It was
No,
No, no.
against Bournemouth.
My
Yeah,
point.
okay.
My point is. Listen, I'm of the opinion. Listen. I might be delusional. I think Liverpool can win the league, innit? All I'm saying is.
Thank you, Savage.
No,
Thank
no,
you.
but just because I
Yeah.
think that doesn't mean agree with your away talk, bro. I'm just saying that it's the season just started.
We're
Bro.
winning the league. We are winning this year. This year, we're winning the league.
I just think that Liverpool are gonna get better, and I don't care how stupid it sounds. I don't think Man City will get better than they were previously. That doesn't mean they can't still win the league.
Yeah.
I just
Yeah,
don't
they'll
think they're
put
gonna
up
get
the
better,
same
bro.
number.
We
Yeah, I
definitely
mean,
will
They
be
don't.
better.
We have a higher
Last
ceiling.
year.
We have a higher ceiling than Manchester City.
Great
yeah,
Definitely.
points.
We have a
I
much
think
higher
Arsenal.
ceiling.
I think Arsenal still have
Simple
parts
as
in
that.
their squad where they just won't get over the line, bro. That's what I think.
Great
And he's
points. No,
tinkling.
that's some great points. No, you're spot on. I think that I think the teams that we're contending with, obviously, City is our main competitor when it comes to winning this title for this year. But again, a lot of these teams that we're speaking on too have Champions League. They're gonna have to go through the rigors of playing these players like 2-3 times in a week, possibly in some competitions, and that's gonna take a toll. And I mean,
Spurs and Chelsea don't have any trophies and they don't have any European competitions.
Man, at the same your same logic applies to us as well, because when you really sit there and think about it, we don't have a big enough squad, right?
we don't have what? Say that one more time. I didn't hear what you said.
We don't have a big enough squad, so now we have to juggle the group stages with what, kids?
But that's
Yeah.
something that
Yeah.
what I was going to ask, Chris. In terms
So-
of that, there obviously juggling squad rotation players. Would you risk Europa League just to go all out to win the league this year?
No, because it's not
Personally,
guaranteed. It's
I
not
would.
guaranteed, John.
Yeah, that's crazy talk, bro. We're
Yeah,
Liverpool, man.
you
We
can't,
don't do that.
you can't do that. And this is where I have my issues with certain things, or is because when we look at it, our past history, right, in regards to how physically demanding the way we play is, and how I guess now you're starting to see Klopp rotate more. I guess per se, our players break down. Players come in, they're not injury prone. They come to Liverpool, they become injury prone. So this is where I have a big concern in regards to Monday Night Football and who he's going to decide to play in those games. Because you can't just put kids to play in the Europa League games. You know what I mean? You can't.
Why not?
No, I agree with Chris on that, man. I did the video on it the other day, man. I don't think it makes sense.
You can't because at the end of the day, it's about winning. And yes, I'm all for giving kids the opportunity to get game time, but there has to be a balance between, like 12 Man says, the senior player and the youth. You have to have a balance. You can't put a.
So you do.
No,
you
there's
do.
a reason why
have
Milner got
balance.
playing time for sure. Your players like your Milners or your players like you got to give props and love and respect to your players like Taki or even Divock who got to play in those cup games, for instance.
And this is the question I want to ask you guys. This is the question I want to ask you guys because, like John said, he's okay with putting kids to play, that's his opinion, and that's perfectly fine.
Mm-hmm.
Who is the center back pairing for Europa League? Because Matip is going to break down. Joe Gomez is known to break down, and we know Konate is known to break down. So who's your center back pairing?
Kwanzaa and Gomez.
Kwanzaa and Gomez.
Yeah. And I just said Gomez is known to have nickels. Trent.
But if
Trent-
you're asking to pick like who's going to play next game, then you have to kind of discount this guy might be injured or whatever. So we only have a list of players to pick from.
Well, that's what I'm saying. And this
So
is,
yeah, assuming any player could get injured at any time, Salah could be out.
Right.
But so if the list is full, and it's who do you start in the? Yeah, agreed. Anyone could be injured. But
I
if
think
the
it should be
list
a
is
rotation
full,
of max like 5 or 6 players, bro. I don't think
if Matip is fit, play Matip. If
no, and I completely agree. I completely agree.
I think
if it's a
5 or
last
6 players
at home,
it's a bit
yeah,
risky,
if it's
bro.
a last at home, if it's a, I don't even know what the hardest one is. Like, but the easier ones at home, like I'm all for Bajcetic getting all the minutes in the Europa League. But like you say, it has to be. Yeah, you can't throw it all the kids at.
Yeah, like what were you think about it at the
70%.
moment?
So
Gravenberch and Harvey, Doak, Bajcetic, Shimikas. These are not playing in like the first team at the moment anyway. I expect them to be there. I just mean that you need to have with your bench. I need to see some experience on the bench in case, bro. That's all I need.
All the insurance policies.
Quarterfinals. That is when you start playing your big boys.
Bro, you're saying it like it's a given that we're gonna get there, bro.
Well, that group is.
Oh wait, so that way we should do.
You quarterfinal, bro. It's a bit of that's a mad bit of arrogance, bro. I don't know if you watched the Europa League last season. Yeah. But when you get out of the group,
we are Liverpool. We are.
You could get anybody.
Bro, stop all of that, man. Because if we get we get out of the group, get to round 16 and buy Leverkusen on a good day, bro.
I'm not saying disrespect the tournament, but then as Liverpool fans, we would at least expect to get the quarterfinals.
This is where I'm confused, guys. This is where
Chris, say your point, and then Baz and Nilante, please.
This is my confusion because I just want to know where you guys think we should end up in Europa League, because the way John's talking, obviously it's his opinion and he's fine with it.
Right.
He the way he's talking is like we're gonna cakewalk the Europa League. So if that's the mindset,
we are the overwhelming favorites. Let's just keep that.
No, but if that's the mindset, then we have to win it.
Right.
There's no ifs and buts. There's no if and buts.
Currently
structured. We have to win it.
Yeah. No, I was gonna say it depends, Chris. The only thing that, and then I'll allow you to land. The only thing that I would say is though it depends on who drops out of the Champions League, but currently constructed, we are definitely the odds-on favorite to win the Europa.
Okay.
Just by coefficient, like we were talking about coefficient alone.
I'll let everyone talk and stuff.
We should do it.
Go ahead.
But no, finish your point, Don.
That's all I wanted to say because I'm just trying to understand because obviously I'm a little confused. You know me talking. Right. I'm very negative. I'm very cutthroat in regards to like how I feel. So I want to win the Europa League. I want no excuses in my opinion.
Yeah, facts.
That's just me, right? Everyone else might not feel that way. That's okay.
No, and I feel that.
But if everyone's
I got a hashtag out there saying Europa Quad. I'm already on board for us.
No, but I'm saying like if people,
let's go.
But if people are saying that we're gonna cakewalk and we're okay with playing kids and stuff, then we have to win it.
I don't think we're gonna do a top from bottom like you're starting 11 of all kids. That's something I don't think so. Yeah, but I think if we do what we do in the Caribou Cup or like what we do in like. Not necessarily FA Cup maybe in the early rounds, but like what we do in the Caribou Cup more so, where we have a mixture of players that don't really get playing time on the starting 11, or sometimes aren't even on the 20-man squad that gets to go to game day. Some of these players that you see are on the kind of like fringes or the youth players that are just trying to have like get experience. I can see them playing in Europa.
I'll tell you, man.
I can agree with.
No, the only youth I'm happy with are the ones what we saw in preseason, and more than that because
exactly. Yeah.
And that needs to be mixed with experience because to what Toph just said, I remember I was at the League Cup game when Taki scored against Leicester, and the first half was the worst first half of football I've ever seen. Bare players that nobody knew. My son was so disappointed with it. He didn't know who half of the team was. No cohesion at all, and then they had to bring on the better players after. So I'm not saying. So someone just said in the chat, like our confidence in arrogance. All I'm if you watch Europa League last season like I did, safe, then it's not arrogance. But if you didn't and all you've done is sin names that you're not used to, and have just made up that the fact we're going to smoke them. Listen, yes, I believe we're the best team, but we finished 5th in the Premier League, innit? Don't forget that, bro. So when these other teams finish 5th in their league or higher, they're just thinking we finished higher than you, bro. Like, we're in here because we all should be in here. You know what I mean? We didn't deserve to get to the Champions League, so that's why we never got there. So now, we might be the best of the rest of the bunch, man, but the chances are, bro, like, we should smoke everyone in the group. But just to go throw all the kids in there, bro, who don't play. If the kids all played together on the team already and there's cohesion, that's different.
Cohesion, yeah.
Right.
You're throwing guys in there that these don't play with it. They don't. When did they have time to do? They're all from different parts of different reserves and under 23s and here and there, and then
totally different. But wait, Savage, and again, Nolante Baz, please chime in on this as well. If the youth that I'm expecting or would like to see, and that I'm referencing is, I want to see Kwanzaa play.
Yep.
I'd like to see Ben Doak play.
Yep.
You have to put Kelleher.
Okay.
Yep.
I would even like to see Bashetic play.
Yep.
Okay. And
Kelleher.
Other than that, that's pretty much
okay. I get what you mean now. So you're not actually talking about the youth. You're just talking about the set because Doak and that now is part of Liverpool's team. So
exactly.
Yeah, the second
Exactly.
Okay. So
When I say youth, I'm talking about
okay. Just before you move on, then that's why I said
right.
when I
I'm
was
not
thinking
talking
of the
about
players.
like our remember everyone in the panel probably remembers when we played Villa, and because we were tied
they were
tied
16-year-olds
to
in that.
competition, right?
Yeah.
We couldn't play
Yeah.
players in that, so we had to send pretty much like every youth player we could find to field a team. I'm not saying that is how we're going to treat.
Yeah, because what Chris said, that's why I said like Kelleher, Bajcetic, Kwanzaa, Doak, Harvey.
Exactly. Maybe Curtis Jones.
Curtis, maybe if he's not in the first team.
Fuck off.
I think McConnell will be there as well.
Jones?
I think McConnell will be there because he was on the
Simicast?
bench in the last 2 games. 1 minute, John. McConnell was there on the bench in the last 2 games, so I think he will be there as well. And then that's like how many players is that? Like 7. And then you mix the rest with experience, bro. Whoever, if Jota didn't start on the weekend before, he'll probably play. You know what I mean? Because he's gonna have the same rest until the next Prem game because he wouldn't have started.
No, I put Nunez in that mix, maybe even too. Even the fact that I want to see Nunez start, but I just want to just get.
And I think Gravenberch will be there as well.
Yeah, I agree with every player you said there. The only player I don't agree with is Jones.
Why not?
Why? This is the agenda
I don't want to
that's
see
going
Jones
on,
anywhere near the Liverpool team.
John. You can't be saying that, man. What's wrong with this guy? What is wrong with Curtis Jones?
I personally, I think he's dog shit. I don't think he's Liverpool.
You cannot.
Whoa.
God.
Whoa, you was telling me to stop because you think he was shit. I thought you were telling me to stop because you didn't want him to get injured in the.
What?
No, I think he's fucking dog shit.
No.
You know something? That's an agenda, man. Come on, look, the guy's come in. Okay, he's been brilliant for us towards the ending of the season. All right, he's played in the England, under whatever it was tournament. He was brilliant there as well. All right, he's had maybe an injury or something like that. The starting, yeah. But you know what? He played well in the last game. He's playing well. He's consistent. That's the thing. He wasn't playing a lot of games before because
he is consistent. Yes, I give him that. He is consistent. He's consistently fucking shit.
Oh,
John, I'm just gonna let you know, bro. If you want to go talk to someone on the Jones thing, bro, I'll cook you on that, bro. Let's stop. This is mad disrespectful, still, bro.
Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah,
that's a take.
Curtis Jones has
that's
to
a
go.
take.
We should have sold him in the summer.
Do you know something? If you want to go along those lines, then John, yeah, then I would just say that, you know what? And I know, Savage, I know what you're going to think about this year, but I'm just going to use this because I know this is John's favorite player. All right, but you know what? I think Curtis Jones has been better than Robertson. Robertson's been dog shit.
Fuck off.
Yeah, he doesn't. He can't finish a ball. He can't finish a ball. He hasn't scored many goals. He hasn't scored a goal. At least Curtis Jones scored a few last year, and he don't even know how to run anymore.
Baz, don't go there. I would have
All right.
Hold on, Baz.
All right.
I said on the screen is what I was just gonna say, man.
I will bring Daryl in here, and Daryl will tell you, don't go there with fucking Robinson. Robbo
Listen,
is a fucking
Daryl,
baller.
at the
No,
moment,
this
like,
just
if you put
turned into
Daryl in here, he'll
EastEnders.
make more sense than you, bro. He would actually say Jones is actually a
Bravo.
better player.
Mate, Daryl hates Curtis Jones as well.
No, that's
Daryl
because
the
you're
dog.
calling him rubbish, bro. He's a good lad, that Daryl. Daryl's a good lad. He knows what I go on, man.
You man out here hating your own players and that, man. Steep still.
You can't say that, John, man. Come on.
All right,
Mate,
let's
I'm
put
sorry.
that.
Curtis Jones is dog
let's
shit.
I wonder if John
let's leave-
celebrated
let's
them
leave
goals
Cujo
against Leicester
alone.
that Curtis scored. You know the bangers that he scored at the end of last season? I wonder if John celebrated them.
John was screaming, mate. Trust me, he was screaming ecstasy.
I was.
Curtis Jones.
I will always
has
celebrate
excelled.
Liverpool.
Curtis Jones has made a lot of people change their opinions
And
positively,
I'm one of them.
hopefully, because I think that the young man has definitely played well. He's always been, he's a scouser, but I mean, he's also someone that everyone has been hoping to see the best out of, and I think that he's really matured, to say the least, last year, and he's grown into the role that he's been somewhat groomed to play for Klopp, which wasn't a natural fit for him initially.
If you saw his quotes last week about being in midfield and that, bro, trust me, the geezer's serious, bro. And
yeah,
I'll say when people talk about Curtis, bro, they choose to take the context out of his career at Liverpool so far. When you want to break down all the injuries he's had and the weird injuries, and that you'll realize very fast that he weren't playing that many games, and people were picking at certain things, bro.
Savage, I'm sorry. Curtis Jones is dog shit. In bars, you need to take back what you said about Robbo.
Absolutely no chance.
Wait,
Robbo is
outstanding.
outstanding.
Like, it's kind of like, wow, like I'm kind of like shocked a little bit, but
we're gonna, you know what? This will be a good. I got a show concept that we're gonna have to work out of this one.
But
we'll have to bring you just have to bring out the one player that you have a contention against, and then we'll do it gladiator style, and you have to defend yourself against everyone.
Guys, just to point it out there, yeah, just to say something, yeah, guys. In terms of Robertson, right, he's a brilliant player for Liverpool. I'm just doing it to piss John off.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, no.
Oh, for sure.
John, is there any other John? Is there any other Liverpool players that you think are shit?
Ali, Mo Salah.
Wait, what?
Gakpo,
Gomez,
Trent.
I think is dog shit as well.
Okay.
He ain't that bad, man.
Anyone else, John?
Man.
Just Jones Gomez.
Okay.
He kept a clean sheet in the last game. Just
I
saying.
don't give a fuck if they kept a clean sheet.
How about this?
He'd probably be shit for next fucking 10 games.
How can you not play? His job is not to concede goals, and he did that.
Probably be fucking shit for next 10 games. It's one good game. I guarantee you, next 10 games is.
Trevor, you been in the whiskey? Trevor, you been in the whiskey?
No,
I don't know how
the
Curtis Jones comes in against Chelsea last season in that shit 0-0 game, and ever since that game, he's been cold in every game, bro, including the Euros, and you've still got an issue with it. I don't get it, bro.
No, I'm sorry, man, he's shit.
Tell me the bad game he had after that, then.
Opinionated.
How many ball games did he have? Good games.
Well, that run is 15 games, so I'm just telling you to tell me one bad game.
Right,
That's
so
all I'm
how
asking.
many ball games has he had?
I just told you he's been cooking since then, so obviously I don't think he's had a bad game. I'm asking you, what bad game did he have in the 15 games?
He's had 15 good games. Right? He's probably
in a row, bruv.
Fair enough, in a row, yes. He's probably
it's not fair enough. You know how consistent that is, bro.
He has probably had about 40 bad games in a row before them games.
No,
40
John.
bad games in a row.
No.
Yeah, John, you don't want to do this with me, bro. He's gonna fail, bro.
Can I
let's leave it for the gladiator session. Let's leave it for the gladiator session.
I'm sorry, but Curtis Jones,
John, I am definitely not going to allow for Curtis Jones to be. I think Curtis Jones has shown his worth, and he is showing. I think Curtis Jones has shown his worth, and I think Curtis Jones has not only adjusted and adapted to what Klopp wants, but I believe he's actually contributing. That's the only thing the biggest thing I've ever asked from a player is contribution. If you can contribute to the team, you don't have to be world-class levels in every position.
But we are Liverpool. We are Liverpool.
This we are Liverpool thing is getting tired, bro.
This we are Liverpool thing needs to end right now. We are who we are.
Honestly.
Can I say something?
Sure.
In regards to Curtis Jones, because I think something Savage said was like ignored, right? Which was the fact that since he's joined Liverpool's first team, the kid has injuries.
Yep.
Injuries that derailed his ability to be consistent.
Right.
And then when you look at the teams that we had before the
Freak
whole
injuries too. Freak injuries as well.
freak injuries, and then you look at the midfield that we had before, there was no reason, there was no way for him to get into the team like that. So that has to be into consideration.
Yeah.
What we also we need to look at
what
as
about
well
Bradley?
is the change is not just the changes, but you know the sometimes he's been instructed to play a certain way as well. We got to get that.
Hold on. What about Conor Bradley then?
What? We're not judging Conor
John?
Bradley because we know that he doesn't play.
Different
So why
player.
would we judge him?
Conor Bradley.
I've heard shouts, people saying sell Conor Bradley.
But you couldn't have had the shirts of people saying he's shit because he doesn't play.
So are we judging? Because Jones has injuries, Bradley's also had injuries.
No,
What
John,
about
you
the guy
can't
we
you can't do
saying-
this to us. You can't bring an argument that we didn't have about Bradley to this conversation.
How can
We're
that?
getting put
They
to the
both
Sharks,
had
and I'm
injuries.
checking it out. Watch this.
No, but you can't bring that conversation because none of us said that Bradley was shit. We didn't even talk about him.
No, I'm not
No
saying
one-
you
no
said
one-
it.
no
I'm
one
saying
said
I've
anything
heard
about
certain
Bradley.
people.
Why would
say it.
anyone talk about Bradley? He doesn't play for Liverpool, bro. He hardly ever plays any games, bro.
Well, I'm saying I've heard certain people say it.
Whatever donuts you're
Oh,
listening to, bro.
Those certain people don't live here for sure. That's for certain because no one's brought up Conor Bradley.
You need to stop talking to the walls, John. I'm a bit getting worried about you, bro.
Mate, Curtis Jones shit. Curtis Jones is fucking dog shit. That's the end of the story.
That's crazy.
Oh.
Can we change the
Can
subject?
I just say one thing?
Let's go to the final subject because we're gonna have to wrap up here. It's definitely this is like one of my longest streams. Pause. But
Stop
what
inviting Irish people on, and you only have our streams.
big up to Ireland. I got mad love for Ireland. This was up.
They'll talk all night, man. They'll talk all night.
Yeah, but so we've gotten through all the topics and everything. We kind of settled on the fact of that. You know, we do believe that this is the year. This is a year that we could possibly have a little bit of promise. Some of us have our bars might be set differently amongst the panel. You know, as to what would constitute a acceptable year for us as being something that we can see. I love the passion and definitely the everything that's going on with the panel. But is there anything that you guys want to say? Any quick things that we want to talk about real quick before we wrap this all up here? Well, we can go. Nilante, we'll start with you since we haven't heard from you in a little bit. Is there anything that you're feeling that you wanted to maybe bring up before we leave?
Yeah, I'll just mention something quickly since we're going to wrap this up. Otherwise, I've got a whole load of subjects, but we'll leave that for another day. If it's endo related or if it's anything remotely close, we can bring it up tomorrow. Because tomorrow will be that gladiator session tomorrow. Okay.
I'm coming in to defend endo tomorrow. So.
Yeah. So you got samurai swords. I can see the Japanese in the background somewhere there with the sword and that. But yeah, manga tactics. But yeah.
Asiatic here.
hey, listen, Chris. You know what I mean? Let's go. But I'll be brief because I know Ferry, Pinier, John, Baza, and then all the opinions probably got stuff. I'll just keep it to one section. My question is about Gravenberch. Where does he fit in the system? Where does he fit in the team? And how does he do well this season? Because in my personal opinion, I think we're going to get to a point that later on during the season that will be, well, from what Klopp has done, I thought it would be the other way around. I think it'll be McAllister in the 6 and Gravenberch and Sobo pushing up as 8s. So, yeah.
That's a good question.
So what else? So we'll see everyone's opinion about
Gravenberch.
Gravenberch.
The panel real quick. Where do you see him? Where do you see Gravenberch fitting, Brian? And then we'll go to Baz, and then we'll bring it to the top row here too.
Yeah, in that more defensive number 8 role, but rotational. Not going to play every single game, but
kind of
work his way into the team.
Gerard toward the end of his run with us, where he was an 8, but he was more like a defensive.
Yeah, I think we're going to play 3 first choice, hard working number 8 types, and that would be Gravenberch, McAllister and Sabozlai in most games, but then you've got Endo, Thiago, Isedic. I mean, we have endless options there. But yeah, I see Gravenberch in a kind of a box to box role, doing a little bit of everything, but not as a sitting holding midfield player. But he's quality on the ball. I mean, just give him give him time, give him the ball, and let him go. There you go. That's me.
Yeah, I'm excited. I'm excited to see what he does in bring. Yeah, for sure.
I see him as a utility guy initially. Initially, a utility guy, learning his trade, learning the Jurgen Klopp way. I also see that he'll be selected in certain games where we need like legs, that 195 centimeter box to box. They're gonna use him, and I can actually even see him playing as an 8 with Szoboszlai and having McAllister as a 6 or between him and Endo. So I think and he's still so young, so there's a lot of promise of him, and I think he's going to be used initially as a utility player and just gradually work his way up.
Okay. Who wants to go first? Chris, you want to go first?
Yeah, I can go. So the question is about Gravenberch, right?
Yeah.
It kind of gives us a lot of options, to be honest. It gives players to have the ability to rest and stuff. We can switch up. But I do agree with, I don't know who brought up the point. I think it was Nelante putting or was it Brian putting McAllister as a 6?
Mm-hmm.
I saw a sign of brilliance last game with McAllister, how he's able to slow down play, dictate play. It was beautiful. Like I know he had it in him. But I do see Gravenberch as the left side of the 8 if we're gonna play like a 4-3-3.
So you see him taking basically where Jones is playing.
Yeah, I think it's like a rotation thing. I think it's gonna be like an embedding kind of period because I know like Jones knows the system, right? He knows the players. So I think Gravenberch is gonna kind of like work his way into the squad. I think in a way. So yeah, it's good to have these options, man. Like I'm not really.
It's great to have these options.
I'm just very happy. Like I know a lot of people, even myself, didn't believe we were gonna bring in 2 midfielders. Now we have 4. You know what I mean? So I'm very happy, man. I'm really happy.
Possibly 5th in January. Who knows?
Yeah, hopefully we'll see. So yeah.
Stream God, what are you thinking?
Kind of from what Brian said. To be fair, man, he's going to be used as a box to box, and I think he'll be utilizing the 6 and the 8 in different times. He'll be a different type of 6, and I think once he goes off on that box to box run, and that McAllister will just fill in, and I think you'll find them all doing that to help each other out, which is perfect. I think different styles make fights in it, so different teams will call for different things in it. You know what I mean? There'll be a game where it's like, okay, we need to Endo in this game. You know what I mean? But there'll be times where it's like a team where we can be a bit more expansive, and he'll be great in them games as well. He's one of the best young talents in football, bro. I'm not gonna let a year out at Bayern Munich fool me, bro. He was, when you're talking about wonder kids and that, bro, there was a short list of them, bro, and it was he was one of them, bro, along with Bellingham and Schumann. So he's cold, man. He's not forgot to play football. He's gonna show everyone something different, man. I feel like there's a lot of I don't understand why we got him and stuff. Trust me, everyone will find out, bro. This geezer is cold, bro. He is cold.
Anyone that'll show us.
He makes football look so effortless, bro. It's so good. So I'm looking forward to see what he does. To be fair,
John, where do you see us playing Gravenberch?
I don't see Gravenberch anywhere near the 6 role. I see Gravenberch as a number 8.
Okay.
And I'll say this now. I also see Gravenberch as the signing of the summer.
Oh, you think he's the signing of the summer?
I think Gravenberch is going to be an absolute baller for us. We're all banging on about Szoboszlai and everything else, and rightly so. Szoboszlai is an outstanding player.
He's a boss. Let's get it straight. He's a boss.
Right, the boss. But I think Gravenberch is going to be the boss.
You think CEO levels, huh? Okay.
So I'm just saying now, Szoboszlai is a great player, but Gravenberch is Lee Boss.
Is that based on anything or just your feeling you've got?
No, that was based on his days at Ajax. I'm not judging him on his days at Premier League whatsoever, because he didn't get enough game time. He didn't get his proper chance in Premier League.
Brilliant in these games anyway. The ones that he did.
Is Bayern Munich, bro? He played the equivalent of about 5 games at Bayern Munich.
Right. And even then, he was great.
We all seen it. Gravenberch at Ajax, he was one of the most chased after players. Everybody wanted him. We've landed him. We have signed one of the best young talents, I believe, in the world.
I agree.
Yeah, I agree. I think if anything, you know what? This is just my take, of course, but I think the unique thing about the evolution that we've seen in this rebuild, I think the evolution of that I've at least noticed in the approach towards the Klopp system is, you know, I understand people might have different opinions on Pep, but I think Pep has had an influence on the direction of Shaolin, the direction of this team, and I think that this total football concept is the direction that we're going when we're trying to bring in these players. And I think that, you know, I know a lot of people have in their minds that, oh, this person's supposed to be rigidly playing this position. However, grab him under, you know, we've seen it. We spoke on, let's not bring it back up, but we spoke up on Curtis Jones and his evolution and the player that he was in the youth academy, the player that he's now with the senior club. It's 2 different players in my mind, you know, and especially with the roles and responsibilities that he has to take on. You know, it's going to be the same with Gravenberch. Gravenberch is going to have a situation where he's going to be taking on different roles, different things that he's going to be asked to do. But especially because Dutch players are groomed to be that total football style player, you know, they're groomed to be those players that aren't just, you know, typecast into playing. You got to play this one position, and that's the only position that you can play. I think that that's something that we're going to see with Gravenberch, and I think there's a reason why his name was mentioned with your Bellinghams, with your Tuchemenis. You know, there's going to be a reason why he was mentioned with those players, as Stream God said, with being a wonder kid. I still think that he has the sense in his mind that, hey, I've seen where Tuchemeni has gone. I've seen the direction and level that Bellingham's gone. He knows that he needs to be there or should be there too. And I think that this year, being on a club the stature of Liverpool, it's an opportunity to do so. And let's just keep it real. Bayern Munich is a drama show. Okay?
Politics.
All respect to Bayern Munich, but they are a drama show in itself. And there's a hierarchy. There's a lot of inner politics that they're dealing with at Bayern Munich that affect who gets playing time and who doesn't get playing time, I think.
Yeah, pretty much. Do you play for Germany? And then we'll talk on it.
Yeah.
They call them FC Hollywood in Germany.
Yeah,
they're known as FC Hollywood.
Yeah, as a major portion of it is, hey, let's just get straight. Bayern Munich is the biggest club in Germany. So, of course, they're going to have a bias to emphasize their German stars get top preference. That's as simple as that, you know. And then one unique thing about this is something that's funny, and I'll show it tomorrow too. But I was doing a lineup for the Villa game, for instance, right? And when I was putting together the lineup, I still had the lineup actually from the Newcastle game before that, and every player, for at least for the Newcastle game, every player on that was a starter represented a different country. It's something that's unique about this team. Like, as in, to realize that we only have 3, the most players that we have at the club, I think, this year from the same nation is 3, and that's
Netherlands, isn't it?
That's Holland.
Yeah, it was Brazil before, but they've all gone.
They're all gone. And I think that's, again, the reason, the emphasis of the nature of the direction this club is going with their system.
Yeah, that's what I told you. Pep's going to be the next manager, bro. He's Dutch too, bro. He's Ali, bro.
Well, that's a different conversation for another day, because I don't.
I know that.
I don't
You want to. Stream guy must have pulled a pin out of the grenade.
I'm just
Like,
saying, if FSG is still the owners, if FSG is still the owners when Klopp goes, bro, I don't know who you lot think is going to work under that.
Savage, put the pin back in the grenade, Savage. Put the pin
Sorry,
back.
man.
I don't want it. I don't want it. I don't want it.
Hey, man, listen, I got his book, man. It's a great book. Bro. It's a great read.
Oh, get out of here. Oh, no.
Yeah, man. If anyone wants it, you can pick up on $18.99 hard copy on Amazon. Use my link if you want.
Get out of here, man.
I already know.
Oh, God.
Send the link. Send the link. Send the link.
No, you should send the link. Yeah, send the Amazon link as to where you can buy it too, I guess, or something, just in case. But all right, so let's just we're gonna wrap up here. So tomorrow we're gonna be speaking on Endo. We're also going to have some other. Hopefully, we're gonna have these participants in one way or another. They'll be able to enter the gladiator ring and take on their our own personal agendas, if you want to call them that. But it's going to be a fun show for sure, especially since, oh, wow. I'm still trying to get over that Curtis Jones comment.
You're telling me I have to go dig up my old military uniform and have it on for the show?
Exactly.
Get it going, Chris.
I got to put my pins and pedals on and stuff. God.
I have two questions before we go.
Okay.
Can I ask two questions before we go?
Yeah. Ask them. Go ahead.
How many names does Savage have? Because I'm getting a lot of names tonight.
I knighted Savage the other day. He's at El Niño de Medellin, bro.
Yeah, but what were you calling them 12th man earlier on? Just some kind of wrestler name? Grand Slam?
Nature Boy. Nature Boy.
Yeah, Nature Boy. What's
I'm about on these streets, on these cold streets, man. I'm about, bro. Like, you know what I mean?
Savage, Hugo, Nature Boy. I'm just wondering, so like, where do I send the cops the next? That's what I'm saying. Is it?
Hey, man, that's why I have so many names, man. So they can't get
you. Yeah. And to Chris, why is your profile picture Pablo Escobar standing in an apparently empty swimming pool?
That's my Lord and Savior, Pablo Escobar.
Pablo, the absolute legend, bro.
That's who I pray to at night and stuff.
That's from Narcos. From Narcos.
So that's.
I think that's that scene that
from Narcos. It's from Narcos, yeah.
Okay, so what it is Pablo Escobar in an empty swimming pool staring at probably a rhinoceros or something. Okay. But obviously not, because it's an actor. Okay. Yeah, questions answered.
That's what we're here for. Answer questions.
Just a quick one. Just a quick one as well.
Yeah, do it, Baz.
Look, it's only been a few games and it's been promising so far.
Right.
But let's not get too carried away.
Okay.
Get a little bit carried away though.
Oh no, you're mad, bro. I'm getting carried away. This is how I enjoy it.
I'm sorry.
After the season I had to enjoy last season, bro. I'm just having fun. Oh.
I'm
also
remember, Baz, do you remember last season when we conceded a goal in every game in the first 5 minutes of every single game?
I hear
like 10 minutes.
We started off well. We ended the season well. Yeah, but you know what? It is a 38-game season, and then if we do finish like a 7th and 8th, and everyone's excited, think, yeah, all this. It takes time. It takes time to build a team.
Yeah, bro. But bro, if you don't get carried away and enjoy yourself, and then we do win something, you're just gonna, I enjoyed the final. Well, I enjoyed the whole season, bro.
Yeah. What it's like?
You have to enjoy
the start of the party.
No, look. Realistically, yeah. Like the two that are very confident, and look, respect to you guys, yeah. Do you really in your heart believe we're actually gonna beat Man City? Because Man City are the team to beat, in my opinion.
100%. We're winning. 100%. We're winning the league.
I'll give you
£5. I don't think Man City's got better, and I think we have got better, and it's still early days for both teams. But I saw holes in Man. The game before Man City already, even the game they just punched up Fulham 5-1. I saw holes in their team already, bro. So
no, there's holes. There's holes.
But there's holes in our team, so that just nullifies the point.
It doesn't nullify, because I just said that I think Man City is not going to get better, and I think Liverpool will get better. So if we get back to the level where we can go against them, there's better teams in the league now. So I feel like they can lose an extra game against one of those teams. Remember,
Savage, I'm on your treatment.
Well, Arsenal,
in
we
the
know
league.
Arsenal threw it away
We're
last
in the
season, bro.
league.
Man City did great, but Arsenal threw it away, bro.
Yeah, the inexperience and stuff like that. I agree. But obviously, like I said, Man City have been there, done it. Yes, there is a question of hunger. You know, obviously they done it and treble last year and that. But like
De
I
Man
Bruyne,
City was in
we're a
control.
team that have got
De
three
Bruyne is
midfield,
injured. De Bruyne
three
is injured,
midfield.
and Foden's killing it at the
So?
moment. But he's still their best player. So to say so when he's their best player is like,
Bro, come on, man. You're getting gas over. You KDB, and you're telling me that City, that means City. Do you know the borders they got in the City? Do you know how Pep runs the
you're
team?
telling me any.
So you're telling
I'm
me
trying-
because of Kevin De Bruyne that he's injured, so that means City are gonna struggle. Come on, man. Come off it.
Wait,
So
wait, wait.
all of us,
Foden.
all of a
Look at the
KDB
squad.
and Foden
wait,
the same
12.
level?
12.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, somebody loses their best player and it doesn't make a difference. Not to mention, Gundogan's gone.
Oh, yeah, and Gundogan, he was clutch.
Mahrez is gone.
Yeah.
Bench,
And look
man.
who they replace them with. Doesn't mean they're better or not, but they've got the squad. They've got
Who
the
did they replace
system.
with Kovacic, who gets injured every season? We
And
know that.
No,
Gakpo.
he played the same because Kovacic is underrated. So you can't just sit here and just say, he's like.
Did I
he's
just
like a
say he
level
wasn't
above.
good, or did I say he gets injured every season? Why do you
No,
think
but he
Charles
doesn't.
let him go?
It wasn't to do with injuries. Well, you're telling me that's to do with injuries, yeah?
I think it's exactly to do. He's getting older and he gets injured.
Oh,
all
okay.
the time.
Well, no,
Like Kante.
No.
So
The only way
they
he
got rid of their best players for no reason, is what you're telling me. Chelsea did.
It's not bad. City made the offer and he wanted to go. So what does Chelsea need to sell? So you can't sit here
They
and tell
sold
me.
him
You
to
can't
Man
tell
City,
me
bro.
that.
They didn't
Yeah, I know
sell him
that.
to a
That's the
team
point.
outside of the country. They sold him to.
Yeah, but we're not
Hold
talking
on a
about
minute.
whether he's.
What's Chelsea's ambitions to win the league, innit? Of course it is. And they sold Kovacic to Man City, bro. If they thought he was good enough to help them win the league again and not get injured, they would have kept him.
But that
Just like
doesn't
Man
matter.
City
That
sold-
happens all the time. That happens all the time. So,
It doesn't
of
happen all
course
the
it
time.
does. Of course it does.
No, it doesn't.
Of course it does. They
No, it
gave
doesn't.
last
Oh my
season.
God.
City
So
gave
the reason why Man City
Zinchenko. So does that mean they're dead? Come on, bro.
Man City
Come off it,
sold
man. Come on,
Zinchenko
man.
and Jesus to Arsenal because they why?
So
Because obviously they
so
didn't
they're
think they
dead
were going to help
players.
them win the league. Otherwise, they would have kept
Because they're dead players. So
Bro.
because they sold them to Arsenal, so that means they're dead.
I didn't
Come
say
on,
they were
man.
dead.
Come on.
I
That's what
didn't
you
say
just
they
said.
were
You just said, because they
Yeah,
sold
dead
them.
players, bro.
Come on, bro. Come
Well,
on.
how about this?
No, 12. 12. I can't do this, bro. Bro, 12. Answer this question, innit?
Yeah. Go ahead.
If you're selling, I'm telling to you, rivals, by the way. Yeah, your ambitions to win the league, innit? If you want to use Liverpool to make it easier, it's fine, innit? If you sell your player to the rivals when you're rich, by the way, Chelsea's rich.
Mhm.
The only reason you can do that is because you think the guy who you're selling will not help the other team win the league, bro.
Facts.
Just like
Facts.
Yeah.
right there, just like when Guardiola gave Zinchenko and Jesus to Arsenal, do you think he thought they were going to help him win the
Facts.
league? Of course he didn't.
Do you think?
And what did Arsenal do? They didn't even win the league.
Same thing could be said with Sterling.
Arsenal battled the league.
Exactly my point, bro. If Arsenal didn't bottle that, it would have backfired on him, wouldn't it?
But okay, so can I ask this question? Because this is a great comment. Then City will get around 88 points again. If we can't go on a decent run, if we can go on a decent run, we have a chance. How many? One, what is the number of points you think wins the league this year? And two, do you think that we can get at least 90 points this year?
It's still 90 points in my opinion, and I don't think we can get 90 points. I think we'll do better than last year for sure. But in terms of winning it, I'm being real. I just don't see.
Exactly. People don't want to hear the realness. Exactly.
Okay, then let's just go real quick. You don't have to go explanation. Just say, how many points do you think we can get this season? Just a number.
I honestly can't answer, bro, because I wasn't even thinking about the points, bro. Because I know because you're going to be pushed by whoever you're in a title race with, Bennett. So whatever points they get, you're going to be closer to that. So
How about this then? I'll make it even easier then. Do you think that we are capable of getting 90 points this year?
Yes.
No.
Yes, from John. Savage, do you think we're capable of getting 90 points this year?
I don't know, bro. I don't know.
No,
I think close enough to it, man. Arsenal finished on 85 last season, isn't it?
Arsenal had 85 points, but they didn't win the league with 85 points.
No. I'm just saying they got
They had 88 points. City had 88 points last year to win the league.
I think we can, because I feel like even if it was in that same position, them games what they battled against Southampton and West Ham, we wouldn't have. So yeah, I think we can.
So I think we can get 90 points. Because, I mean, that's like a 1 or 2 point difference. Let's say City does, like, if this is correct, and let's say City does the same performance they did last year. And going under the pretense that you said that you don't think City is better, you think they're about the same, if not worse. Yeah. Let's just say then they achieve 88 points, which was their total last year. Do you think we can get 90 points?
Yeah, because that was my point. I started with saying Man City is the best team and that, but their team isn't got better, bro, because their clutch player's gone, bro. I
understand that.
That's more of a problem than
anything. Do you think we can get 90 points? That's all.
Yeah, I think we can.
The league, in my opinion, the league will come down to either a point or 2 points.
Right, I agree with that too. It's going to be a tight. There's not going to be someone runs away with the league this year. I don't think that's going to be the case. But like, do you? The question is though, Chris, do you think we can get 90 points? And then we're going to end after this question because fun times. I want to end on a positive note, hopefully.
Honestly, I don't care. Just give me the damn Europa League. That's just my way of thinking. I'm sorry.
Okay, so you don't care if we end
just give me the
71 points or 69 points, wherever we end up in. We can end up.
I want a trophy. Just give me a trophy.
Just one trophy. Okay.
Trophies. Sorry.
Trophies, plural. Gotcha. Milante, do you think that we can end up with 90 points? I don't know if Milante up now. Yeah, we end up losing. He's having problems with his stream. Yeah, I know he's cooking too. All right, then. How about Brian? Do you think we can end up with 90 points?
No, but whoever gets one more point than Man City wins the league. So
yeah, that was my point when I said I don't know how many points it's going to be.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. Yeah, if we need 90, we might get 90. We're off to a great start, but that's a hell of a total. That's a
hell of a thing. You think that the rest of the teams in the league are a little bit more equipped as well when it comes to them one-on-one games? To be fair, against us as well.
Yeah. Savage, right? No, Savage, right? Savage. There's clubs in the Premier League, right?
Yeah.
That are close to relegation candidates or whatever. They can go out into the market and spend 30 million quid on footballers.
Yeah.
Like the level of the Premier League, the money that's in it now. These teams are not what they used to be. Like you've got players that would be at Champions League clubs in Spain and Italy are at the likes of Bournemouth and the likes of whoever else is going to finish 14th, 15th. So like even looking at this season, even only after 4 games, the clean sheets are way down. And this is to do with extra minutes in games. But you've got like there's players. Look at Awani at Nottingham Forest.
Yeah,
there's lads at players. Even the worst now, Luton is a little bit different, but even at the very worst, you've got match winners at every single club now.
Oh, bruv. When I look at teams like Brentford and obviously Brighton, we know they can ball and that, but there's all these teams, and again, I'll preface it, I'm not being biased because they can beat us as well, bruv. But when it comes to these teams against like Man City and that now, I feel like they can do something. And last season, there was games where Man City played decent or there was off it and it was 0-0. And then Gundogan popped up or Mahrez comes off the bench. And all I'm saying is, bro, it weren't about who's better. I'm just saying we know that Kovacic isn't better than Gundogan. He's cold, but he's always injured, bro. And Doku's not better than Mahrez.
Palace beat City twice last year.
Yeah, and Brighton beat him as well.
Yeah. Baz, and I'm gonna bring in. I want to end too with bringing in because the chat kind of disagrees with the majority of the panel or some of the panel at least. But Baz, what did you give an answer? I can't remember. Did you give a 90? Can we reach 90 points?
I don't think we can reach 90 points this year.
You don't. You don't even think we're getting close, or you don't think?
No, look, we're gonna improve. What did we finish last year? How many points?
I want to say finished with 68 points. I want to say.
68
to 69.
I can't lie, bro. Judging by what Psychedelic said in the chat, bro, I definitely think we can get 90 points now. The way he's put it in the chat.
I know. That's why I wanted to make sure I got all the panel because the chat, as always.
I'll tell you why, 12. And I don't want it to happen. I'll tell you why, because if that's the case, he's got 95 points there. That means even if you took off the 5 and gave us 10 draws, bro, that's still 90 points.
Yeah. Here it is. This is what you're referring to. 30 wins, 5 draws, 3 losses is 95 points.
Or add an extra loss.
And add, yeah,
give
us 29 wins. Give us 29 wins, 4 losses.
I think we can do it because
that's 92 points.
Personally, I think we don't do 90 points, but we'll be a lot better than what we were last year for sure.
And it's still hypothetical. I mean, we might not need 90 points to win the league, bro.
That's a good point as well. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
good point.
Man City. We know what Man City do, bro. They step it up. If you fall off the gas, bro, they will step it up, bro. And as soon as Arsenal did that, it's like they drew 2-2 with Liverpool when they should have won the game. They were winning 2-0.
Right.
It's like, okay, then we've missed that chance now, but we're still ahead. We'll win the league. All we have to do is go and beat Southampton, who are at the bottom of the table, by the way. And then it was 3-0 in the first 15 minutes. They had to get that back. They lost to West Ham, shambles. And then, it was a mess. And then Man City smoked them and it was over.
So this is what I'm saying, Savage. Based on that, I mean, in terms of winning the title and stuff like that, I just think City have got it through the experience. And that, like you just said there, they kick on as soon as they smell blood. They just kick on.
But I don't think we would do what Arsenal did.
No, I don't think we'll bottle it. We won't capitulate. But I just don't think that we're strong enough just yet. If we can sort out maybe, I don't know, a right back or a centre back or whatever it is in defence to make it solid, then I think next year, if we get the right signings in, like improving the defense, then I think we've got a great chance. Because those extra
because there's less low block because teams are more expansive. And to be fair, even if they try it now, I trust our team to score the goals, bro. Because there's so many ways to score, which was our only
force them out of that low block too.
Them other times when we kept finishing a point behind City, I know everyone likes to go down to the game against City, which you can choose to, but you can also go, well, they're the best team in the league, so how about we just beat Leicester and West Ham and would have won the league? And that's the difference.
Ronald's got some great comments.
It's very easy to always go to, we should have just beat Man City, but no, you should have beat Leicester and West Ham and you would have won the league, bro. And then there's no excuse at all.
Fair enough.
All right, so Nilante, 90 points. Can we do it or no? Because I want to definitely just end with including the chat, but hopefully Nilante's able to hear us because I know he had a little issues. You there?
Yeah. Talk, man. Yeah. Sorry, issue. In terms of the 9 points, we won't get that. No, but
oh wow, that's a definitive no. Okay.
Nah, we won't get that. But 80 points, that's in the 80 region. That's doable. And that should be a target.
Thinking low 80s, basically.
Yeah, but a bit low to mid 80s, I think.
Very interesting. Chat. The chat is not feeling what a couple of the members of the chat are saying. I think it's like Shaolin says we can reach 95 points. We obviously showed the comment of us. He has it being 30 wins, 5 draws, 3 losses will make us get 95 points.
We've had a couple of weird seasons, with the COVID season and last season, but usually Liverpool, we don't lose that many games, bro. It's usually we draw an extra few games, but we normally lose probably about 3 games, bro. If that.
Stefano, like I said, Stefano's on fire today. It's not delusional to take 90 points. We've done it 3 times in 7 seasons. It's not, and I think that's
different concept. I think people forget about that.
I mean, they're different teams. Obviously, the league's different teams.
Just bearing in mind as well, we've got a whole new midfield as well, an engine room and stuff like that. That still need, they're doing all right now, but we need to factor those in as well. Do you know what I mean? All those years we had pretty much the same team. We were quite lucky.
I feel you. But I mean, like, look, the chat's saying that. I mean, like, Jean Gray's saying, I want 90 minimum. That's 90 minimum.
Yeah. So. Everyone wants, listen, if everyone could want 100 points. That's what we want. But we just sometimes sometimes we just got to be realistic about it as well, innit?
That's with the facts.
Love to have 100 points.
I'd allow us 5 losses. I'd allow us that. I'd allow us 5 losses.
Brian, too. How about this? This is a good point. I think this is what Stefano's saying. I tell you guys, Thiago's the Joker in the pack this season. If this guy can stay fit for big games, we can do it. And I agree. I mean, considering that we're going to see him in a different role, considering I understand people's trepidation when it comes to him being able to stay fit, but we have a much larger, I get people don't think we have the depth. I really think that we do have quite a bit of depth. I'll bring it up tomorrow in the Gladiator ring. But I really think that we have more depth than people are.
Yeah, when
we
you
have a nice
compare our
balance.
depth, when you compare our depth to the other teams, and that it's not that far off at all.
It's not.
Some of ours is better than a lot of the other teams, and that. It's better than Man U and Chelsea straight off the bat, bro.
Yeah, I think
We
that
have
people.
depth. I don't know if we got the experience.
Neither did the other teams.
You know what though? I mean, the sheer confidence that if you look at what Newcastle had to go through in trying to get over that hurdle of beating us, they had us on the ropes. They were like, we were like, what was that? Was it George Foreman versus Muhammad Ali? And they're George Foreman. They thought that they had us on the ropes. We were doing that rope-a-dope thing with the 10 men, and we were able to show that constitute of what I thought we started to show last year or towards the end of the year, which is that mentality monster. That once you start instilling the confidence and that understanding and belief of, I know we're down, but hey, we're still in this no matter what. It makes a big difference. A lot of teams don't have that. A lot of teams start to like tense up and fall apart. If you can get a team to show some real consistency, you'll have a team that will show improve all the way through to the end of the year, and we're showing signs of that already, isn't that? I mean, it's in. I know it's a carryover from last year, but I mean, I think that you're seeing some real good unity of this club. You're seeing, like as in the statement that Stefano said again, who's got some real good comments today. You know, gotta look at Dom. Looks like a Superman. Plays like Gerard. He wants to league. Who are you to tell him he can't? You know, that's the kind of concept. Like these players, McAllister, Dom. Soon to see hopefully with Gravenberch, but I mean, like, you know, you have players like your Curtis Jones, albeit unlike what some of the panel or maybe one person on the panel doesn't agree with, but Curtis Jones, you have, you know, I'm not trying to start. That's not a shot fired. It's not shot fired, you know. But I mean, like, you have a nice mix of youth, a nice mix of experience, and you have a nice mix of people understanding the system. And once you get that all on the same page concept, I think we can hit 90. I'm not saying
sorry. How many games does Mo Salah miss if he progresses in the African nations?
3 games.
Well, 2 league games, I think, and 1 cup normally.
Right.
Yeah, it's always 2 league games and 1 cup. Yeah. It's always 2 and 1.
I ain't even worried about that, to be honest, bro.
Am I alone to say that? Am I alone to say that I'm not? Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Brian.
No, I was just saying, yeah, Szoboszlai can play. Like, he could be injured for 2 games.
Right. I mean,
it's the same as us having him out for 2 games with an ankle knock.
I agree.
Szoboszlai can play there, Joe can play there, and a couple other people get a few goals. Yeah, it's minimal at best.
Am I alone to say that? Am I alone to say though that if most Salah will miss, I like how people are not on the panel, but sometimes people will say, "Oh, well, you're gonna be missing Mo Salah during AFCON," you know, and we might even be missing. I think we're gonna miss Endo also because I think they have a tournament as well in Asia. But
Cup, yeah, and I think if Egypt stink up the place, you don't miss him for that long, bro. Because
there's no guarantee that Egypt goes deep into it. I don't necessarily want that to happen because I don't want the knock-on effect that happened last year to happen to Mo Salah with his confidence. But I do say this: am I alone saying that? I get it, Mo Salah's important, but if Mo Salah does not start for 2 games,
I don't care, man.
Does anyone else not really like?
I say it exactly the way I started.
We're better equipped this time round. You know what I mean? Because like Brian said rightfully, you know, you got Szoboszlai that can play there. You got Harvey Elliott that can play there. You got Ben Doak that can play over there. And now we've got Gravenberch.
We won every game.
Yeah, it's true. It's true. So yeah, we're better.
And I'll tell you who that was with, Ox.
Yeah, that's a good point because Ox doesn't.
I ain't worried about Salah, bro. Put Szoboszlai on the right or play Harvey there and play.
It's just a different chef in the kitchen. That's all.
Yeah, man.
And in previous years, we lost Salah and Mane.
Exactly.
Yeah, they're playing against each other, weren't they?
Yeah, like that was the.
And we didn't fall apart either.
That's the thing. Like this, it's the Barcelona thing. It's the comeback of Barcelona. The famous 4-4 to 4-3, about numbers. It was people forget there was no Salah, there was no Firmino.
Yep.
It was
Sure.
Origi, it was Shaqiri.
Facts.
You know,
That's why I think
this is when
those
we,
games.
we're sometimes at our best when you don't have these players to rely on. And that's what everyone wants to see. Like I was saying it the other day in kind of a joking way, I would love to see what happened if Trent Alexander-Arnold told everyone he was going off backpacking for a year. He was going to go and live in Nepal and chat. And we just had to, like, there was nothing wrong with him. He wasn't, broken or anything, but he was going to be gone for a year. So we will get to see what would Liverpool look like without us having to create systems without Trent. What would we look like?
Yeah,
I think we can do that too.
I feel the same way as the way I feel about Salah missing is the same way I feel about Trent missing. The only difference is that hopefully you don't have centre backs missing at the same time. But if Gomez has to go right back and Salah's playing, or if Salah's gone and Trent's playing right back, I don't care, bro. It don't bother me, bro. I just think we'll be more. We've got enough creativity in the team now.
As much as I love Trent, look, I've said it time and time again. Look, when we lost Trent for a little while, when he got injured on international play, and hey, that was possibly the renowned resurgence of Gomez being a possible option to be for right back. But I mean, the only noticeable player on this team when he's not in was Virgil van Dijk, and I think we all noticed the difference when he wasn't a part of that back line because he helps keep that organized. He's a dynamic player, but hey, we've had to even waver had to take on those waves, or those tides, even when he got injured for the lengthy period of time that he got injured.
Yeah, man. Let's be honest, man. We can't be punks in it, man. People get injured. It is what it is, bro. Like,
yeah.
I mean, for a team,
it's about opportunity for those players that have an unfortunate circumstance, but now an opportunity to step up. Up. I think
you're right. It's like Savage watches like a lot of superhero stuff, right? Trent, like since Klopp walked in from day one, right? Trent is like this superhero power that Klopp has, and he's so good. But it doesn't. Wherever you play him, that's always going to leave this one Achilles heel weakness somewhere.
Yeah.
Like you can play Trent, and he needed Henderson, babysitter, bodyguard, dropping in behind him, and he was bombing up the wing because you needed that little safety net there. Now, if he's going to go inverted, he needs that babysitter, bodyguard, kinetic, because he's a superpower, but you know that he always leaves you with that weak area that if they target that, and it's all about, do you get the best? So, like, Klopp has spent his entire career managing Liverpool and also trying to get the best out of Trent Alexander-Arnold. Like, there's two completely different things.
Yeah.
And he's always had, like, but how do you not do that when he's that good? Like, I'm just like,
in football, bro. Because any other
he's a unicorn. He's a complete and utter. It's like you want him, you're not selling him, you're never good. But it's Jesus Christ, this kid is a headache. I mean, this is what I mean with him disappearing for a year. I think Klopp would build just a successful team. In my opinion, he would be able to build just a successful team if Trent Alexander didn't exist. He would be still. It's the same with Henderson. People talking about Henderson. Fuck off. Like, we would have won just as much. Like, Henderson won because he was at Liverpool.
Someone else to step into the Henderson role. Yeah.
Yeah, he won stuff because he was at Liverpool. We didn't win stuff because Jordan Henderson was at the club. We would have had that would have happened anyway. But it's just with Trent, it's just he's so good, you can't not try and find ways to fit him in your team. But you create all these crazy tactical headaches for yourself.
Right.
So I think Klopp has managed it brilliantly and all that. Yeah, it's just, but how do you not try and find a way to get this kid when you see what he does against Villa? And like we were saying, Villa were a bit strange where it was like, oh, it's Trent, let's just sit off and let him pass the ball around. Yeah. And he shows you what he can do. in that
That's
little.
just dropped on that centre back tactic, man, and they didn't know what to do with it, bro. Usually, he just drops into that thingy, dropped into centre back.
I think it's brilliant, Stream God. Don't you think it's brilliant what Klopp has
Yeah,
done?
how can you not? How can you not build your team around someone like that?
Yeah,
How can you not do everything to try and get that kid in there? But then you know, as soon as he turns or he's under pressure, and you give him any kind of defensive responsibility whatsoever, at some point he's going to make a mistake.
Maybe one of the days, man. Not at the moment because we don't need to. So I'm not putting pressure on Klopp. But maybe one of the times he plays him in the 8, and we'll see what happens. Because Southgate played him in the 8 in the last 2 games. He looked ridiculous, bro.
Like that Madison thing, we were saying it the other night.
Yep.
Like, you know, Madison
Just
got
like
that kind of free roll kind of thing.
Yep.
Hey,
You know,
don't have to do this, you don't have to do that.
I was going to leave the shout out for it, but hey, that might happen. You never know.
When Southgate played him in the 8, he defended more in midfield. It's like when it's not your overall objective and that you want to put the shift in for the team even more in it. When it's your chore to defend and you don't enjoy it, it's a little bit different. So him and Saka's link up was great. So who knows, man?
Who knows? I mean, like I said, like I was saying, you know, maybe you find him in an inverted role where he migrates all the way up to the 8. You have Endo or Gomez rotate into that position, or the fact of like on Tactics Tuesdays. I show the new way that we're really approaching this is by taking Matip or taking the center back and moving him to that right back position and moving Trent into a more central position. Because again, I think that Trent is a different player when he's a better player. I know that you're saying he should be 8. I think he's a better player as a backline player. And why I think that is because by being a backline player, he's not congested in the midfield. He has more space to see the field. And he's able to just.
He's way better. He's way better there. You just got to get a bit of defensive there, but he'll get
it. He needs the pitch in front of him.
Yeah.
Give him space and the pitch in front of him, and he'll pass the ball 40, 50, 60 yards.
Yeah. Because the tactic was quite simple but genius at the same time, because it means that all he had to do was step forward.
The point. Yeah.
All he had to do is step forward a little bit further forward and step back. Normally, he's got to step forward and then go to right back. And there's that big chance. So it'd be interesting to see what happens when Konate comes back, if he still does it. Because Konate on the right back in certain instances will be better than Trent because of his speed and power. You know what I mean? So and he's already going to be set in that position then, instead of having to Konate at the moment when Trent plays inverted, he has to sprint across to the right back position all the time.
Right.
By the time you get there, if you're playing against a tricky winger, you don't have time to set yourself. He'll spin you and go. So
again, but I mean, like, but look at
it this way. And if he puts it inside, you're done.
Yeah, exactly. But look at it this way: if he is in that central, you know, almost like a center back, if not like a holding position for the midfield, wherever he's playing, if he ends up being that person, and you say someone tries to hit that, because Villa was trying to do that technically, you know, they're trying to get in behind those spaces. It just so happens that once you're trying to go into those spaces, you're running into a Matip. You'll be running into a Konate.
It was too smart for them, Matip was, man.
Yeah, those things will happen, and those things are why I'm saying this is a nice little twist that Klopp has put onto this system that is going to protect Trent from all the parrot punditry of he can't play defense, which I think he can. It's just he's just got to stay focused and make a commitment to it. But all the same, I think it's a nice little twist that's going to create other opportunities. And it's just going to put more of an offensive thrust into a lot of our efforts. But guys, it is almost 5 hours that we've been on this.
This is definitely your longest stream on it.
Yeah, it's one of my longest streams, for sure. Yeah. This is not a stream; it's a river. But all right, all the same. I appreciate each and every one of you guys for joining. I appreciate everyone that is joined us in the chat. Ended up staying with us for the entire length, or went in or joined later on. But yes, you'll have to, if you enjoyed this today, then you'll definitely enjoy tomorrow with the Endo chat, with the Curtis Jones chat, because I'm sure we're gonna have that person in the gladiator ring. It's gonna be a fun time tomorrow. And if you guys in the chat have someone that you want to bring up to, be sure to think about it, because I definitely want to see and hear the defense that this team needs of these players, because, hey, We need to support each and every one of these players, I believe, and it makes a difference. So so I'm gonna give a shout out to Baz and Stream God, since you guys got channels of your own, and also John as well. Is there any? Do you guys have anything coming up? You can start with John. Do you have anything coming up for your channel?
I actually have a video dropping tomorrow, a pre-recorded video. It
Okay.
will drop tomorrow at one point. I'm not too sure on the time, but 100% will drop tomorrow. And then I have a live show on Tuesday
Okay.
with a very special guest. So
Oh
please
wow.
do tune into that one.
So
Sure.
you got Curtis Jones' dad coming on.
Yeah.
All right.
No, I get CJ. I get CJ himself.
Oh man. All right. So it's Hugo.
Yo.
What do you have? What do you have on deck for us? Because I know you've got a bunch of different channels. You got a bunch of collabs going on. What's the one? What do you have coming up for us tomorrow or this weekend?
Tomorrow I've got. Oh yeah, I did Late Night Savage last week and it was just chilling. So I've got a review of one of the Netflix series and stuff like that. So.
Oh word.
Yeah.
I want to join. I wanted to join in on the Disney one, the one that you have on the Ahsoka.
Oh yeah, man.
But I'm only on episode 2, so I couldn't join on the 4th.
Nah, no problem at all.
Were we talking about Star Wars? What's going on? Y'all seen the latest episode?
No, no spoilers. No spoilers.
Yeah. 12 inch in it, yeah, man. But
tomorrow's
tomorrow's is
man, you better be in there, man.
Tomorrow's is what's tomorrow? Oh, tomorrow's is Top Boy live review and then Late Night Savage. So we're over there Q&A chilling and then reviewing the show. And then Saturday, England versus Ukraine watch along. And I think I got wrestling on that day as well. Okay. And then there'll probably be something else on Hugo Online. If no one's doing anything on Sunday, then I might drop another Late Night Savage. Obviously, if you get offended by stuff, probably the best not to come over, bro. But it's just jokes, and it's to take everyone away from football for a bit, man, and just vibe over there. We talk everything, music, movies, life, doesn't matter, man. So everyone's welcome. In fact, I want more people to come over there, to be honest, because, people ain't hitting the notification bell and that, man. But every time I do one, then everyone asks me after, how come I wasn't invited? I'm like, well, everyone's invited, bro. It's just vibe. There's no rules over there, though. So, if you get cooked up by someone in the chat, don't be looking for a mod to help you out, bro. Just deal with
it. No hold bars and stuff. Okay.
2 man enter, 1 man leave, huh?
But everyone's welcome, though. 100%, man. Bring over questions or whatever you want. And vibes, man.
Word. Okay. And Baz, I know that you are starting to move closer towards bringing back your episodes. Can we expect anything this weekend, or are you still recuperating and going to bring it back later on? People want to know. Streets are asking.
Yeah. So I've got my internet today in it, so that's why I've been on here longer. So I'm going to be dropping some stuff very soon, because I've got some opinions on our season and stuff like that. So yeah, just keep an eye out on that, guys. And I can't wait to watch Savage's his review on Top Boy. I just finished it today.
Well, you're welcome to come over still, because it's a live one. And at the moment, I think I told Enz to watch it if he gets to watch it in time. I told G to watch it, so. It's going to be a live discussion.
When are you doing the top? When is the Top Boy one? When are you doing the Top Boy review?
It's tomorrow night, but there's 6 episodes in it.
I'm gonna binge watch that tonight.
Yeah, there's only 6 episodes in that, so 6 hours of content.
Top Boy's my jam, dog.
Yeah, if you do that, then jump over. Everyone's welcome. Just make sure you've watched it. I don't want anyone telling about, you spoiled it for me. Listen, I told you in it. So
yeah.
Yeah, no, I mean, I watched all 6 today. I proper binged it, man. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no problem, man. It'll probably be in the night time. I'll drop the link and let everybody know, and then, yeah, man.
Yeah, it's all good. But nevertheless, all the other content creators, obviously John, obviously Savage, and 12th Man. Big up to you guys, man. Do some good stuff there. But yeah, just stay tuned. I've got some stuff in the pipeline coming up very Very
cool. All right, and Nilante, do you have a parting parting message you want to leave out? Just because you don't have a channel doesn't mean that you don't get to say goodbye or say, to the people. Anything you want to say?
No, that's all good, man. Like I said, that's all good content. Obviously, 12 man supporting them. I'm gonna be a regular with you anyway. Discuss this, but yeah, man, just big up in it, and big up the whole panel in it, man. And everyone just keep pushing and doing their thing, and that's it, man. Respect to everyone.
Love, bro.
Yeah, big up to everyone as well. So I did mention them, but big up guys. And
All good,
Milan
all good,
and Ryan, man. Big up.
all good, man. Big
Brian.
up yourself, man.
Brian, do you have a parting comment to the people or before we bounce out?
Yeah, no, of course, I feel massively left out here now because I do have a channel. Like everyone has to have a channel. Like,
Oh,
you
yeah,
say
that's
comment
true.
on, I think. Yeah, I have a channel. I have loads of really cool videos on it, but it's got nothing to do with football. So, like,
Whoa! You got
I didn't even know that.
yeah,
Okay.
it's an account. Your channel is an account, right? I have videos. So, yeah,
Right.
I mean, but if you
Okay.
actually look in the bit below, it actually says Internet Genius. So I'm available for internet type work. I can do
Okay.
all your things. So, yeah, employ
Wow,
me.
we're
And,
gonna definitely talk
yeah.
a little bit more than Brian. I got some.
Yeah, I'm Internet Genius. It says it in the thing.
Brian, Brian, hit me up on Twitter.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah,
Yeah.
500 quid an hour, and I'm yours.
Oh, 500 quid an hour. Awesome.
Me,
Yeah,
I can't find Brian. We'll have to renegotiate that, but definitely hit me on Twitter.
Yeah, none of that
Okay.
dirty American money, all right?
What's your channel?
Yeah. You just have to look. Yeah. How would we be able to find your channel, Brian?
Just click on my name, I think, in the thing. I don't know. I'm not an internet genius. I don't know how it works.
All right.
Brian, I thought you were in a genius.
Propaganda, John, Don't believe everything you read.
Don't believe everything you read. Yeah, it's certainly true. Chris, you are the last but not the least, for sure.
No, I'm sorry.
My Colombian brother.
I'm busy watching Colombia versus Venezuela right now. So.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but nothing but love for y'all, man. It was good to conversate with you guys. Well, I've met all of you already, so it was a nice conversation. Hopefully, I'll catch you guys tomorrow. Yeah, man, nothing but love for you guys, and stay safe, stay blessed, all of you guys and your families.
You go, bro.
Yeah,
you too.
I got me.
Who's Colombia playing right now?
Venezuela.
Venezuela,
yeah.
I love me some Venezuela too, though.
You love it for obvious horny reasons and stuff. So. But,
Hey, no rings on these fingers, so let's move on. Let's move on.
but I'll catch you guys tomorrow. What time are you putting the show
up? It'll be on the same time. So it'll be on at 7
12:30?
p.m. UK time. So be on at 11. I'm gonna try to do an 11 a.m. for our time, Pacific time.
All right, copy that. All righty.
But it'll be the Gladiator ring will be open at 11 or 7, depending 7 p.m. UK time. So
yeah.
But all right. So as always, I want to always end the stream by saying, look, you'll never walk alone. It's not just a song. It's not merely an anthem. It's a statement of intent. And by subscribing, liking, commenting, and sharing, this becomes a movement to empower our mighty Reds. Because as you can see, look, we're despite the fact that we don't have all the same opinion, we still believe and love each other because we are all Reds. And the way that we show true power is by the unity that we show and consolidate. So again, I appreciate everyone on the panel that joined, all the input that you guys had. I enjoy especially the chat that tuned in and gave some great comments. And we'll see you hopefully here tomorrow. All right. Peace out to everyone, and thank you again.
Got man. Trump 2024.
I got me
and smash the lights, guys.
Did someone just say Trump 2024?
I know. I think I just heard that. We're gonna have
to whoever said that, America. Let's go.
Man. America.
No one said that.
All right, bye.